Warning: some contents may be disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. When I was in my early 20s, around 2010, I lived alone in a ground floor apartment in what I would say was a decent part of my hometown. It was a bit of a humble but comfortable place, and honestly, I was loving living alone. I didn't dislike living with my parents. I get along well enough with them, but I am more of a loner, and I like to live within my own confines, not someone else's. For the entire first year, things went really well in my apartment. I loved the area. I had furnished the way I liked it, and I was happy. But then, near immediately after I signed my second year's lease, things started happening that made me reconsider whether or not I really was safe. At first, the things that would happen were incredibly subtle. I would come home from work and I would find various things that seemed out of place, but that I couldn't be sure about. The first thing was one day when I got home, I found my front door was unlocked. I kind of freaked out a bit at first, but as I thought about it, that morning I was in a super rush because I was running late, and it was wholly impossible that I forgot to lock it. I went in and I checked everything, and as far as I could tell, nothing had been taken or moved. I chalked it up to a, "Hey dummy, that was stupid" moment, and then I moved on. A couple days later, I came home to my door being unlocked again, and again, I was incredibly mad at myself for having left it unlocked like that. However, when I went inside to make sure nothing was missing, it pretty quickly clicked that it wasn't my doing. When I walked in, I noticed that the lamp in the corner of my living room was turned on, which to most people wouldn't be a huge deal, right? But to me, it was a massive issue. I never used that lamp. It was a room lamp from my room at my parents' that I took, so that they didn't have to deal with it. But I haven't had to use it because the living room has a ceiling light. So I just put it in the corner behind an extra chair because it looked nice there. But again, I never used it. I checked the rest of the apartment, but again, there was nothing missing. I actually went across the hall and asked one of my neighbors if they saw anyone coming in or going from my apartment that day, and they didn't recall anyone being there. I mentioned the whole thing and they were a bit shocked, but again, they couldn't give me any information. I ended up calling the main office to let them know what was going on, and they mentioned that it could have been maintenance because they were doing pest control on my building at some point that week, but they should have left a note if it was them. I told them that there was no note on my door, and my neighbors said that they hadn't seen anyone, which made me think that it wasn't the maintenance crew at all. They told me that they would ask the crew and see if it was them, and then told me to call them back if it happened again, and that they would try to figure out a way to get the situation taken care of. And, of course, something did happen again. One night, I got home and when I opened my door, I found an envelope on the floor on the other side of the door, like it had been slid under. I initially assumed that it was a note from the office or the maintenance crew, but normally they just tape those to the front door and not slide them under. I grabbed it, put my stuff down, and I opened the letter to see what they had to say. And what it said made my blood run cold when I read it. It was a typed and unsigned note that said, "You look so peaceful when you sleep. I was freaking out in my head. Who had been watching me sleep? Had someone actually been watching me? Or was this some screwed up prank? There was no evidence that anyone had been in my apartment beyond the lamp and my door being unlocked twice, which to me was a mountain of evidence, but to anyone on the outside could just be coincidences. Of course, this letter was a big red flag screaming, "I'm watching you." But who the hell was the person that typed it? After the letter, I started taking precautions with everything in my apartment. I double-checked all the locks on the windows. I kept all my curtains and blinds closed, and I put belts on every door so I could tell if they were opened. And I bought a metal baseball bat that sat right next to my bed. I had also reported the letter to the office, who made a police report with my information, and they had an officer that would circle the area multiple times a day to see if they could find anyone suspicious. But despite this, things would still end up happening. I would come home to find my fridge open, my bathroom sink running, the books on my shelf removed and piled on the floor. I seriously thought that I was just going insane. I begged the rental office to change the locks on my door, and I told them every single thing that happened, and they were completely unhelpful, beyond telling me to get a camera and that they couldn't do anything else. This was my home. I was supposed to feel safe there, and the company responsible for that safety was basically telling me that I was out of luck. I was starting to feel depressed and anxious all the time because I was thinking that this person was going to escalate and eventually they were going to hurt me, or worse. I hit a wall mentally. I wasn't sure what to do, and I did end up buying a camera, one that I could hang up in the corner that watched the door. But part of me thought that this person was going to be able to beat the camera and then get in to mess with me without being seen. Of course, that would be impossible, and the last day of all of this was probably the most excited that I have ever been. I came home from another day at work to find my door unlocked again. I walked into my apartment, more pissed off than scared, and in the kitchen found another envelope taped to a bottle of wine. I grabbed the letter and opened it, and this time, it was a bit more terrifying. The item on the envelope was a printed photograph of me at work, and on the back of it said, "You're always so busy." And it was a picture of me serving a table that I had waited on only a day prior, which meant this person had been in my restaurant and they were now following me in my everyday life. I started to panic, but I quickly turned my attention to the camera in the corner of my room. This guy had the gall to not only walk in, but walk right in front of the camera to get into my kitchen. When I got to my computer and got the footage loaded, I was speechless. I watched as this man opened my front door with ease, walked in with a huge smile on his face, and put the bottle of wine on the counter. I watched as he put the photo on the counter and then wrote his note on the back of it and then placed it in an envelope. The reason I had that level of excitement, as I mentioned earlier, was because I knew who this was. It was one of the maintenance guys for the property. I'd seen him on the property and I'd waved at him. I'd had short passing conversations with him and all of that sort. I called the office and I told them that I had a video of the person breaking into my place, and I asked one of the managers to come to my apartment so that I could show them. Well, they did, and I could tell by the look on his face that he wasn't surprised to see what I was showing him. To wrap this up a bit quicker, I called the police and I showed them the evidence. And after he was arrested, it came out that this wasn't his first offense. He had been arrested and reported of stalking numerous other women. The reason that the office manager wasn't surprised was because he knew full well that this guy had done this before. Apparently, he was what they called a second chance hire. They knew that he had a record of stalking, and when I told them that I was being stalked, they didn't put two and two together. I have no problem with second chance hires. People deserve a second chance when they make mistakes. But this was a textbook case of, yeah, we hired a man known for stalking women. We have a woman being stalked, but maybe we should consider that. Thankfully, the police took this all very seriously, and because he had a record, they had zero tolerance for his actions, and he went away in cuffs. And, of course, after he was arrested, all of the craziness stopped. Obviously, I moved out of that property and into a new apartment. The inaction of the property management was enough to help me break my lease, which I happily did. This happened to me about 2 to 3 years ago. When I was 16, I used to work at a fast food restaurant, and I live in a place where we have all the seasons. At this point in time, it was winter, so it got dark pretty early at around like 5 or 6 p.m. I was called to come into work this particular day, but the weather was kind of bad, causing us not to have any customers. As a result, we had to close the store early. It was about 5:30 p.m. when my manager left, locking the store and making me wait outside for my ride. About 20 minutes had passed since she left. I was feeling really cold, so I decided that I would walk to a friend's house just a few blocks away, about a 10-minute walk, and wait for my ride there. The store I worked at was on a busy street that was near a residential neighborhood. As I walked away from the store, I started walking down the residential street behind the store. I was walking on the sidewalk to the left of the street, as there is only one sidewalk on the right side of the street. If I walked on the right sidewalk, I'd only walk on it for a block, then I would have to walk the rest of the way on the road, and there were also woods on that side too. It was convenient as well because on the left side of the street was my store, and there were no streetlights. I was about 3/4 of the block when I got this feeling that I was being watched. The neighborhood was really dark, and at this point, I had pretty much reached the end of the block and was getting ready to cross the street when I noticed a silhouette of someone walking on the right side of the road near the woods. About 5'9" or 5'10", and looked to be maybe 180 to 200 pounds. I couldn't make out any features though. I'm the type of person who's very aware of their surroundings and slightly paranoid, as I've been followed and almost kidnapped and stalked and etc. You get the gist. So when I noticed him, I stopped walking and immediately got a sick feeling in my stomach. The man noticed me and proceeded to walk slowly and then yell out at me. He says, "Yo, come here. I want to talk to you." And I say back, "No, I'm good. I'm only 16. Then I turned around and I start walking back to my store. He continues to yell things at me, trying to convince me to come to him. At that point, something in me told me to run, and I did just that. As I'm running, I know I shouldn't have, but I turned my head to see if he was actually chasing me. And to my horror, he was. So I turned up the speed and I ran as fast as I can. Thankfully, as I reached the store, my ride had pulled up, so I ran to the car. As I tried to get in, The door was locked. It took about 20 seconds for them to unlock the car, which felt like hours. But eventually, I got in and I just broke down crying. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kinda out of shape, so my back was hurting from breathing so hard and I was all frazzled. This was the first time that I was chased on foot, and let me tell you, it's so much more scary, surreal, and intense being chased on foot than someone chasing you by car. Still to this day, I have added trauma from this incident, and it makes it hard to go anywhere by myself, especially in the dark. So, to the man that chased after me in the dark, let's not meet again.
Stalked me using technology. When I was in my early 20s, I dated a friend of a friend. We were mutual friends. We saw each other before, but we never really interacted. We certainly knew each other by name. We met at a party and he was great at first. He was friendly and made good conversation and was pretty good looking too. I was instantly interested in him and we had great chemistry with each other. We met up constantly and I was so happy I decided to give him a chance. Months in, we decided to go steady and be exclusive with each other. We set our statuses on Facebook and some other places too. We took so many pictures together and posted them on social media. And for nearly 10 months things were going fantastic. He slept over my place plenty of times and I stayed at his too. I really enjoyed being with him. One day I wasn't feeling the best, so I told him I wanted a quiet day and spent the day on my computer in a video call with my friends. We were all laughing and watching a movie together. It was so good to have some girl time together because I spent so much time with my boyfriend. One of my friends, I'll call her Dana, made a comment about missing me and jokingly said that I was spending way too much time with him. The next day I didn't hear from my ex, and it wasn't like him to not send a message by now. I messaged him and said good morning. He looked at it and left me on read. Weird, but maybe he was too busy to answer, and I didn't worry about it. I waited a couple of hours and sent another message to ask if he was okay. He told me he was fine, and I knew he was clearly not fine. He'd never acted like this before and I was surprised by it. I told him if he was angry with me, I'd rather he told me why. He asked how sick I was and I told him it must have been a temporary stomach bug. And that when I felt a little better, I went on a video call with my friends and we watched a movie. He seemed satisfied by my answer. And at the time I wasn't exactly sure why. I was just happy that he had calmed down. Things were good again. But months later we had some more relationship difficulties. He told me he didn't like some of my friends and that he didn't want me to see them anymore. I asked him exactly what he didn't like about them. He just told me he didn't think they were a good fit for me, but wouldn't explain exactly why. There was one person in particular he didn't like, and that was Dana. He always made little nasty comments about her, implying that she was a bad person. I told him I needed a reason why he wanted me to cut them off, and I didn't like him interfering with my friendships. He scowled and didn't speak to me for a couple of days. I talked to Dana about it, and she wasn't sure where the hostility was coming from. She had always been civil with him. I thought that would be the end of it, but no. He slipped one time and mentioned something I told Dana in private. I thought maybe Dana said it to someone else and asked her about it. She denied it. I was angry about this and he supported me, told me to stop being friends with her, and if I loved him, I would do it. I hated that. I vented to some of my friends both on my phone and on the computer about it. I said how frustrated I was, that he had no right to do what he did, and that it wasn't fair of him to do this. When he confronted me about it, he knew near enough everything I said. I doubted all my friends would have run off to tell him, and some of them barely knew him. or only knew of him. I asked how he knew and he got incredibly defensive. This went on for months, and whenever we had any issues he would always know about them. It turns out he put spyware on my phone and a keylogger on my computer. Probably when I wasn't looking or he needed to borrow my phone or computer for something. I confronted him about this massive breach of privacy and he said it was normal. That all couples do this. I screamed at him this wasn't normal at all. He told me that all his exes had been fine with it. And I reminded him that he never even mentioned it to me. And I certainly wouldn't have agreed. Nor did he ever offer to show me his phone or other devices. I got my computer and phone cleared of any nasties, changed passwords, and did everything I could to protect myself. I made sure I changed all my passwords at a friend's place too. After a while, I couldn't relax, so I ended up getting a new phone and computer when I could. I couldn't shake the feeling he was spying on me for a long time after. I make sure to lock all my devices now. I also regularly check to make sure my information hasn't been leaked, and made sure there were no changes to my private information. It has been so stressful and it could have been avoided if I was more careful. What was even creepier, he left hidden cameras in my room at some point. I'm terrified what he did with those pictures or videos. I change in there. I have so many private moments in there. It's supposed to be my sanctuary. Sometimes I can't escape the feeling I'm being watched. This story won't be the worst story on your list, I guess. I don't let my partners use my devices anymore, unless I'm there to keep an eye on what they're doing. I don't like how he invaded my privacy and had access to my information without my permission. I don't even like inviting people into my room anymore. I just want to feel safe again. Keep an eye on your devices, people.
Back when I was about 17, I took a job at a local fast food restaurant that had only one location, and they specialized in chicken. Not really relevant what they served, but I will say that it was probably one of my favorite places to eat in, because it was seriously good. Plus, I had my own little ways of making things even better when I ordered food. You know, the quirks of knowing the kitchen. That said, as good as the food was, this place tended to attract some of the worst people, both on the employee side and the customer side. I don't know what this says about me being an employee, but I like to believe that I was one of the better ones there. We had cops come in and arrest some of our employees in the past for some drug-related charges, and typically they went in without a fight. But there was one time that a guy tried to run at the cops with a fryer basket. That was sort of entertaining. He got tased and that was pretty much the end of it. Anyways, this isn't a fast food horror story, though I could send you one of those sometime. This is a story about one coworker in general named Corey. Corey was probably the quietest person to ever work there at the restaurant, and the most self-contained person I think that I had ever seen. He was the type to always move out of your way when you were heading in his direction. He would basically cower back when you approached him, and he was really antisocial. He wouldn't really talk to anyone and was really bad at communication, which can really be a problem when it comes to working in a kitchen, even if it's just fast food. Well, fast forward to him working there about a month, and I was stuck on a closing shift with him. It went okay for the most part. I did most of the cleanup work in the lobby and the front line, and he had to clean up in the back where the cooking stations were. It was mostly normal, until right around the end of the shift when we were doing a final walkthrough of the walk-in freezer. I entered to check the shelves and do a once-over on the day dots to make sure that they weren't out of date, and then we're done. And then he enters behind me and stares me dead in the face and asks, "Is there really just the one way out of here? Like, if I were to shut and block the door, you wouldn't be able to get out, right? I kind of just stared at him with a look of, "You're joking, right?" on my face. He quickly stepped it back, saying, "Not that I would do that, I was just curious, like, isn't that technically a safety hazard?" I decided not to answer his question, and I finished up on my checks and then said that we could go. As we left the building and I locked up, he asked me if I wanted a ride home. Again, I just kind of stared at him. I had my own car, and it was the only other car in the parking lot. I thanked him, but I told him that I could manage. He then asked me if I wanted him to follow me home, just in case. This was seriously the third huge blaring red flag to blow out of this guy in less than half an hour. I just told him goodnight, and I quickly walked away to my car with my keys in my fingers, just in case. On my way out, I actually called the manager of the store and reported what Corey had said to me in the freezer, and mentioned that I didn't really feel comfortable working the shift alone with him anymore. My boss was an awesome lady, and she was more than willing to work within the confines of what the owner would let her. That night was the last night that I closed alone with him, or he closed alone with anyone actually. Every night he was a closer. There were now 3 people on the last shift. Of course, this wasn't the last time he did something creepy. About a couple of weeks later, he actually asked me why there had to be a 3rd person in our closing shift. I shrugged and I mentioned that the boss just wanted to make sure that things got done on time and the right way, so having 3 people made it easier. I then heard him mumble about how he missed just working with me at night. I let it go, mostly because I thought he wasn't going to be able to be that creepy person he was being. But that same night, he proved that to be an incorrect statement. After we closed, I was on my way home, not really paying much attention to anything around me. But when I looked up in my rear view at a red light, I realized that he was seriously behind me. I had never seen him drive the same direction as I did when we got off of work, but I had to think logically and accept that maybe, just maybe, he had a reason to be over here. I kept on down the road thinking that he would turn or pull off somewhere. But no matter what turn I took, he kept up behind me. At that time, being 17, I lived with my parents, so I called my dad and I told him that I thought I was being followed. He told me to come straight home and that he would be waiting outside. Sure enough, when I pulled in, my dad was waiting by the driveway with a handgun strapped to his side. And sure enough, Corey had followed me the entire way, but when I pulled into the driveway, he sped past me. My dad was obviously curious if I knew the guy. I told him that he was a coworker that was a bit of a weirdo and that he had been a bit of a creep to me in the past. He was pretty upset by this, which was understandable, but I told him that I had it under control and that management was aware of the whole thing. That night was actually the height of all of this, not just him driving by, but what he did after. It was a Friday night and it was pretty late, but I wasn't able to sleep because of the whole thing with Corey following me. I was sitting on my couch and watching a movie to try and get myself to pass out, when out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a car had pulled into the driveway. I thought for a moment that they were going to just turn around, but they sat there for a few moments. I felt a bit scared. I kind of shrunk down along the wall and peeked out. And to my surprise, I saw Corey walking up to the door. I was about to get up and seriously start yelling at this guy, but then he smashed the window on the door with what looked like a hammer. I stood there just freaking out for several moments, and my dad came running down the stairs with a gun in hand, and he started screaming at Corey. It all felt like it was in slow motion, but it was actually pretty fast. My dad seriously pinned him down to the ground while my mom called the cops. And when they got there, I had to explain to the police what I saw and the whole situation with Corey at work. And honestly, it was a nightmare. I thought this guy was just this quiet and maybe a bit awkward guy, but he was legit crazy. He was arrested since he was on the property, and they found a hammer by him when they showed up. I have no idea what happened to him, and sure, this may not seem like too much of a crazy stalker story, but for the short time that this guy stalked me, it was awful. I'm glad he didn't escalate any further than smashing in the door's glass, but he also didn't have time to do so. But who knows what he would have done beyond that? I'm thankful I haven't seen him since that happened, and honestly, Corey, I'd be more than happy if we never meet again. When I first got out of the army, I was in a relationship with a guy in 3rd Range Battalion. Let's call him Jim Reedus. He and I had an apartment together, and I thought that I loved him, so instead of going back to my home in Nebraska, I stayed in Columbus. Our relationship started out with him being what I thought was protective over me. Even though I was very attractive at that time, I had very low self-esteem because of an assault that I experienced while I was living in the barracks and the bullying that I endured afterward. Things moved very quickly. In fact, we were inseparable from the night we met. Anytime another man looked at me, he would get very confrontational toward the guy. I felt safe and protected by this. It made me feel special. I thought that he must really value me if he would get so upset by a guy looking my way. At first. Soon, we would be out at a bar, and he would get hammered every single time, and then act very nasty toward me if he thought that I was looking at another guy. This would cause bitter fights, and I would always end up in a fetal position in bed sobbing. But still, I stayed. The next day, he would always apologize, making excuses about it being because he was so drunk, but then he would proceed to explain to me why what I had done was wrong. It wasn't long before that I found myself totally isolated from my friends and family because he was so insecure. He made me take all of my phone calls on speakerphone. My family begged me to leave, but I was afraid that I couldn't get by on my own. Then one night, we came home from the bar in the usual fashion, him screaming in my face and me sobbing. I told him that I was going to get a room at a motel, and he just lost his freaking mind. He yanked the keys out of the ignition and then threw them into the woodline. He then got out of my car and proceeded to kick in the front quarter panel of my car. He used so much force that the hinges to the passenger door went bent. I told the insurance company that it was a hit and run, or I would never have been able to get the damage fixed. He screamed at me to get inside the apartment, but I couldn't unlock the door without my keys, which he blamed me for. He then grabbed me and started shoving me into the door, first by my shoulders, then with his hands around my throat, screaming, "Can't you see how much I love you?" I rasped and said, No, I can't." And he let go, and I fell to the ground in a heap. That night, I had finally had enough. I was finally so angry that I didn't feel afraid anymore. That morning, while he was sleeping it off, I began to make plans. I started by telling him that he had to leave and move back into the barracks. When he refused, I had to get his chain of command involved to make him leave the apartment and go back to live in the barracks, on someone's couch, in the street, anywhere, as long as it wasn't with me. But then, he stalked me mercilessly. I filed for an OP, but he bullied me into dropping it. I knew I would never be free from him if I stayed. So my parents sent me some money via Western Union. This was around in 2002, and I rented a Penske truck and a trailer. I got help from my male neighbor friends to load it up as soon as the sun set, and I brought it from where I had hidden it. My best chance was to leave under the cover of darkness. I was really sick that night, and I was running a fever of 103 degrees. But I knew it had to be then. It just couldn't wait. I just told myself that I had to get out of the city limits, then I can pull over and then sleep a little bit. I figured that I would just drive as much as I could and then rest when I couldn't push any harder. I put my puppy in the cab of the truck with me, towed my car behind the truck, and then I left. I don't know how, except through divine intervention, but somehow I managed to drive non-stop from Fort Benning to my parents' home in rural Nebraska. I stopped only for fuel, at which time I would feed, water, and walk my little dog Scruffy, use the facilities, and get what food and drink that I could afford on my meager budget. I drove 14 hours and I pulled into my parents' drive at around 10 a.m. CST. I crashed on their old couch and slept for nearly 24 hours straight. I still hope for nothing but pain and suffering for him. He turned me on to pills, then coke, then crack, all the while he was on active duty. He was a scumbag of a soldier and a man. He reached out to me on social media a couple of years ago, and I told him what a piece of steaming shit he was, and I told him to rot in hell. It felt amazing, even after all these years, to say that to him and have him be the one stammering. I'm actually glad that he reached out to me and gave me the opportunity to verbally rip him into shreds. I'm not afraid of you anymore, Jim. So, let's not meet again. So one night, me and my friends were playing some hide and seek in our hometown. We were probably like 13 at that time. So, I went into a small area that is basically like a shortcut from the main road to the side road. I, unfortunately, went alone and I didn't even think of what can happen. Remember, we were only 13 at that time and we didn't bring phones with us. So if something happened to us, nobody would even know. So the game started and I ran sprinting to the wooded area. The first 30 seconds was good. Disclaimer, we have a rule that we have to come to the checkpoint where we start, and we have to save ourselves from not getting picked to search. After around 1 minute, I start hearing footsteps, so I say, "Hello? Are you one of my friends?" And something that was there didn't say anything, so I started backing out. Fortunately, the woods area has a main route and 2 side ones, so I could have run either way. I start backing out, and from nowhere, the man just appears from the woods and starts sprinting at me while saying, "I'm gonna catch you," in a creepy and eerie way, like a kidnapper. Fortunately, I trained football, so I knew that I can definitely outrun him, or at least make him tired. So I sprint all my way through the woods with only light being the moonlight. And after around 2 minutes, he gave up. I continued sprinting, and I got myself all the way to the checkpoint, and I told all of my friends what just happened. Of course, no one believed me, but I didn't care since I knew that it was real. And to this day, I still don't know who or what had tried to catch me that night. But for sure, I know that if I wasn't a sports guy, the outcome would be very, very different.
Scary gaming friend. Sent in by Anonymous. I used to game a lot with a group of friends I met online. We used to play Left 4 Dead 2 and other games like that, and we had a lot of fun together. Eventually we branched into playing other games as well, and we would often speak together on Skype or TeamSpeak. This was quite a while ago, and before Discord became more popular. Some of the group lived close enough to meet each other in real life too. There was a group of us that would play or who would join the call while the others were gaming. I was dating one of the men in the group. We'll call him Chris, and things were going pretty well. We'd spend time alone talking with each other, and then we would go hang out with the rest of the friend group. Chris had a friend who became one of mine. We'll call her Sadie. She was always his best friend, and I had no issues with this. Sadie would constantly bug us when we were on a date or had any alone time together. I didn't say anything at the time, but she would always have some catastrophe right when we were having an anniversary or some other important occasion. Chris wanted to be a good friend to her, and so did I. So the first couple of times we would stop what we were doing to spend time with her. But it just kept happening. We were on a romantic date and she would show up crying about something. When she came in, she flopped on the couch and cried loudly, begging us to stay the night. I told Chris that this needs to stop, so we talked to her and told her we couldn't drop everything for her. She was angry with me and blamed me. At first, she refused to talk to me, and then started doing passive-aggressive little jabs at me constantly. I ignored her, thinking she would drop it eventually. Chris' birthday was coming up soon and I wanted to get him something nice. I told the other girls in the group about it. It was silly, but it was a box of chocolates he got for me when we first started dating, and he hadn't had them since. It was small, but very sentimental to us. Sadie heard about it and went and bought it for him. I told her that I wanted to get it for him special, and she told me I was being ridiculous. Chris didn't really answer me when I told him about it, and said he was happy to spend the night with me. So I focused on that instead. We went out to dinner, and I heard the infamous beeps that I was getting messages. I saw my phone had all the group messages, and I ignored it. The night wore on, and we decided to relax at home. Then Sadie started calling and texting both of us. She wouldn't stop even when we told her we were busy. We both muted her and focused on enjoying the night together. Chris got up to get some drinks for us when he saw his phone light up. He asked me to check his messages for him, and it wasn't strange for us to do this as a couple either. I couldn't believe the amount of unread messages he had from her. During this time, Sadie sent him news and told him to break up with me. I was done. I was so effing done with her after that. I messaged her and told her to stay the hell away from me. Chris told her no, and eventually he blocked her. She tried contacting us through mutual friends, and to avoid issues, we made a new gaming group. I started getting random phone calls and texts late at night. She started sending pictures of her cutting herself and told me it was my fault this was happening. That if she ended up in hospital it was because I was a bad friend and that I hated her. That nothing would have happened if I didn't flip out, and I should have let her come over, about how mean I was being, etc. I do my best to try to help everyone, even strangers, but I have limits of what kind of behavior I will tolerate. I ignored her despite how hard it was. A part of me felt guilty. I talked to some other friends and they said her behavior was not normal, and what she did was really messed up. Chris was sad about it, and went over to her house to see if she was okay. They'd been friends for a long time, and I knew he felt horrible about it. He came back and told me she blamed me for everything. Later on that night, I received multiple messages from Sadie wanting to be friends again. I kept deleting and blocking her, again and again. She sent me messages saying she wanted to talk about this like adults, and I was behaving like a child for not answering her. She made some snide comments about insecurities I had told her, and later that she was done with me. I heard later on she made Facebook statuses about the trash taking itself out, and I was a horrible B-word and all that. Sadie was also saying I only wanted to talk to her because I was useful and that I was jealous of her. It quietened down when Chris told people what Sadie had done, and they got his side of the story. I haven't heard from or seen Sadie in years, not that I want to either. Chris and I didn't end up staying together, not that I expected us to. We broke up over something unrelated. I've heard him and Sadie are friends again. I'm still in touch with some of the other friends and others that have moved on. It happens. I have happier friendships now, and whenever I tell people this story, they're always amazed that someone could behave this way.
This happened to me when I was around 15, in my sophomore year in high school. I played the drums in a band, I was on the track team, and I took the weights class, so I'd like to think that I was a semi-popular and fit guy. I had a lot of friends, and quite a few girls had a crush on me, so I never really had a dull moment. I also tended to stay out late with my friends. We never really did anything that would get us into legal trouble, but I think we pushed our limits at times. This situation occurred one weekend when I went to my friend Dylan's birthday party. At our age, we just wanted to hang out with our friends, whereas some of our moms still thought that we were kids and wanted to have a full-blown party with games and stuff like that. But thankfully, Dylan was able to come to an agreement with his mom. He had a party with friends and a few family members, but then we had an extra few hours after cake and ice cream just to chill around. When I got there and I saw a few older people, like his aunt and his uncle, I cringed, thinking that we were going to do the weird pin the tail or some piñata games. But that's when he explained to me that I was one of the few that he invited over earlier during the family part of the party. And after a few hours, that's when more of our friends started showing up. His house was huge. Well, at least to my younger self. He had 2 living rooms, which I thought was really cool because they had their Xbox and Wii setup in the back living room, as well as a karaoke machine. So, us kids got to be left alone while his parents and other family members stayed in the front. I had 2 siblings, and me being the oldest, we had a Wii that had to stay in the living room. But if someone was watching TV, like my parents, then we couldn't play it or take it to my room since I don't have a TV in there. So with Dylan's family having a specific room to play anytime, I thought he was lucky. There were a few of us that showed up and stayed the whole time, that being me, Dylan, Cody, Jocelyn, Sydney, and her friend Ashlyn. We were taking turns playing games and watching Dylan change the wheels on his skateboard that he just got. The girls were just talking to themselves quietly, but then they would also talk to us briefly to make some kind of joke or maybe ask a question. But after a few, and us still being kids, we got bored. But we weren't ready to leave yet, so the girls decided that we should play some kind of truth or dare game. I don't remember exactly how they did it, but it was like a combination of charades, but we put different questions or dares in like a hat, but then we had to pick a name first to do it, so it was more randomized. Now, before I continue, I wanted to explain that me and Jocelyn dated very briefly. We hung out together, held hands, and then made out, but that was it. We didn't really click, so we both decided that we worked better as friends and then called it off. Sydney was pretty cool. We had hung out before, but nothing too close. And Ashlyn, we just saw in passing really. We were in one class together, and we were partnered together, but never really talked outside of that. I didn't even have her number, like I did the other two girls there. Anyways, we all agreed being teens, thinking that we would get to show off or something, and we all started writing our questions and also our dares. And of course, as it would turn out, one of the questions that would come up is if you have a crush on anyone, and Ashlyn got it. She said that she did, and it was someone here, so everyone started awkwardly giggling. Then, I got a dare to kiss someone, and the name that I pulled was Ashlyn. I really didn't think much of it, but she turned beet red and couldn't stop smiling and giggling. Finally, Sydney pushed her to get it over with, and we did the dare and moved on. And from then, her color didn't really change, and I would catch her looking at me smiling. I was a young kid, so I'd be lying if I said that it didn't make me feel good about myself. I still didn't really know her though, and what she was like, so I didn't really have an attraction there. So the night continued as such, random embarrassing facts learned, and a few people had to kiss others, and a duet sing together, but it was an alright night. Later on, as everyone was leaving, Ashlyn gave me a quick hug, nearly knocking me back and ran out of the door, saying something to Sydney. As I was about to leave, Dylan made a comment to me about Ashlyn liking me. He told me that Sydney specifically asked if I was going to be there and if she could bring a friend, but was told not to tell me. It was pretty obvious, so I went about my night, knowing that I probably just made hers. I thought maybe that if I got to know her, then she might be my type and we could actually hit it off. Well, nope. Cue the stalker vibes. Since Ashlyn was in the one class, she called me over when I walked in to have me sit by her, which was really fine by me. She looked different. She was wearing makeup, a low-cut shirt, and also straightened her hair. I will say, she had naturally really curly hair, like the girl from the movie Brave, which I loved, and it looked great on her. So it was weird seeing it straight. She tried being very open and talkative, but she wasn't used to it, so it was a little awkward but nothing too bad. She didn't make any moves or anything though, but I think that was just her still being too shy. I told her that she looked nice though, but it seemed to fluster her more. When the class ended, she would go talk to Sydney and whisper and giggle as I walked by. But then, I started getting notes shoved in my locker through the vent. They would say different things from, "You're cute" and "I want you," or "you plus me after school," and things like that. It was safe to assume who it was from. It was fine, really, even though there were multiples a day. Every single day. But then it started going over when there was one taped to the front of my locker. People were passing by laughing and taking pictures. Till I saw what it was. It was a picture of me at the track field with hearts and a "Love you always" written on it. Like someone took a crappy picture of me on the field. It was a bit embarrassing, so I pulled it off, crumpled it, and I tossed it in my locker. I ran late to the class with Ashlyn in it, so I ended up sitting in the front and not next to her. When class ended, she seemed to leave pretty quickly, but didn't act like her normal self. She stopped and talked to Sydney, and they just looked at me as I walked by. I was thinking maybe she realized that she went too far, so I felt no reason to say anything, and I just carried on. That wouldn't stop though. Not only did I continue to get notes, but they got more aggressive, like, "I miss you. When you avoid me, it really makes me sad." And things like that. Then I started getting texts. I had limited texts and talk at that time, so if I went over too many or got close, my parents made sure to tell me. So at first, when I got something saying, "Hey cutie," I was fine with it. I asked who it was and they said, "It's your secret admirer." I asked if it was the same person that sent the notes and they said yes. They asked me if I liked them, and that's when I said that the one on the outside was too much and kind of weird, and they apologized and said it wouldn't happen again, and then I left it at that, thinking that, hey, now we don't have to mention it in person and then be weird about it, right? They started asking more about me and would carry on for the next few weeks. I told them that I was limited on time, so we could always hang out together instead, and they said that this was easier for them, so I agreed, but still said that I was limited. That didn't stop the texts or even calls that I would get in the middle of class, while eating dinner with my family, at midnight, when I was trying to sleep. And when they did call, I answered a few times, but they just sat there silently. It was just weird, but also frustrating because I didn't expect this from Ashlyn, or at least she didn't seem the clingy type. But as time went on, the calls and texts continued, and I even started getting pictures of myself again on the track field with the risk tags. At one point, I had to pair up for another project in another class, and the girl that I was paired with was sent a threatening letter about staying away from their man or else she would get hurt. So she asked to be paired with someone else, and I then had to have a meeting with a teacher asking who I was with because it was going to be a problem, and she had a hard time believing me and explained the note to me. I was already getting annoyed. My parents got onto me about my phone time, and the notes and the guilt trips from someone that I wasn't even dating were getting old. And now she's threatening people and saying that we're dating. All this, and she won't even hardly talk to me outside of class. Why would you pretend to be my girlfriend then? So, I decided to confront her about it. I went to the class that we were both in, walked past her desk as she motioned for me, smiling. I just looked past her and sat elsewhere. I looked over at her once when she wasn't, and she looked nervous. Then when the class ended, I approached her, and as she started saying something, I cut her off and told her to knock it off. I said something along the lines of, "I don't know how you got my number, but lose it. You're insane and way too dramatic and clingy. You're not even the person I thought you were, and I'm not interested and never will be interested in you, so leave me alone." I was really mean, and to this day, I still feel bad about it. She again turned red, and I could see the tears in her eyes, and she ran down the hall. She went right past Sydney, who I could tell was pissed at me, and then ran after her. I went through the rest of the day, not hearing or seeing her, but I felt horrible. I tried to contact her at the number that texted me, but there was no response. I tried texting Sydney, and she actually demanded that we talk about it, so I called her. I started telling her about everything, and she seemed so dumbfounded by it all, like she had never heard of any of this. Being such good friends with her, it was hard to believe. However, she explained to me that she asked Ashlyn on several occasions if she wanted my number, but she always said no. because she wanted to get it from me. Then, how did she get my number? I told her about the notes, and she said that she knew she sent one, but it just had her number on it, and she taped it on the outside, but I never got that one. She said that she remembered the one of me taped on the outside, and she had talked to Ashlyn about it because she was upset, thinking that I was seeing someone, and that thought started to solidify since I didn't sit by her that day and going forward. As we talked more, the things I told her about she swore Ashlyn didn't do or wouldn't do. So then I argued, who else would do it then? And we had no idea. That's when Sydney got a call from Ashlyn, so she said that she would call me back. She did tell Ashlyn she wanted to hang out with her that day to talk about things, but that she wanted me to be there to figure things out. I was hesitant, but I agreed. She lived a few blocks over, so I just walked over there, and Ashlyn ended up getting dropped off there. I stayed out back, playing with her little brother while they talked, and then she came and got me. I was glad Sid was so quick on things because that prompt meetup really cleared things up for us. Ashlyn told Sydney what happened, and then she came and got me, and Ashlyn looked horrified that I was there. Before she could take off though, Sydney stopped her and explained to her what was happening. I helped explain the details and confirmed it all, and by the look on her face, it told me that none of this was her. Yet, she was still apologizing. I should have been the one apologizing because I had gone off on her, and thankfully, she accepted and understood. The mystery was still there though. Who the hell was behind all of this? That's when Sydney explained why she had her come over. Ashlyn had gotten a threatening text saying to stay away from me or she would get beat too. However, this person was dumb enough to use the same number that they were texting me from pretending to be Ashlyn. So, who was it? So Sydney grabbed their home phone and then started calling the number. A guy answered the phone at first, but Sydney, being the genius she is, told them, "Yeah, I missed a call from this number, but I don't know who this is. I go to..." And then she named our high school. And then the guy that answered yelled, "Jocelyn, someone from your school's on the phone." And that's when we heard shuffling, and then the call was disconnected. And then it all started to make sense, at least some. It was my friend Jocelyn. She was pretending to be Ashlyn, semi-stalking me at the field and in my classes, which would make sense since she was in the class where I was paired up with a girl that changed partners. She probably took the note off my locker with Ashlyn's number, getting hers, and then writing all the other ones, making her look crazy. To do what? Drive me away from her, I guess? Sydney didn't really know much about Jocelyn, but left me to confront her instead, and I again apologized to both of them. They told me to stay and hang out, but I was feeling guilty and awkward, so I left. I wanted to take care of things with Jocelyn anyways. I got home and I called her number that I had saved, and I learned that it had been disconnected. So it would seem that she got a new number and decided to use it to her advantage. It wasn't all that interesting when she was confronted though. It was before school started and we were all waiting for class to start. Words were said, and I think I sufficiently embarrassed her too. We don't talk anymore, but she did start dating one of my friends, which, more power to them I suppose. It keeps her occupied. But me and Ashlyn turned out fine. We started hanging out more and actually started dating too. She teases me about it at times too, but I was just glad to move past it. If I never have a weird stalker or crush again, it would be too soon. I have a story about an ex-girlfriend that went a bit crazy and really taught me a lesson about dating. Mainly, to get the hell away from anyone that starts to throw red flags at you in high quantities over a short period of time. When I met Adeline, shortened to Lynn, I was immediately smitten. She was everything that I wanted in a girl. She was a solid 10 for me, was super polite to literally everyone, loved the same things as me, and she didn't really have a wild side. I've always been a bit of a wallflower, so I wasn't looking for anyone that had a crazy social life or liked to be out in public all the time. Lynn was, as I got to know her over the couple of weeks before we dated, she was perfect to me, and I fell super hard, super fast. She and I were very happy together for about 3 months. Things were perfect. She would stay at my apartment every weekend, and we were making plans for the future. Lynn seemed that she was the perfect partner for me, and I really thought that we had a very bright time ahead of us. Of course, with the good things come the bad, and around this time, my mother was hit with a cancer diagnosis, and me being her only child, I felt like I needed to commit a lot of time to her to help her where she needed. My dad hasn't been around since I was around 5, so a lot of it fell on my shoulders. I had no problem bearing this weight, as I loved my mother dearly, and I wasn't going to let her struggle. Helping my mother, of course, meant that I wasn't home as much as I used to be. I ended up having to set aside time to take my mother to her treatments, and I ended up staying over at her apartment several nights because I didn't want her to be alone. I had to shave off a lot of time that I got to see Lynn. At first, she was fine with it. She hadn't met my mother, but she said that she understood and that she was supportive of me being the one to help her. This lasted for about 2 weeks, until one night when I got home, she was sitting in the parking lot waiting for me. I was a bit shocked that she was there since it was like 10 at night and I hadn't told her that I was going to be home that night. The only reason I came home is because my mom told me to get some sleep in my bed instead of sleeping on the couch, and that she would be fine. She approached me, and as I walked up to my apartment, she seemed happy at first, until I mentioned that I was exhausted. She then immediately started asking me why I was so tired. I told her that I had been helping my mom all day, and that I'd spent the last few hours rearranging furniture to make things more accessible in case that my mom got worse. And then she came back with, "Are you sure you were with your mom? Are you sure you weren't with another woman?" I will say that I may have responded harshly to her when she said this. Something about being accused of cheating after I spent a whole day helping my mother, who needed my help, compounded with the stress of my life at that time, just set me over the edge. I went off on her. I asked who the hell she thought she was to even insinuate that. I called her a few names that I probably shouldn't have, and I then told her to go to hell. Like I said, as much as I really was head over heels for her, I wasn't in a good headspace, and her saying that really messed me up. It was a quick and rash decision to end something that I held dear. But if she was going to go that route while I was dealing with my mother, then I was done. Of course, that was not the end of it. In fact, that was where things started to go insane. A couple days later, I got home from work, and as soon as I walked into my apartment, I wanted to freak out. Nothing was taken or broken, but it was pretty clear that someone had broken into my home, and I could pretty quickly figure out who it was there because of the post-it notes all over my apartment. It was stuck to various things, and on each one of them was a personal note. But they were such a mixed bag of emotions. For instance, one said something like, "I miss our late nights together." And then the next said, "I hope you and your new girl die in a fire." It didn't say girl. It used a different word, but I find it degrading, so I won't include it here. You can figure out what she said. There were, if I remember correctly, 170-something notes all over the place. Clearly, she was a bit unhinged with her unfounded accusations. I called Lynn, and I asked her what her problem was, and she told me that she didn't know what I was talking about. I mentioned the notes, and she just kind of tried to play it off like, "Oh, yeah, that. I don't know. I was just in a bad mood." I told her that she had committed a crime by breaking into my apartment, and she laughed and told me that I couldn't prove she did. I, once again, went off on her. I told her that I was done with her and that she needed to move on and get over me because I wanted nothing to do with her. She then said that she wanted me to reconsider my statement, and I doubled down telling her that she needed to leave me alone before I called the cops and got a restraining order. I didn't think I'd actually be able to get one. I just wanted to put it in her head that she needed to leave me alone. That next morning, when I got up to go to my mom's place, I went out to my car and once again, she was waiting in the parking lot. She got out of her car and started to approach me, but I just got in my car and I drove off as fast as I could, hoping that she would get that I was willing to ignore her existence. She then made it really hard to ignore her when I got home and I saw a fire axe sticking in my front door. Like it was seriously dug into the wood and just sitting there. That was a really fun conversation to have with the leasing office, and that I had to come home to that. They certainly thought it was confusing, and that I just had to tell them that I had a nasty breakup. I ended up having to pay them for the door, since it was technically vandalism by someone I knew, which was fine. I didn't really care. Over that week, every day when I would leave, I would see her sitting in the parking lot just staring at me. I wasn't even sure if she was leaving or if she was just living in her car in the parking lot just so she could stalk me. What's even more strange was the fact that this went on for about 10 days. And then, she was just gone. Just like that. She was no longer in the parking lot, and I never saw her again, like at all. She never attempted to contact me again, and she never came back. I have not seen her since that last day, and I have no idea what happened to her, if she just realized that she should move on, or if something actually happened to her. But she has been out of my life completely. While I don't wish harm on anyone, Lynn did put a fire axe through my front door. So, to be honest, I don't have a problem with her just disappearing. Well, that's the story about my ex, the woman that I thought was perfect, that went from 0 to 60 on the crazy scale over the matter of a couple of days, and over something as dumb as me spending more time with my mother who was going through cancer treatments. If anyone wants to know, my mother went into remission and has only had one concerning moment since then. Right now, she's fully in remission and living a very happy life. I've also gone on to a couple other relationships, but nothing long term. Back when I was in high school, I was friends with this eccentric girl named Lisa. Lisa was one of those strange girls, the kind that wear quirky colors, but also tried to dress goth. And I really did like her as a friend, but she could be a bit much at times. I was on the football team, and while I wasn't in the jock clique, I will say that I wasn't in her normal friend group. The reason I ended up being friends with her was because in freshman year, I actually ended up in a group with her for a final project in our biology class, and I learned that she was a pretty interesting individual. I wouldn't say we were close friends even, but we were friends, and we would chat whenever we were together in a classroom or whatever, but nothing beyond that. She has never showed any interest in me beyond friendship, and I wasn't interested in her beyond friendship too, and that was that. However, in junior year, things did change a little bit. I started a relationship with one of Lisa's friends, Shelby. Lisa actually got us together because Shelby had a crush on me and I had a thing for her too. So, obviously, the relationship had Lisa's blessing. Being with Shelby meant that I ended up spending more time with Lisa. When we would hang out after school, Lisa would typically want to come over, and again, Lisa was alright. But she started to feel like a third wheel. It got to a point where Lisa would start texting me, asking me what I was doing, and at first I just thought that she was being friendly. But at one point, it got to be a bit much when she called me at 3 in the morning to ask me if Shelby and I were going to hang out that day. I got a bit cross with her, telling her not to call me in the middle of the night, and she just sort of apologized and then hung up. That day, when I went over to Shelby's house, I told her about the call, and she freaked out, saying that Lisa had been doing the same thing to her, that she would call her every night for the last 2 weeks, asking about random things. We talked it through, and we both decided that we needed to put up some boundaries with Lisa, especially when we were spending time together. We got to a point where we would make plans to go somewhere, and we wouldn't tell Lisa. We wouldn't mention it around her at all. One weekend, we went to the movies just to get out and go on a date, and after we'd sat down during the previews, who else would show up? It was Lisa. She walked in the theater with a large popcorn bucket in her hand, and when she saw us, she excitedly yelled, "Oh my God, there you two are." The entire theater looked back at us, and I'm sure that they immediately thought that we were going to be a problem. I just shushed her and asked her what she was doing, and she said that she wanted to see a movie and that she saw us walk in the theater earlier, and that her seeing the same movie was a complete coincidence. Well, I didn't buy it, and based on the look on Shelby's face, she didn't either. Shelby just said something like, "Oh, wow, what a coincidence." And Lisa sat in the seat next to us, and the whole time, she was being obnoxiously loud and annoying. It got to a point where one of the theater employees came into the room during the movie and actually asked us to leave. We tried to tell them that we weren't with her, but they didn't care. She was being loud and was sitting with us, so we were all asked to get out. I didn't want to end up getting trespassed from the movies or told not to come back, so Shelby and I just got up and started leaving. When Lisa started yelling at the employee, she started screaming about how everyone in the theater was discriminating against her and how she, as an American, was allowed to say what she wanted. I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what she was going on about with all of that, but it was embarrassing to be seen associated with her. I nudged Shelby to go and she agreed, and we made our way out of the theater as quickly as we could. When we got out, we heard Lisa yell for us and ask why we left her in there like that. Shelby actually went off on her, telling her that she was an embarrassment and that she was acting like an absolute idiot and that she had completely ruined our date. At this last part, Lisa's shocked face kind of turned to a slight grin, which again telegraphed exactly what she was doing. Ruining our day was her plan, and she'd managed to do so. After Shelby finished saying what she had to say, She grabbed my arm and then pulled me away, saying that she couldn't stand to be around Lisa right then. I agreed. We walked away and we got in my car to leave. Lisa just stood there with her stupid grin on her face and waved at us, saying that she'd see us around. It didn't end there, of course. It got to a point where Shelby had to block Lisa's number because she started calling at all hours of the night again. Sometimes she would be sobbing, telling her how sorry she was. Some nights, she would call and be pretty obviously pretending to be drunk and talk about how she and I had slept together, which was a complete lie. One night, she called and told Shelby that she was in love with her and that they should run away together and never come back. Mind you, we were 17 and Lisa was 16 at this time. After Shelby blocked her, Lisa then started texting and calling me randomly, telling me that she was in love with me and that we should be together. I told her that she was nuts and that I loved Shelby and I wanted nothing to do with her. She laughed when I said this, saying that I didn't love Shelby and that I was just using her as a means to get with her. I hung up on her and then I blocked her number. One of the last occurrences happened one day after football practice. At this point, it had been about a month since Lisa had really done anything or contacted either of us, probably because we had blocked her number. When practice was over, Shelby and I went to get in my car to get home, and when I opened my driver's side door, I saw a manila envelope sitting on the center console. I asked her if it was hers, and she said no. I knew it wasn't mine, so I got in and grabbed it, and when I flipped it over, my heart stopped. The front said, "From Lisa to the love of my life." I just stared at those words and kind of froze. How had she gotten into my car? And worse, what was going to be in the envelope? Shelby asked what the hell it was, and I told her that I didn't know and that I didn't want to know. She asked if I should open it, and at first I considered it, but then I had a second thought. I told her not to open it and that I knew what we should do. I put my car in drive and I went straight to Lisa's house. I went and knocked on the door. I was actually thankful when her mother answered and not her. I asked if Lisa was home, and she told me that she wasn't, that she had to stay after school and would be home soon, which was the second blessing in this situation. Thankfully, her parents knew both Shelby and I, and they knew Shelby a bit more. But since I was Shelby's boyfriend, they knew who I was too. I asked her if we could come in and talk with her for a moment about Lisa, and while she was confused, she invited us in. When we got into the living room, I handed her the envelope and told her that I had found that in my car, and I then started telling her about all the things that Lisa had been doing. I told her that I respected Lisa and that she was my friend, but that something needed to be done about how she was acting. Her mother asked what was in the envelope, and I told her that I had no idea, that we hadn't opened it yet. I watched her open the envelope and pull out a stack of Polaroids, and as soon as she flipped through the first few, her face went completely white as a sheet, and she quietly said, "Oh my God." And almost as if on cue, Lisa walked in the front door, and the three of us all looked over at her as she quietly asked what was going on. Her mother stood up and turned to look at her, and when she did, I was able to catch a glimpse of one of the photos. It was exactly what you might think. It was a photo of Lisa in a very inappropriate way. I stood up and said that Shelby and I should probably leave them to talk about things, and her mother told me that she appreciated me bringing this to her attention and that nothing like this would ever happen again. Shelby and I left, and the whole time we were walking to the door, Lisa was watching us with an incredibly angry look on her face which should have left me feeling guilty, but what she was doing was way over the line. As we were walking down the front steps, I could hear her mother starting in on her, asking why she was taking nude pictures of herself and giving them to her friend like that. Again, I should have felt bad, but there's only so much one can take until pity no longer becomes an option. And as we drove back to my house, Shelby asked if what we did was the right thing to do. I told her that we could have handled it differently, but that it had been done months at this point, and that Lisa hadn't gotten the hint. I then mentioned that since Lisa was still 16, and what she had put in that envelope and in my car was 100% illegal, that she could have called the cops and told them that I had those pictures and that I would have likely been arrested for it. And when I mentioned that, I think Shelby understood what I was saying and agreed with my sentiment. She asked if I thought that was the plan, and I told her that I didn't know, but that I wouldn't have put it past her. That was the last major event with Lisa, thankfully. She still tried to talk to us some, and she would sometimes send us a text from a different number, asking if we could talk about everything. But we pretty much blocked her out and told her that we were done. Shelby and I are actually married now, happily so, and we have a 2-year-old. So, thankfully, Lisa wasn't able to drive a wedge between us like she wanted. The only reason I even thought about this story was because Lisa tried to send Shelby a friend request on Facebook, as is the cliche reason. Shelby considered accepting it, and I told her that it was her choice, but also mentioned that junior year was only 10 years ago and that there's a high chance that she's still the same person she was before. In the end, I hope that Lisa has a great life. I hope she finds someone else to fill the role of love of her life, because it's not me. And I hope that she can live out her days with them, because I never want to see her again. A few years ago, I was in a relationship with a guy named James. He's male and 20, and we were in a relationship for 3 years. In the beginning, he was wonderful. He supported me during my chemotherapy. He was kind and funny, a bit crazy, but not in a creepy way. He helped me surviving through my sickness, and I won't be alive without him right now. But the last year of our relationship, he changed. He wanted to try new experiences and began taking drugs. I didn't know he was an addict until our breakup. He was totally different. He was jealous, a liar, sometimes wicked with me, and he cheated on me before our breakup. To be honest, I have pity for him. So after the breakup, I've spent 6 months helping him. I was a student. He was always at my home, in pain, trying to fight his addiction. But I stopped when after a month in an institute, he started drugs again like 3 hours after leaving. It's a sad story, but it gets worse. During our relationship, I chose my university to be close to him, so I had nobody around, no friends, no family. And 1 month after cutting the rope, something strange happened. Everything began with my cat. One night, I went outside to see a movie. On my way home, it started raining, and I remembered that I left my cat outside. It's a really nice cat, but he hates water, but I think it's the same with every cat, I guess. I started running to be home early, and when I opened the door, my cat was on the sofa. First, I thought, what a dumbass. The cat was not outside at all. But then, I hugged him, and my cat was completely wet. It feels weird, I thought. What the hell? And then, I thought my neighbors could have opened the door to let the cat in, so I just shrugged it off. 1 week later, I realized that some of my clothes were missing, particularly my underwear. I've got ADHD, so I just blame myself for losing my own clothes. But same with my food and some plates. Like one of my favorite bowl disappeared. It was a student's apartment, so it's not big enough to lose that many things. But again, I just blame myself for it. I even called myself a magician, joking about how I can make everything disappear without trying. But I lost my mind when I came back from my parents' house and I discovered my place totally changed. There was the neighbor's mails on my table with a mysterious headphone, my photos on the wall were upside down, and a black umbrella was on my bed. I didn't own an umbrella. It was scary as hell, so I called my mom and then the police. The officer was nice, but he told me that there was nothing that he can do except taking my complaint. I didn't know who was doing this to me. My ex never had my keys, and even when I said that I don't want to talk to him anymore, I stayed nice. I didn't think anybody wanted to hurt me or scare me. I mean, for what? A joke? If that's it, well, ha ha, hilarious. But I slept with a knife for 2 years. My neighbors started getting scared too. We had a common basement, and someone breaks the door during the night. We find some supplies in it, like a blanket and a plate, which is not mine, by the way. I had chains on the inside of my door too, so I felt secured when I was inside, but I was scared to leave and coming back to see again my stuff missing. A few weeks go by, and in the evening, I had to go to the grocery store. It took me like 30 minutes, not that long really, but when I came back home, there was a note on my bedroom mirror. Nothing written on it, just a smiley. Well, that was enough to freak me out and I left immediately. Again, I called the police and they told me that I could have left the note and just forgot about it. But I didn't have those kinds of little sticky yellow paper, so I don't see how. I stayed with my mom for a week. So I spent all my economies on a camera and post for help on social media because I felt totally distraught. But there was still nothing. In the meantime, James' sister came to talk to me, saying that one of my favorite jackets was at their parents' house. I remembered wearing this jacket after saying that I wanted to end things with James. But again, I've got ADHD, so I might have forgotten it. But I didn't see James' parents for like 8 months at this time, so I found that difficult to believe. I also suspected one of my neighbors who had one of my keys and was feeding my cat. But she was in another country during most of the story, so it couldn't have been her. I talked with James last year about that, and he swore that he never done something that weird and told me that he was in a cure center when all of this shit happened. Everything stopped after that though, so I still don't know who did this, and neither why. Maybe it was my ex? Maybe someone else. Now, I don't really care, but this is the creepiest thing that has ever happened to me. So to my stalker, let's not meet again. One time, I was at Walmart with my dad. This wasn't a large Walmart. It was one of those neighborhood grocery stores or smaller versions. I believe I was about 8 or 9 when this happened, and I'm now in my 30s. We were grocery shopping like any other night, and on this particular night, my dad and I were walking towards the exit after checking out, when suddenly, my dad realized that he forgot the toilet paper. We hadn't left the store quite yet, and we were right outside of the bathroom or drinking fountains, which, from what I have seen, are typically placed in the same general location in most Walmarts. And my dad said, Wait right here by the basket. I'll be right back." This wasn't unusual since I was allowed to go grab things that I needed on my own, like shampoo, soap, and whatnot, and I knew to be on my guard. And it couldn't have been more than 2 minutes that I found myself being approached by a man. To be honest, I can't remember much else other than the fact that he was a man and he was a lot older than me. I can't remember his face or height or what he was wearing, and the rest is a total blur. This man came up to me and said, "Hey." And I remember looking up at the man as I gripped the handles of the basket. "I have puppies in my car. I've also got candy." You know, the whole spiel that all of our parents warned us about. The man began to wave me toward him, and he reached his hand out as though he would place it on my shoulder. I held onto the basket handle as tight as I could, and in that exact moment, I heard my dad shout, "Hey!" It was almost an actual roar. The man reacted instantly and moved so quickly through the exit doors that it almost looked like he evaporated. My dad grabbed me and was likely putting together the pieces faster than my little brain was processing the whole thing. But since nothing actually came of this, I can't say for sure what the man's motives were. Regardless, my dad will always be my hero, and I'll never forget the lesson that I learned that day about the importance of being aware of your surroundings at all times, no matter how often you've been somewhere or how comfortable you may feel there. My story is one that is pretty messed up, and I'm not saying that lightly. This was probably the lowest point of my life and was absolutely something that gave me some sort of PTSD. But it's an important story for me to tell the world, in my opinion. I was abused and I was mistreated by this person. It's a bumpy ride, so if that's not something you can stomach, then I don't recommend reading the rest of this. I dated a guy named Cole for most of my time in high school. I met him at the end of my freshman year, and we actually started dating at the beginning of my sophomore year, and we were together until we graduated. Neither of us was one of the popular kids, and neither of us really stood out of the crowd, so we just kind of really enjoyed each other's company. And being together with someone that was like me was really nice. Well, that's what it was on the outside, at least. To everyone in school, my parents, and the public eye, we were just two shy high school kids that liked each other and held hands. But in private, however, he was emotionally manipulative and horribly controlling. My home life wasn't great. My parents argued non-stop, and they were always so aggressive with each other. So I guess as I was growing up, I kind of connected that to love. So when Cole started doing the same thing to me that they did to each other, I thought it was normal. It didn't take long for that emotional manipulation to turn into physical abuse and then to sexual abuse. Basically, if he wanted to do something, we would just do it, and I had to accept it because he loved me, and that was that. This went on for over 1.5 years until spring break of my senior year. I spent the week over at my grandmother's house in an attempt to get away from him, even for just a little bit. Though I framed it that I hadn't spent time with my granny for a while, which was true. While I was there though, my grandma actually saw a bruise that was on my inner thigh, and the whole thing spiraled. I broke down, and I told her everything. She was horrified to hear what had been happening between us. But once she had calmed me down, she basically told me that I needed to exit this relationship as quickly as I could. We talked about it some more, and I agreed with her, and she had convinced me that I needed to get away from Cole, and I needed to get away as soon as possible. Once spring break was over, he came over to my house, and I was adamant that we needed to spend time in the living room instead of my own room, because I knew what would happen if we went behind closed doors. Throughout the evening, I just kind of sat alone on the couch and kept my distance while I prepared for what I had to do. And then, once he had to leave, I ended up telling him that I thought that we should take a break from each other. I saw by the look on his face that he wanted to smack me, something he had pretty much turned into his rebuttal when he thought what I said was wrong. But he didn't, because my mom was in the other room, and he had to keep up his good kid appearances. He asked me if I was sure that I wanted to do that in a way that almost sounded threatening, but I nodded and said that I had enjoyed our time together, but that I needed some time to think things through. He basically just left after that, but he did not leave me alone. He was dead set on winning me back in some way. Whether that meant by telling me how much I meant to him, or telling me that I would be sorry for what I had done. I tried my best to ignore the notes, the letters in the mailbox, the constant phone calls, but I couldn't ignore the literal brick through my window. Yes, he literally threw a brick through my window, complete with a small note that said, "I love you, Kayla, and I will die without you," complete with his signature. Thankfully, that was enough to make this whole thing a lot easier, as my dad called the cops and he was subsequently arrested because he admitted that he did it. I was actually happy that this happened because I would be able to move on and focus on school, and he wouldn't be there to distract or bother me. I thought that that's where it all ended. He was charged, he was told to stay away, and I finished high school without any issues. After I graduated, I moved out and then moved in with my grandparents, and then I went to college. I spent 4 years furthering my education and lived with them. Then, I went and got my own place a few miles from their house in an apartment complex down the way. I lived there for 6 years, so at this point, I had been on my own for a decade, and I had started my career, and I had met a guy that I was dating, and things were pretty serious. Basically, I had moved on with my life, and I was happy despite what I had gone through. Recovery was difficult, but I felt like I had successfully managed to do so. Unfortunately, things went south really fast one random day when I got a phone call from a number that I didn't know. I answered it. I wish that I hadn't, because as soon as I said hello, the voice on the other end said, "Hey, Kyla, it's Cole," in a tone that was way too excited to be on this call. And as soon as he said his name, my blood ran cold and there were legitimate chills running down my spine. This was a voice that I never wanted to hear again, and the fact that he had somehow found my phone number was something else altogether. I kind of sheepishly said hi and then asked what he wanted. He laughed when I responded, and then he said something like, "Don't sound so excited to talk to me." Then started in with what he was calling for. He asked me if I would be a reference for a job that he was applying for because he needed someone to tell them that he was a good person and willing to do the work. I basically just said okay, and I wrapped up the call as quickly as I could. The feeling in my stomach was literally the worst thing that I had felt since he and I were together. I ended up telling my boyfriend what had happened, and thankfully, he was fully supportive and willing to keep me calm and talk me through the situation. And at the end of it, he pretty much told me that I should just not answer any numbers that I didn't recognize and just move on and pretend that it never happened. He then said that if I wanted, we could go up and change my number. I told him that it was okay and that I would just not answer any more calls that I didn't know. That would have been a great solution and would have been enough if what happened next didn't happen. About a week after what happened, I went into the office to work, and sitting in the lobby was Cole. I opened the door and literally just froze the second that I saw him, and my heart was racing, and I'm pretty sure that I started hyperventilating because I was feeling dizzy. As soon as he saw me, he stood up and walked over to me, grabbing me and then pulling me into a hug. I had no idea what to do. I just stood there, frozen, with his arms around me and not letting me go. I wanted to cry. I wanted to throw up. I wanted to literally just stop existing. He was talking in my ear about how much he'd missed me since high school and how happy he was to see me. He said that he was there for an interview to work in the IT department, which was the exact department that I worked in, and said that he was so excited that he may be working with me. Then what he said made my heart stop. It could be just like the old times. As soon as he said that, I immediately pulled myself away from him and I walked away as quickly as I could to go and talk to my manager. I walked into his office and I knew that he could see something was wrong because he stood up and asked me if I was okay. I let loose, asking him if there was someone named Cole there for an interview. He told me he was, and that he was there to interview for a position that was on our team, and then asked if I knew him. I explained everything to him. I pretty much just dumped the entirety of my trauma on him, and I told him that Cole was the cause of it. He then followed that up with saying that he would keep what I said in mind and asked me if I had a restraining order on Cole. I knew what this meant. It meant that he did not care and that he was going to proceed as if I never told him any of this. The restraining order question was a matter of covering himself legally. I told him no, and he ended the conversation pretty much right away. I went back to my desk, but I think that I spent most of that day in the bathroom, just staring at the wall and having a panic attack. That was the last day that I worked there, because I knew what was going on. Some of you may say that it was purely coincidence, that he was interviewing for the same company that I was working at, but it wasn't. He didn't seem surprised to see me. He never once said anything about not knowing I worked there, and his comments made me feel more like he knew it, and he was trying to pretend like he didn't. I know it sounds paranoid, but he got my number, and he went to my office, and he interviewed for a position in my team. None of this was a coincidence. Like I said, I ended up quitting that day. Didn't even put in my 2 weeks just in case. I wasn't willing to give him any more time around me. I also went and changed my number after that day, so he didn't have it. Thankfully, this time around, I had more of a support system in place. My boyfriend, my grandparents, and a few friends. They all supported me in my decision, and they helped me get my mind straight. So that's it. That's the story of my horrible ex that showed up randomly in my life 10 years later. It was hard to get through, and I still feel like someday he's going to show back up in my life to cause me more distress. But thankfully, he hasn't. If he ever does, I'm honestly not sure what I'll do, or what it will do to me. I've never really shared this story before, mainly because it still causes me mental distress every time that I think about it, even all these years later. But after reading a bunch of other stories posted in this group and seeing that a lot of people have gone through terrible things, some of them even similar to mine, I decided that I should put it out there and see if it helps me get past it. Maybe it will help others see the severity of obsessive behavior, and if it helps anyone, that would be an added bonus in my mind. Back when I was in high school, there was this kid named Carter who was always a bit odd and out there. He was quiet, very quiet. He kept to himself for the most part, but he had a bit of a fascination with me, in that where he never really spoke to anyone else. He always treated me like I was a good friend, like we talked all the time. Now, I didn't mind Carter. He seemed like an okay person, but outside of that, I never really paid much attention to him, assuming that he was just shy and that he might have a bit of a crush on me or something. I figured that it was completely harmless and that it would pass and that would be that. However, of course, that's not how things went. What started as him just having that small crush turned into him getting a bit creepy. He started seeming to always be around, seemingly by coincidence. He'd be in the hallways nearby when I walked to class, and at lunch, he would sit at the table next to where I was, regardless of who was sitting there. Or he would stand with his back against the wall near the table if there were people already there. He joined the drama club randomly, and he would be there every day after school when the meetings would occur. I just tried to pretend that it had nothing to do with me, and that I was just noticing a bunch of coincidental occurrences, and that he wasn't doing it to be around me. But then, the notes started. There was a random note in my locker one day, handwritten and not signed, and it was filled with a bunch of compliments and declarations of love. Flattering, sure, but it was cringe-inducing too. It had compliments about random things that really didn't make sense to me, like the straightness of my teeth and how I walked. And, of course, that wasn't the only one. Oh no, it happened every single day for a few days. Then, a few days where there were multiples, and it just started getting beyond unsettling. They started to mention details about my life that no one should have known. Specifically, one mentioned the color of the underwear that I was wearing that day and how it matched the color of my bed covers. Worse yet, it was completely accurate. When I read that, I started to feel sick in my stomach, realizing that this guy was stalking me. I could no longer pretend that it was all a coincidence. I had to accept and address that this boy was pushing boundaries. I will say that I was only 16, and I really didn't know what to do about it beyond telling an adult, and I figured that I should tell my school counselor since it was technically happening at school. So I went to my counselor and I explained everything that was going on, and I gave her those notes, including those last ones that I mentioned. She read them, and after getting through it and taking a few minutes to think about it, she looked at me and said, "And you think that you know who sent these?" I told her that it was Carter, and she asked me how I knew for sure. I tried to explain that he was stalking me, that he was always around and such, but she mentioned that none of those letters were signed and that I couldn't just accuse him without being able to prove it. I asked how I was supposed to prove it, and she just shrugged me off, saying that as serious as this sounded, there was nothing to show that it was actually him and that I should talk to him about it. She seriously recommended that I talk to him about this whole thing and that I talk to him about how obsessive he was, about the fact that he had obviously been peeping in my bedroom window at some point. That wasn't going to happen, obviously. So I walked out of that room, and I finished my day, and when I got home, I just went and lay down in my bed and sobbed. I was feeling paranoid, freaked out, like he was watching me while I was sitting there crying. I kept glancing out of my window thinking that I would see him, thinking that he would be right there for some reason. And when my dad got home, he asked me what was going on, and I explained the whole thing to him, and I even told him that I tried to talk to my school counselor and that she basically told me that she couldn't do anything about it. He was shocked and angry, and when I told him about the counselor and he read the part about how he was looking in my room, he became absolutely furious. He told me that he was going to talk to the counselor the next morning. And so the next day, he drove me to school and he went in to talk to her. And when he came out, it was pretty clear that everyone was unhappy. He told me that I was going to be staying home from school that day, and then we left. When we got home, he told some of what was said, and he mentioned that the counselor was going to have a conversation with Carter and said things would be okay. The day when I went back, I was nervous that I was going to run into Carter in the hallways. But from what I could tell, he wasn't at school, which made me feel a bit better. Well, that is, until I got home. When I got home from school, as was normal, my parents weren't home. So I went in, grabbed something to eat, and then I sat in the living room to watch some TV. After about 20 minutes, I heard something in the garage like something had fallen down, and without even thinking, I got up to see what exactly it was. When I opened the door, my heart dropped. There, in the middle of the garage, was Carter, just standing there trying to pick up what he had knocked down. He looked up at me and gave me this horrible grin, and then immediately started toward the door. Thankfully, there were two things that were going to be my saving grace. The door upstairs from the garage had a deadbolt lock on it, and my dad was going to be home within only a couple of minutes. So I slammed the door and I locked it with a deadbolt and knob lock, and after a couple of minutes, I could hear Carter smacking the door and telling me that I needed to let him in, and that he loved me, and that I needed to let him be close to me. With the door locked, there was only one way out of the garage, and that was through the garage door, which was now opening because my dad was pulling in. I heard my dad pulling into the garage, and I heard the door open, and I heard my dad shouting at Carter, yelling at him to get on the ground, and Carter said that he wasn't there to do anything wrong. That would have been believable had he not somehow broken into the garage to wait for me to get home. A bit after this, my dad told me to call the police and tell them that Carter had broken into our home. So long story short, the police did show up. I explained what had happened and that I had come home and found him in the garage. After a lot of talking to the cops and then putting Carter into the back of the car, I was just sitting there and staring at him in the back of the police car as they asked questions and got more info. The police then pulled off, and I had never been happier than that day. Thankfully, that was pretty much the end of it. I don't know how far into the legal system Carter ended up getting, but I never saw him at school again. Obviously, I never got another note in my locker, and I never had to deal with his craziness again, and my life got back on track almost immediately. I'm thankful that my dad took me seriously, and screw that counselor for not even thinking to address the whole thing beyond saying, "Oh, we can't prove it." And Carter, I'm glad that you and I never met again, and stay the hell away from me. Back when I was younger, my mom had a garage sale every summer. I had 3 older brothers and I was the only girl, So hand-me-downs weren't really a thing for me. So after my last brother couldn't fit into the clothes or shoes anymore, they were in the sale. I honestly enjoyed helping my mom on these, as it was like playing a real-life shopkeeper. I used to play that with my brothers a lot as kids. I also had the genius idea, like a lot of kids did, to sell lemonade and cookies too. When I got a little older, I think I was around 14 or 15, I was always trying to make my own money. So when my mom offered to give me the money that I made on my stuff, I agreed to sell a lot more. I had some old clothes that I didn't want to get rid of, even though they didn't fit me, or even if they were torn up. They held good memories, so I didn't want to part with it. I also had some toys that I didn't play with that I kept for similar reasons. My mom did not like the clutter, so any extra stuff that wasn't necessary, she always tried to get rid of. So I pulled out all of those stuff that I didn't need anymore, and she set up a table specifically for my stuff, and they had all the pink stickers on it, so that we knew that it belonged to me. Well, I was ready to collect shopping funds. The sales started slow, but it was alright. I sat out there by the cash box, typically doing stuff on my phone while my mom organized and put more stuff out and mingled with the neighborhood shoppers. But at one point, there was a guy that showed up alone in a small convertible. He looked normal. He was in jeans and a t-shirt and just slowly made his way to each table and bin that my mom had set out. He paused at the box of my dad's stuff, which I think had some old tools and shoes in it. And then he walked by the table that had my brother's clothes on it. He picked up a couple pairs of pants and it looked like he checked the sizes, and then he folded them back up and laid them on the table. The next table had my mom's clothes and my clothes on it. He again picked up a few items, and one of those was a pair of my old jeans. I remember him holding them out and looking them up and down, almost as if he was inspecting them. Then he flipped them over to the back and kind of smirked. I figured that it was because the back had something written across the pockets like Angel. He looked around and noticed that I was making eye contact with him, and then he smiled. I smiled back, but then I quickly looked back down at my phone, thinking that it was awkward of me to stare. I knew it had been a few minutes because I had been watching a video that I was in the middle of. He walked over to me and said hello, and I responded. He asked if I was the manager, joking around, and I said that my mom was, but that I was just watching over as she got more stuff. He asked a few innocent questions about the day and about me, but it was nothing weird, so I just answered. I remember even making a comment about his car because I thought it looked very cool. It was a deep purple color. He looked over at the car, then back at me, and smiled and said since I like it, he could take me for a drive in it if I wanted to. Now, even though he didn't seem weird and nothing felt off, I knew better, so I just smiled and said thanks, but no thanks. He then asked if I was selling any of my stuff, and I confirmed. I pointed to the table as he had already looked at my pants. I also remember this because I felt my stuff was pretty obvious. My mom was out there when he got there, and it's pretty obvious that we were two different sizes. The tables were also sorted out by the type of clothing and sizing, as my mom was a neat freak. So he smiled again, thanking me, and then walked back over to the table with my stuff. I snuck a few glances up from my phone to see him still looking at my clothes. I thought that it was kind of weird that he was looking at my clothes and no one else's. But I also tried to be reasonable in thinking that maybe he had a daughter around the same age too. But then, The guy came back over to me and had a few more questions. This time, they seemed a bit more intrusive. He asked how old I was, and I answered honestly. He asked me how tall I was, and I again was honest. But then he asked me what size I wore, which was weird because if I told you where my clothes were, you could check the sizes on them and assume that I'm probably around that size. So, I just told him the same size on the pants that he was holding. He kind of laughed a bit, and I guess he could sense my uneasiness and claimed that he was thinking about his daughter. I thought it was still possible, so I just tried to be polite, but I was also feeling awkward at this point. He stood there for a moment, so I was expecting him to walk away, but instead, he leaned down towards my face, looked around, and then quietly asked, "Are you getting rid of any old sports bras?" I wanted to yell at this guy, but I was also afraid that he might try to do something. If he was brazen enough to ask me that with other people around, what else would he be willing to do? However, my dad was in the garage behind me talking to someone as I could hear his voice, so I decided to take a chance and call this guy out. "No, I'm not selling my underwear to you, you creep!" I loudly shouted. This was the exact reaction I was hoping for. I looked back at my dad, who was already quickly walking towards the front, and the guy dropped the items he was holding on the table in front of me and started walking away and looked at another table. He really thought that he was going to be able to play the whole situation off. My dad immediately approached him, shoved him back a bit, and then told him to leave. No questions, no nothing. He just told him to get the hell out of our property right there. The guy walked back to his car, holding his hands up and looked offended, like my dad was in the wrong. He quickly burned out while other shoppers looked around at him and started asking questions. I explained to my dad what happened, and he made my oldest brother sit out there with me while he went in and told my mom about what happened. He didn't want me out there alone, nor did I want to be alone. It wasn't even that long after that they both came back out the front door. We were all talking and helping people pay and leave when I looked up to see a purple convertible driving by real slowly. Before I could even say anything, my dad looked up too and noticed and shouted something out to the guy, causing him to again take off. My brother was ready to go follow this guy in his own car, but my dad stopped him. Instead, he did call the cops to report him, which we did. They said they would drive around a few times, but said that if we saw him again, to call 911 immediately and they could patch him to one of the officers so they could try to stop him if he was out front. At this point, he was being intimidating, and with what he said to me and the fact that he was bordering on trespassing, they took it very seriously. We ended up putting all our stuff away early because we didn't want to give that guy something to look at, but we didn't see him again that day. However, my mom was going to try the sale again the next day, but I didn't want to be out there, so I ended up staying inside and cleaned and organized my room. And yet, the same creep drove by again. I was getting pretty worried about this. And every bump that night had me wide awake thinking that this guy was going to come back. My dad was getting pretty angry too. He ended up sitting in his car, parked on the street across from my house, and waited for that guy to drive by. My room faces out into the front yard, so I could hear him talking to my mom and brother about it, while my window was open and could see him sitting in his car. I guess that must have really spooked the guy because he was brave enough to drive by one more time, and my dad was ready to follow him. I heard my mom shout, and the convertible guy burned out again, and then my dad followed them. We had more cops over as my mom explained to them what happened. I don't remember how long it was when my dad finally came back, He said that he followed him for a while until he got on the highway going some pretty dangerous speeds. My dad wasn't willing to humor that, so he slowed down and then came back home. As far as I know, they never caught the guy, but we never saw him again after that. The conversation that I had with him was creepy enough, but knowing that he was driving past our home, not only on the day of, but the day after that encounter, was pretty disturbing. It still creeps me out thinking about what his intentions were, but thankfully, we never saw him again after that. I just hope that he didn't try to do that or anything else to another unsuspecting girl. A few years ago, I used to live in an apartment complex that was attached to a really nice public park, one that was surrounded entirely with a walking path that broke away at one part to go into a wooded area. I've walked this park hundreds of times, like literally hundreds of times. I used to walk that park every single day after work for a couple of years. It was one of the safest places that I've ever walked, and honestly, I never expected anything to happen to me while I walked it. But the day that this happened, my illusion of how safe it was definitely shattered. I was about halfway through my usual route, which included about half of the branch path that took me out into the forest. I didn't like to do the whole thing because it went too far out for me, but I would go until I reached the benches, which would be the halfway mark, and then I would turn around to head home. I was minding my own business when I started to get this weird feeling like someone was watching or following me. You know, that creepy crawling sensation that just makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. I just tried to shake it off, thinking that I was just a bit anxious or that maybe there was a person there, but they were just walking too. But after a few more minutes, I started to feel a bit worse. I was thinking that I was being paranoid until I turned around and saw that there was a guy that was standing on the side of the path, looking around like he had lost something. But then every few moments, he would glance up in my direction. He was a bit overweight, wearing a white and green tracksuit. I slowed down as I walked and half turned to look at the guy and make sure that he knew that I saw him. And as soon as I did, this guy stopped looking at the ground and then stood straight up, gave me a small wave and said, "Oh, hey." I didn't reply. I just stood where I was and I gave a small wave back. And as soon as I did, he nodded and then he laughed and then started stepping towards me at an escalated pace. My instincts kicked in and I took off down the path, starting at a medium run. But when I looked back and saw that this guy was now chasing me as fast as he could, I took off into a full sprint. For a few moments, this guy was running at me and I was running away. Thankfully, I was definitely faster than he was, as I was able to get back to the part of the path that branched off. I ducked down into some of the thicker bushes, hiding and seeing if this guy was going to follow me this far. And after a couple more seconds, he actually did run down to the split, and he slowed down to a walk as he caught his breath and then tried to look around. I just sat there. I ducked down into these bushes, feeling my heart pound so hard that I thought I might throw up, watching this guy look around the paths. And then I heard something that completely confirmed all of my fears. He pulled his phone out of his pocket, pressed a button on the screen, and started talking. I couldn't make out the full conversation, but I heard enough to know that this situation was as terrifying as I thought it was. He said, "Hey, Yeah, I lost her." His voice was frustrated and angry, and I knew for a fact, had I not gotten away from this guy, bad things would have happened. After a few more words, he hung up and yelled a few curse words out into the woods, and then he slowly walked back the way that he had came. I stayed hidden in those bushes for a while until it clicked in my mind that I should probably call 911. I pulled out my phone and dialed it, and I explained to them that there was a guy on the walking path that had been chasing me, and I also explained what he had said on the phone. The woman said that they would send some police out to the park and to meet them there if possible. I got out of the hiding spot when I was certain that he was in fact gone from there, and then I walked back toward my building. I waited in the parking lot of the property for a while, and in an incredibly disappointing twist, the police never showed up. Well, my guess is that they got a call that was more important than the weird man followed me in the park, but I would have at least liked a call back or something. But of course, that didn't happen. The whole thing really messed me up, and I never was back to that park. I ended up taking my walks around the parking lot of my apartment complex because I just couldn't bring myself to go back into those woods just in case. It's scary to think about what might have happened had he gotten a hold of me, but thankfully, that didn't happen at all. I have no idea what happened, and honestly, I hope that no one ever ended up in the situation that I did. And I hope that I never run into him ever again. And to everyone else, be careful, stay aware, because you never know who might be watching. This happened towards the end of my senior year of high school, and unfortunately, is something that was just as memorable as the rest of the year. I will not be sharing my location or school, and any names that I use will be fake because technically, I was not the victim here, so I don't want to invade their privacy any more than I already have. But I still feel that it's important to share this story as a way of helping others and to stress the importance of, if you see something, say something. I don't know if it's the same for other high schools, but it was quite common for the seniors to pull some kind of massive prank on the school as a whole. They were supposed to be harmless. It was like a universal rule so that no one got kicked out or suspended. It was also typically done around spring break, giving them time to execute it. So, to keep with the tradition, several of us seniors, including myself, started plotting our scheme. The school was going to look like a glitter bomb went off in it. We had tons of glitter and confetti that we had just bought from random party stores and a few bulk bags on eBay for a stupidly cheap, possibly shady price. One of my friends, I'll call Jess, was our golden ticket as she was a teacher's aide, which meant he had access to the room that had all the spare keys to the classrooms. We started the day before spring break started. There were a lot of teachers and faculty there as they were probably wrapping things up for the break, so we waited outside in one of our cars while Jess went in to look like he was working on some last-minute things for a teacher. After a few hours, people started slowly leaving, so he let us in through the south door and then ushered us into different rooms to fulfill our plan. It started out completely smooth. We got through several classrooms, almost ran into one teacher, but managed to hide from them. We all even got a good laugh about it too. And then, we came across the classroom of Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson was the media teacher, and he was actually pretty cool. I guess when it's an elective, we tend to like those more anyways, right? The class was awesome. We made different media-related projects, such as our own radio broadcast. We recorded and put together a news session, including local and national news topics, some sports, and also the weather. It was actually a lot of fun and interesting, as Mr. Jackson used a lot of his own equipment, so we were working with some very expensive and high-tech cameras. We had microphones, and even the software was pretty advanced. Mr. Jackson was laid back too and easy to talk to when it came to anything from the assignments to more personal things. He was a bit of a prankster himself. When he caught someone sleeping, he would do harmless things such as having us all leave the room, turn the lights off, and have them wake up confused. Like I said, pretty harmless. So when we came across his room, I didn't want to do anything to the equipment, but I wanted to do something additional or extra to his room, knowing that he would appreciate the prank. I started looking around the room to get some ideas of what to do when I started going through his desk. In the bottom drawer, I found several tapes similar to the ones we used for our projects. In fact, I recognized the names of some of my classmates on them. However, I found 2 tapes that only had a label of Class of 92. This caught my attention because at that time of this event, it was not the year 92 or 93 or even the 90s for that matter. My curiosity was now piqued, and I decided to take one with me, thinking either I can use it for the prank or maybe it was a memorable class and I could do something special for him as a farewell/graduation gift. In regards to the prank, I just covered his desk with glitter and filled one of the tape cabinets with it too. I had 2 friends with me in that room that saw me with the tape and wanted to know what was on it as well, so I agreed to let them know or watch it with them if they wanted to. We left the school that evening with a successful mission, and then we agreed to watch the tape the next day at my place since I had a VCR in my room. However, I couldn't stop thinking about the tape and what could be on it, or what could be so important to keep that specific year. So I decided to watch it that night. I would just let my friends see it the next day. I know you all have probably already figured out where this is going, but to this day, I still fight myself if taking that tape was the right thing to do. The tape started during what appears to be a graduation ceremony, then cuts to that same classroom. The room was almost completely empty. A few people walked past the camera, and you could hear the door close. What was still on the camera was a girl in the second row from the front. Then, I watched Mr. Jackson walk by the camera towards the door, then started talking as he walked towards the girl. There was some innocent conversation occurring at first. He asked her how she was doing, how her older sister was, and even what her plans were for winter break. But then, the conversation changed to the homework or projects. She shyly asked him about how to do something, and he pulled out another camera as well as a sheet and then started explaining it. But while this was happening, is where my stomach started to drop. I saw Mr. Jackson place his hand on her knee, then said something quietly to her. I could see their faces, and she definitely did not seem interested in this or reciprocated in any way. There was some more one-sided conversation while his hand moved from her knee to her thigh. I was frozen with fear and disgust. In about 20 minutes, the tape cut back to the ceremony, and there was nothing else after that. It was pretty obvious what this was, and the ceremony was used as a mask. I was terrified. I knew Mr. Jackson, and in fact, I knew the girl in the video. We had a different class together, but I was only an acquaintance with her really. But I did have a friend that was pretty close to her. I didn't know what to do or who to show this to, since we technically shouldn't have been in the school at that time. I was still a kid, so I didn't know if I would get in trouble if I told them. Instead, I tried to ask my mutual friend to talk to her, but I tried to be vague, not wanting to talk about the situation. My mutual friend, Katie, did not take the media class, so I asked her to ask the girl about the class, ask her if she had any troubles and how she felt about the teacher or assignments. And the next day, Katie asked me if I was having troubles in the class because of the girl's reaction. She said that she thought the class was okay, but when she asked about the teacher, she got quiet and didn't want to talk about it, so she assumed that she wasn't doing well in it. The feeling of something being very wrong only got heavier in my mind. It was still spring break at that time, so I could only dwell on it. I even admitted to my friends that I tried watching it, but that something was wrong and it didn't work. I didn't want them to see it for their and more importantly for her sake. When we did return to school, I found myself watching him more closely and realized that he was the same as I remembered him. Except, I saw him glance over at the girl many times throughout the hour that we were in class. That night, when I went home, I told my parents everything. I told them about how I found the tape and what was on the tape. I gave it to them, but I don't know if they ever watched it. I assume they did, because what I accused the teacher of was very real and very serious. I can be quite the jokester and always try to keep the conversation lighthearted. This was not something I would even bring up in a joking matter, so I'm sure my parents trusted me on that front too. And they told me that they would take care of it and just to go to school as normal. The rest of that week, I tried my best to act normal, but it was hard to not want to go off on Mr. Jackson. It was hard not to want to go to that girl and tell her that I was sorry for what she went through. But I didn't. And thankfully, I only had to go 2 days like that. On the third day, we had a substitute teacher, and everyone took it at face value that we were just getting a free day. But I think I knew the real reason. The rest of the week continued with the same sub, and then we were told the next week that Mr. Jackson wouldn't be able to finish the school year. I was so relieved but also concerned, as the girl wasn't in the class the next week either. The rumors started to spread pretty fast in the school. Someone claimed that they actually saw police at Mr. Jackson's home, and then they tried to determine why. Then, many students started talking about how Mr. Jackson was pretty creepy or something about him was off. Then there were rumors that some students came forward with certain claims. And then the local news and letters sent home to our parents confirmed that this wasn't a rumor, but the truth. The rest of this was information that I either got from the news, my parents, or people around the school. He was charged with multiple things and went to prison that I knew. But then I learned that when the girl was confronted, she told her parents and authorities what happened, and multiple other girls came forward with claims as well. They also mentioned that there were multiple tapes found with not only similar things to what I saw, but others where he seemed to stalk the girls. I was also friends with a guy whose sister actually came forward, which made me feel like all the other claims were true too. I mean, there was physical proof of one, and he was brave enough to keep it at school, so I absolutely believe that there would be more than just one of them. The first girl that I saw in the video stopped going to our school, and I learned that she was homeschooled. Sometimes, I wanted to stop by her home to see how she was doing, but I didn't want to worry her or her family when a strange guy showed up. Obviously, this has been many years ago, and we've all since graduated. I don't know whatever happened to the girl, and I don't think that she even knew that I may have been the one that put the whole thing in motion, but I really hope she's doing okay. So, I know it wasn't exactly me that was affected, but it was still pretty terrifying to see, not to mention knowing that I had to have had some impact in changing some people's lives. Who knows how long he may have continued with his horrible acts if I would have kept that to myself. I wanted to share an event that happened to me and my granddaughter at the last place that I lived in. My husband died in a car accident when my daughter was pregnant, so I never got to meet her. But also being an empty nester, I didn't feel right living in our big 4-bedroom home alone, and I decided that it was time to downsize. I found a cute little condominium that was only about 20 minutes from my daughter and son-in-law, and it was a good price, so I moved right in. The only thing about it, however, was that it definitely needed a more homely and me touch to it. So, while I made some changes inside with the help of my kids, I also wanted to start up another garden like I had at my old home. My kids helped me put it together when they were younger, which made it all the more special to me. And now, my first granddaughter was now at the age they were, and I wanted to have her help with it if she wanted to. Maggie is like a little mini-me. I helped my daughter and son-in-law take care of her when she was born. I watched her a lot so they could sleep or even just get out for a bit alone. And she loved staying over with me too. So when I brought up the garden, she was more than willing to help, and my daughter loved the idea. At the time of this event, I was 49 and my granddaughter was 8. She came over with some stuff that they had bought, including a small gardening kit, a sun hat, a mat, all of the stuff that she needed. My son-in-law helped me with lining and digging the top part of the dirt, since it was pretty hard, and then we did most of the rest. On the day Maggie and I were out back, deciding what we wanted to plant and where, my neighbor Howard had come out back and greeted us. The fences weren't very tall. It came up to about my chest and seemed to more just be to separate the property rather than for privacy. But I didn't mind Howard. I think he was close to my age, maybe a year or two younger, but he seemed like a nice guy. He introduced himself when I moved in and even helped my son-in-law fix one of my windows. He stopped and asked what we were up to, and then we started talking about the garden for a bit. I noticed he kept looking down at Maggie, and I realized that he hadn't met her yet, so I introduced them, explaining that she was my granddaughter. So we talked about her for a while, and then we continued on with our plans for the day. Now, Howard also had a small dog, I think a corgi, and there were a few kids in the neighborhood that liked to go over to his place to play with the dog, or I've even seen some kids walking the dog, so he was definitely not unknown to the community and never gave off any weird feelings. In fact, the way he talked to me was very kind and playful in a way when he asked if I was single. I honestly thought that he may have even been flirting with me. It had been some time since my husband has passed away, so I didn't dislike the attention either. I started catching Howard outside on multiple occasions when Maggie and I were out there, and we'd start chatting for a while we worked. The conversations were always friendly and innocent, and we all had a good time. Maggie even offered him some lemonade when we were taking a break. I didn't start to notice something was off until a little further into our garden work. Howard was starting to show up every time we were out there, and it was fine at first. But he would start talking to Maggie, distracting her, which caused her to knock some things over before as well. There were also a few times where Maggie wasn't with me, and I had gone out back to mow or do weed, and he would show up again. The conversation at that point, though, would be brief. It was a quick "how's it going?" Then he would ask me about Maggie, and when I would mention that she wasn't with me, the conversation would end pretty quickly and he would leave. I started catching on to this, and I wasn't really a fan of it. I felt bad because I started limiting how much Maggie would do. We didn't have much left, but we were planting the last of the seeds when he came over. That's when I instructed Maggie to go inside and then clean up. I could see his attention shift to her as she walked in, and our conversation became pretty dull, and he eventually walked off. This happened a few times, and I don't know if he caught on to what I was doing or if he just gave up, but he started coming around less and less. There was 1 week that Maggie was going to be staying with me, and she was enjoying the sprinkler that I had set up to water the garden. So I bought something similar to set up for her to play in. While she was changing into her swimsuit, I went out front to get the mail. On my way, I saw my neighbor across the way was out there, and we had begun talking about random things. At one point, I turned back to look at my condo when I saw Howard walking back from his driveway and into his house. And my first thought was, great, he's going to ruin something that I had planned for Maggie. I knew she was still inside waiting for me though, so I finished my conversation with my neighbor, and then I started walking back towards my door. I don't know what it was or how to explain it, but I felt the need to walk over to Howard's side and see if he was outside. While we had the wall-like fences out back, they went as far as the condo. The front of them either had a small half-brick wall or nothing separating them, so I could easily walk over on his side of my property. I could hear him laughing, so I knew he was out back. This immediately made me feel uncomfortable because I had a feeling that Maggie was probably already out back as well, even though I told her to wait for me. Kids are still kids, you know, and she was excited. So, even though I shouldn't have, I went to open his gate, and to my disgust, I saw him standing at the fence, looking into my yard with his pants down. I immediately yelled at him, none of which were nice words or words Maggie probably ever heard me say, but it was enough to make him stumble and trip as he tried to pick his pants up and then go inside. I immediately ran into my home to find Maggie out back, looking around confused. I asked her what she was doing, and she explained that she was trying to bring the sprinkler outside for me to help when Howard showed up. While she was grabbing the hose, he told her how to hold it up in the air to make it look like it was raining, to which she did. I was disgusted, and I was trying to keep calm in front of Maggie. She could already tell something was wrong by the way she was talking to me. Unfortunately, I had to lie to her and tell her that we couldn't play in the sprinkler because it was going to storm, and instead, I suggested that we make homemade popsicles inside, which seemed to cheer her up. While she was getting started, I called the police and the leasing office to tell them what I just witnessed. The police came over and took down the information. However, they said they couldn't do much since he was on his own property, and I had opened the gate, but they said that if it happened again and anyone else witnessed it, to call them back so they can try to get him for indecent exposure. The leasing office apologized and said that they would talk to him, but said that they couldn't keep him from being in his backyard. It was like they missed the entire point. He was invading my space by looking over and doing what he was doing. So I asked them if I could put up a taller privacy fence, and they refused. They said that it had to stay uniform and there would be too many steps to try and get the people or businesses that actually own the place to pay for the changes. That told me that they weren't even willing to try. I had just moved into this place a few months ago, and now I no longer felt safe there, or at least didn't feel safe having my granddaughter there. I told my daughter and son-in-law about the incidents too. They too were torn. None of us wanted this guy anywhere near Maggie. And it broke my heart. I know Maggie was upset about it, but when she came over, she wasn't allowed to go out back, and she could only go out front if someone was with her. I didn't even like her staying the night, so if anything, I stayed the night with them when they needed a babysitter. Howard didn't even try to show his face around after that. And it wasn't even just around me. People saw the cops at my home that day, and I wasn't going to keep that information to myself. I told anyone and everyone I could about him, and just from word of mouth, he was shunned pretty hard. The other kids were not allowed to be around him, and when he went out front, you could see the other parents or grandparents pulling their kids to the other side of them. It must have gotten to him because within that same year, he moved out. I saw moving trucks and I couldn't be more relieved. And once he was gone, I let Maggie stay the night, have friends over, and even play out back and enjoy the hard work that she put into that garden with me. I lived there for a few years, but over time, I learned the leasing people were not as nice as they appeared to be when I moved in, and they were not giving me any reason to make me reconsider. But now, I live in a small house with my own yard and a privacy fence, and I will never let something like that happen ever again, because next time, Grandma might have to use something other than her words. Last May, a few of my friends and I decided to have a birthday celebration for one of our friends that was turning 19. Her birthday was on Friday the 13th, so she wanted to do a sort of Halloween theme with all of us in costumes and then go to a local bar. So, we got all dressed up, some of us in a little more sexier looking costume, and some of us in some dumb costumes. So there was a total of 5 of us. The birthday girl, Mandy, was a witch. Angel, dressed as an angel. I was a zombie. And Cassie and Leila were ketchup and mustard bottles. We all met at Mandy's house and started with a few shots. Cassie didn't really drink, so she was our designated driver that night. And after we had our liquid confidence, we headed out to the bar, no longer fearing what people would think of us being in fall costumes in the middle of May. When we got there, it was actually quite the opposite of what we expected. Some of the patrons took pictures and asked us what the occasion was, and even bought us some drinks, so we were genuinely having a good time there. However, at one point, there was a group of guys that came in. 3 of them. It was one of those moments where they opened the squeaking door, so we all looked and then continued dancing and laughing. As with everyone else that was there, they were staring at us off and on until they finally approached us. They made some cheesy comments about the angel costume and then asked us why we were dressed up, so we again explained that it was for a birthday. They wished her a happy birthday and then bought us all drinks as well. We thought that would be the end of it, but they seemed to linger around, just watching us. None of us were really giving them any attention. Cassie and Layla were dating, and I had a boyfriend, and Mandy and Angel were just doing their own thing and having fun. So, there definitely weren't any signals telling them that they were welcome to stay and hang out with us. However, it was a bar, and no one reserved anything, so they had every right to be over by us too. We were in a smaller section in the back by the dartboard and pool table. And after a while, we all noticed that they would lean in and say something and then look over at us and nod or point. I think we all anticipated what they may have wanted, and we really weren't interested in picking up a date, so we decided to leave and then find another bar. But as we were walking out, one of the guys hollered out asking where we were going, and I said home. We found another bar that wasn't too far from the first one, and we went in to continue our fun. However, those same 3 guys came strolling in not long after us. We all looked at each other, making sure that we weren't crazy, and tried to pretend like we didn't see them. This time, we sat at one of the back tables and decided to order something to eat so we weren't just running on alcohol. But it was only a matter of time that these guys would finally come over, and of course, one of them sat in a chair next to me, and one sat on the other side next to Angel, and one continued standing. They asked us how old we were, and we were hoping if we were honest that they would just leave us alone, knowing that we were still pretty young. But instead, they seemed pretty happy with this idea. They made comments on how good we all looked and offered to buy us more drinks while slipping in the comment about how we must still want some since we lied about going home. I then said something about wanting to get something to eat before going home, which is why we ended up at that bar. But ultimately, we all declined the drinks, now no longer feeling comfortable around them. We ordered a plate of nachos to share, but when it arrived, no one immediately touched them due to the awkwardness of the air. So the guy closest to me pulled them closer and started eating them. And as they were devouring our nachos, they started laughing and talking about themselves, and we didn't know what to do about it. We just sat there looking at each other while occasionally giggling when they said something and laughed. At one point, I had taken out my cell phone and I was texting my boyfriend to let him know what was happening with my left hand, which wasn't exactly easy for me to begin with. However, the guy must have noticed and was obviously mad about it. I could tell by the way he slammed his hand down on the table, and then he said, "Hey, no phones out on the table." And after looking at me angrily, he then started laughing, and so did the other 2. To say that I was freaking out would be an understatement. I don't know what their plans were, but I was too afraid to get up and leave, but even more terrified of what might happen if I stayed there. Thankfully, Cassie stood up and started walking away when the guy again said in his booming voice, "Hey, where are you going?" And without flinching, without a stutter or a hint of fear, she said, "To the bathroom." And she kept walking. I only hoped that she had a plan and waited for her to return. It probably felt a lot longer than it actually was, but she finally came back and without acknowledging them, told us that we should go. We all nodded in agreement, but we were all waiting to see who the first person to stand up would be. And that's when Angel shot up real quick and walked towards Cassie. The guys then tried inviting us back to their place for more free drinks, as if they hadn't already terrified the hell out of us. We all declined and finally got the courage to stand up and started walking towards the front of the bar. And of course, they were following right behind us as if they were part of our party. That's when we noticed Cassie's whole plan coming together. At the front of the bar was her dad, in full police uniform, greeting us with open arms. He apologized for being late and then immediately followed up with, "Those guys with you?" We all looked back and noticed that they were just standing around, trying not to make eye contact with us. He then followed us outside, and we were all thanking Cassie for her quick thinking and for him showing up to save us. Her dad has always been such a gentle giant, but not that you could tell just by looking at him. So I felt relieved that those guys seemed to be pretty intimidated by him, or at least the uniform. He followed us back to Mandy's place and made sure no one else followed either. And thankfully, we never saw or heard from them again. We finished our night inside watching dumb horror movies on Netflix and eating all of our snack foods, so we didn't let it ruin our night. We're a lot more careful now when we go out to places like that, and I now have an emergency text set up so I can send it quickly. I, a 20-year-old female, was in a new city, trying to navigate back to my hotel. It was beginning to get dark outside, so I started getting anxious and I picked up my pace, even though I was on a main road and there was still lots of people around me. In my rush though, I turned down the wrong road. After a very short amount of time, I noticed that the road looked pretty empty and it was definitely darker further down. It gave me the creeps, which made me realize that I turned down the wrong road, so I turned around to go back to the main road. That's when I noticed that some guy was walking close behind me. I'm not exactly sure how to explain how close he was. Not so close that he was in my personal place, but he was close enough for me to freak out. He looked creepy too. He was wearing a black sweater with a hood pulled up, and his hands were kept in his hoodie's front pocket, and it looked like he might have been holding something too. I only got a glimpse of the front of him because right after I turned around, he quickly turned around too and then speed walked away from me, back onto the main road, and then vanished around a corner. I don't know if he was stalking me, but it was weird as hell. Why did he turn around right after I turned around? And why did he walk away like that? Did he suddenly realize that he also went down the wrong road? Hi everyone, I work for Gloria Jeans. It's a coffee place here in Australia that sounds a lot like Starbucks. That being said, I've never actually been to a Starbucks. Anyway, the chain is fairly popular around Australia. I've worked here for about 2 years now, and I started when I went to university studying women's studies. I'm still working at Gloria Jeans because the cost of living in Australia is so damn expensive, so I need it as a side job. Basically, I need this job to help me stay afloat. I was serving in the morning rush of people who were waiting with various degrees of patience for their morning coffee, when I noticed a woman that I hadn't seen before. I asked her for her order, and to be honest, I don't remember what it was or her name. It's hard to remember it all, you know. The morning rush was over, and she was still there. There was nothing weird about her, and she didn't give us any trouble like our Karen or Darren characters would. I asked her if she was okay, and she asked me how I was doing. I said I was fine, just the morning rush can be a little bit intense. She asked if she could ask me a few questions, and since it was quiet, and management likes it when we have good rapport with our customers, I agreed with her. She asked if I had a partner, and I said no, not at that moment. I swear, her face lit up. So far, nothing was super weird except that. I apologized to her, and I told her that I wasn't looking for anybody, but she didn't look fazed at all. Each day afterward, she showed up and wanted to speak with me. It was really getting annoying. She would wait there all day and follow me when I had my time off work. I told her that I was on a break and I needed space to eat and rest. She sat at the table across from me, staring and eating her food. She hadn't done anything violent, just being really weird, you know? I asked her to be left alone, and she sulked and got up and left. But she was back again the next day. I talked to my manager about it, and he didn't take it seriously. One day, I had to take my car into the repair shop to get it fixed, so I had to catch the bus instead. I hate taking public transport, But it was either that or an Uber, and I wanted to save up some cash. Anyway, she was on the same bus, and then she got off at my stop. I had to sneak through different apartment blocks to hide from her, so she wouldn't know where I lived. I told my manager what happened, and finally, he asked her to leave the store. I tried ignoring her. One day, I had to work late and I was walking out to where I parked my car. Two things were wrong. She was sitting on my car and she was waiting for me. I said, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" And she said that she had been waiting for me and that she had missed me. I told her to leave me alone and I drove home. Well, this was where I made a big mistake. I didn't realize that she put an AirTag on my car and then found out my address. Over the next couple of months, I was sure someone was looking through my windows. One of my plants was also stolen. I'm not sure if it was her or not. And I noticed strange little bottles on my front step. It was incredibly strange. I didn't see her at my house until I realized that I forgot to take the bins out, so I did that. I came back inside, I closed and I locked the door. And then, I came back to see her sitting in my living room. I let out a scream when I saw her and the maniacal grin on her face. She told me that she had been waiting so long for this. So I ran to my phone and I called the cops while she tried to take the phone from me, screaming at the top of her lungs that she loved me and that I was hers. I was backed up into the kitchen when she grabbed one of the knives, threatening me with it, and I punched her to get her away from me. That crazy bitch started slicing into her own arms. It was the most insane thing that I have ever seen in my life. My neighbors heard the screaming, and the police and the ambulance came to take her away. She had lost a lot of blood, and surprisingly, the cops got her to drop the knife. I don't know what I would have done if they were forced to kill her in my home. She was arrested, and I think she was sent to a mental health facility. I do hope she's okay, but I'm just happy to be done with it. So I have a story about a guy that I met on the internet that ended up being, well, I think creep is probably an understatement, but it's the best word that I can think of to define him. I'm sure that some people out there have more appropriate choice adjectives for him, but creep works for me. Anyways, this was a good number of years ago. I was pretty active on social media platforms that doesn't exist anymore. I had garnered a decent following by posting stupid pop culture memes and references. Pretty shallow, I know, but it was fun, and I was like 16 at that time, and I liked the friendships that I was making, mostly because I didn't have many friends in real life. Most of the people that hung around my page were pretty decent, honestly, and I rarely had to block anyone or report anyone. One day, I got a message from someone that had followed me, saying that they enjoyed my page and that they thought that I was a pretty cool person. Obviously, they hadn't met me, and I didn't put much in ways of personal information out on the page. But again, I was young, and that kind of validation was something that I wanted. They seemed pretty normal at first, just telling me that they liked my content and about how much they liked the show or that band. It was a pretty normal conversation for the most part, and then they followed up with a pretty common ASL, which for those that don't know means age, sex, and location, asking for information about me. I told them that I was 16 and female, but then said that I didn't really want to give out my location. The other person said they were 19, male, and that they lived in the same state that I actually lived in. Obviously, he didn't know that, but I was a bit irked to see that he did live in the same state. He didn't push me at all to tell him where I lived, so although I was a bit, I said irked earlier, but I don't know if that's the word, I still tried to talk to him because he didn't know that I lived in the same state as him. We talked every once in a while, just chatting about whatever, mostly him telling me about the movies and things that he liked. But then, out of seemingly nowhere, he started hounding me and asking me for more information on who I was and telling me that he loved me. I told him that he was being a creep, and if he didn't stop, I was going to have to block him. Then, he threw out, Go ahead and block me, Caitlin, if it will make you feel better about yourself." I was sufficiently freaked out because I'd never told him my name, and there was no indication that my name was Caitlin on my page. So, I immediately blocked him. The fact that he knew my name told me that he had somehow gotten information on me, and I wasn't going to risk him being a creep even more than he had already. But, of course, if that was the end of it, this would be a rather boring story. And this was certainly not the end of it. I thought that he was going to go away after being blocked, but he was just getting started with me apparently. The next day, I got a direct message from an account that had literally no information associated with it. To the best of my knowledge, this site required information like a name and such, but the name was blank, the picture was plain white, and the description on the account was, "Not done with you yet." I knew right away who it was going to be, and I wasn't surprised when I saw that the message was, "I have something for you." I stupidly said, "What do you want?" And he responded with an incredibly inappropriate image. I won't describe it, but one can guess what it was. I blocked his account too, but it didn't matter. Every other day, he was messaging me with gory images, naked pictures of himself, and other various disgusting images. It hit a point where I ended up logging off my account entirely and just basically forgetting it existed. For about 2 weeks, this was sufficient enough to stop him from being able to harass me. Until I checked my email one day and saw a message from an email address that was just random characters. And sure enough, when I clicked that message, I knew it was him. The message was a picture of me from the prior year's school yearbook. It had my first and last name, my home address, my school address, and another very disgusting photo of a part of his body. This was where I knew I had to end this. I needed to get someone else involved. I ended up bringing it up to my mom. I was a bit slow with explaining it. But after a while, I basically just put it out there that this guy now knew where I lived, went to school, and had my full name in my picture. I showed her the email, and she told me that we needed to tell my dad, and that he said that we needed to take it to the police. Thankfully, the police did take it very seriously because this was a fairly credible threat and he was sending adult content to a minor. We ended up making the report, and my parents basically told me that I wasn't allowed to use the computer anymore, and they informed my school of the situation too. That way, if someone was found around the school or if anyone came up for me, they would know that it could be this guy. Even worse, that's exactly what happened and how this all ended. It was about 2 weeks later, and there was an announcement over the intercom that the school was going on lockdown and that all students needed to remain in the classrooms. We were all a bit curious and scared. This was the early 2000s, so it wasn't a common thing to have to go through these kinds of things. After several hours, they announced that the lockdown was over and then my teacher got a call and then they asked me to come to the office. When I got there, my parents were there and I had to sit with them, the administration, and also the police to discuss my situation. Apparently, this guy had come into my school and told the front office that he was my uncle, Ronald, which was my uncle's name, and he was an emergency contact for me, and that he was there to come get me out of class for the day because I had a doctor's appointment. Thankfully, the front desk knew my uncle and had his picture on file on the computer, and this guy was not him. Plus, they knew that there was a potential threat with this rando, and they asked him to wait in the lobby while they called me down. They then called the school resource officer and immediately cuffed this guy. A fun fact about this creep, he was in his mid-40s, not like 19 like he said, and he didn't actually live in the state. He was from Texas. I know I didn't mention where I live, but it was nowhere near Texas. Which meant that he already knew where I lived when he asked, and that's why he said that he lived in my state. I have no idea what this guy's intentions were, though I can kind of make some incredibly disturbing assumptions. But I'm glad that I ended up talking to my parents about it. I was banned from the computer for something like 2 years at my house, and I was fine with that. It was nice having the validation of strangers, but it clearly came at the cost of my own safety and security, and that was absolutely not worth it. In the end, he went down for a number of things, including for the content he had on his hard drive, and I don't think he's going to be getting out of prison, like, ever. I'm thankful for that, because I never want to meet him, ever, again. So me, an 18-year-old female, and my boyfriend Jordan went to Walmart for some quarantine shopping. You know, stuff to keep ourselves entertained, some basic health supplies, and most importantly, aromatherapy materials for me. Something important to this shopping trip is that I have extremely high anxiety and a bit of a paranoia disorder from abuse that I suffered as a child. This is important to note for 2 reasons. 1, it's the reason that I went to the candle section in the first place, as I use aromatherapy to help with my anxiety. And 2, with my paranoia, I often downplay dangerous situations in my head because I make myself think that I'm overreacting when I'm not. Now, on with the story. As Jordan and I were walking through Walmart, I thought I noticed a guy trailing us. I thought nothing of it and chopped it up to me being paranoid and decided not to tell Jordan, which I would later regret. Despite my internal decision that I was just being paranoid, I decided to test my theory and told Jordan that I wanted to go look at the stickers. We went into the sticker aisle and the guy walked past us, looking at us as he did. After the guy was out of sight, I broke down crying, but I didn't want to alarm Jordan, so I told him that the virus was just really stressing me out. Jordan calmed me down and we went on our way to the candles. As I was looking for my different scents that I would need to help myself get through the quarantine, Jordan decided to go look at some hardware nearby for some projects that he was going to work on during his quarantine too. We didn't quarantine together. I thought nothing of it, and I decided that I would just stay by the candles until he got back because I can be a bit of a wanderer and I didn't want to cause more stress than necessary. But not more than 10 seconds after Jordan walked away, I felt a pair of eyes on me. Something in my gut told me that it was the same guy from before, but I was too scared to turn around and check for myself. I stood there frozen in panic for about 30 seconds when I hear footsteps approaching from directly behind me. They come towards me, stop for a moment, and I then hear them walking away. And then they turn around, and I hear them approaching me once more, and then stopping a few feet behind me. This entire time, I can't see who is behind me because I'm just paralyzed with fear. But after about 2 minutes, Jordan finally comes back up and gently wraps one arm around my waist, giving me a knowing look. We decided that we were done with shopping, even though we didn't have everything that we needed. We checked out and then went home. Later, Jordan told me that he had noticed the guy following us earlier, and he watched the guy standing about 5 to 6 feet behind me as I was looking at the candles, just staring at me. The guy then walked closer to me, noticed Jordan looking at him, and changed course to look like he was going to a different aisle. Then when he thought that Jordan had left, he walked even closer to me, standing about 4 feet behind me, again staring. That's when Jordan decided that this guy was up to something and then came back by me. I am so thankful that I had Jordan there with me, because who knows what could have happened if he wasn't there. This is a story that pops back up in my mind from time to time. I've told it to a few people, but I definitely feel like it deserves its place in here. It's for sure one of the scariest moments that I have ever had as a child. Back when I was around 10 years old, my mom finally decided that it was time for her to start taking her driver's license. When she began taking lessons, she was struggling a lot. For that reason, my dad decided that he wanted to do some practice with her besides the official driving lessons with her instructor, just to make sure that she would pass the upcoming test first try. My little brother and I were attending swimming lessons at this nearby university at that time. Behind a forested area near the university lays this huge student parking area surrounded by trees, which turned out to be basically empty every weekend. My dad saw the opportunity to take my mom here to drive around for a bit and practice, and brought my little brother and I with them since we were too young to stay home alone. So we brought a football with us. When we arrived to the parking lot later on in the evening, my parents began their practice. My little brother and I quickly got bored though, so we asked if we could go over to this little grass field on the side of the parking lot to play some football. My parents let us, since they'd always be able to keep their eyes on us while driving around. And after playing for some time, my parents ended up driving around in the other end of the parking lot. They were approximately 300 to 400 meters away from my brother and I. But suddenly, this white Toyota pulls into the parking lot. We were playing almost right at the exit or entrance. The car turns around and then stops on my right side with a vehicle facing the exit. The driver rolls down his windows and presents himself as Thomas. He looked friendly, he was good looking, and he was also young. I guess maybe around 30. Well, this is where things started to get weird. On the passenger seat was a woman covering her face with a newspaper. All I could see was long blonde hair, and on the back seat was a baby sat in a baby chair. Thomas immediately states that he is from the police and that we have to get in the car immediately as he has to talk to us. My brother actually took 2 steps towards the vehicle, but I stuck my arm in front of his chest as I was sensing that something was really off about this. The woman was still covering her face at this point, not saying a word. Thomas then raised his voice and then told us once again to get in the car, or else he'd had to come out and get us. My brother and I froze out of fear. Suddenly, the woman put the newspaper down, showed her face and told us in the most calm motherly voice to, "Just listen to the man, okay?" The woman looked young and pretty, like a person who wouldn't hurt a fly. But at this moment, I began screaming as loud as I could. What we hadn't seen at that point was that my dad was already running as fast as he could towards us. He was coming from behind the vehicle, so we didn't see it. My parents didn't have time to drive to us since the road down the parking lot was twisted all the way. When my dad heard my scream, he started yelling as loud as he could, saying, "Hey, who the fuck are you? Get the fuck away from my children!" And as soon as Thomas heard my dad and realized that my brother and I weren't alone, he threw his car into gear and took off as fast as he could. He most definitely looked like a person who shat himself when he saw my dad. My dad was furious and told my brother and I to hurry back to the car. He didn't even think about calling the police at that point. He just wanted to beat up that guy himself. That resulted in us driving around for the next hour, trying to find him before my dad cooled down and decided that he should probably just call the police. We never found out who these people were. But this episode taught me to never judge a book by its cover. People can be the most friendly-looking people in the world and still wish evil upon you or the ones that you love. I'm not sure what these people would have done to us, but I am sure about one thing though. They definitely weren't from the police. A couple of years ago, my boyfriend planned a surprise birthday party for me, and I was sufficiently surprised by it. It was also where this story of mine took place. Well, to go back a little bit first, my boyfriend and I have been together since high school. After we graduated, we started attending different colleges, and he was a few hours away, so he was staying in the dorms. I was attending a local community college, so I found an apartment within my budget with the plans of my boyfriend moving in when he was done. College was fine for the most part. It seemed like the normal school stuff. I met some new friends, had some from high school attending there too. The schoolwork and the teachers were fine as well. But there was one guy that I could never really get away from though. That was Ricky. Ricky was in the same program as me, so I saw him a lot. One of the classes had a project that we had to work on in groups, and I was paired with Ricky and another girl named Micah. Micah was pretty cool though. She was typically more reserved, but she was kind and very smart. I was happy to be on her team, really. Then Ricky, he seemed like he was trying to show off since he was teamed up with two girls. He would talk about things he's done, like stunts or past jobs, that all seemed to end the same way. He would say that the atmosphere changed, or he didn't really like the new management, so he would quit. I could tell Micah couldn't care less and just wanted to talk more about the project, and I was a little more willing to cut him off, which is what I did. I would steer the conversation back towards our work. This is probably where my view of Ricky really started to shift. While working on the project, he started rambling about something, and Micah spoke up and said, "Can you please stop talking about yourself for one session?" I kind of chuckled and made a comment about making the quiet girl tell him off. I guess he realized he was outnumbered, so he just got up and left the room. We continued working and got the most done we had compared to the last sessions. Ricky then ended up catching me in the parking lot later after that class and stopped to talk to me. I wasn't rude or anything. I just treated him like I would anyone else. He asked me a few questions about the project, and then when the conversation seemed to die down, I started saying something about needing to go. when he interjected and said, you wanna go make out in my car? With the most serious look on his face. Not knowing how else to react, I just started laughing, and his face didn't change. So I stopped laughing and asked if he was serious, but he didn't respond, so I just said no thanks and that I had a boyfriend. And then he laughed and said, "Oh, okay, cool," before waving and walking off to get in his car. I just stood there, confused for a quick second, and I then went and got in my car and immediately called my boyfriend to tell him what had happened. The whole time laughing about the awkwardness of that moment. My boyfriend laughed too and thought that it was weird, but then asked if he had ever done that before or tried flirting with me or someone else, and I told him not that I was aware of. He said the guy just seemed awkward, but to be careful because you never know, and I agreed with him. So the next class was pretty weird. I tried not making eye contact with him while we worked, but I could tell the whole time that he was just staring at me with a stupid grin on his face. It was obvious Micah noticed this too, probably made it more obvious when in the middle of working, he again said, "You sure you don't want to make out?" Micah looked just as embarrassed as myself, and I again told him no. The session ended pretty soon after that. However, this did not deter Ricky. Anytime that I saw him, he would ask that, whether it was in the parking lot, in the school, even if he was around other people. I told my boyfriend each time who started to become more concerned and suggested that I tell someone at school, which I did. However, all they said was that they would have a talk with him, and that's it. So, he stopped being so verbal about his advances, but instead, he decided that he would wink, make some kissy faces at me, or make other suggestive hand motions at me. And now, I was really starting to get creeped out. Thankfully, the teacher was actually understanding and said Micah and I could continue working without him, since we were doing all of the work anyways. And the teacher even gave us permission to work in the teacher's area if we needed a place to get away from him. But it seemed like the less that I saw him, the more aggressive he would become. I saw him one time in the parking lot and tried to guilt trip me about the project. I told him that he needed to talk to the teacher about it as it wasn't our choice, and he made another suggestive remark. I told him he was disgusting and being really creepy, and I quickly left as he stood in the parking lot with that same stupid grin. The last event I mentioned happened the week before my birthday, and between that and Ricky making me feel gross, I decided to cut classes the following week. I got most of my assignments from my teachers ahead of time, which was really nice. That way, I didn't have to be behind, and I told Micah so we could schedule time outside of class to meet up. My boyfriend was going to be doing the same and driving up to stay with me for the week, so I was pretty excited, and I didn't want anything to ruin our week. My boyfriend, Adrian, showed up within the next day or two, and we had a nice day together. Adrian said he wanted to take me somewhere specifically for my birthday, so he suggested that I get my oil changed. I had a better car, so we usually drove mine when he came up. He also encouraged me to go meet up with Micah that day in case I didn't feel up to it after my birthday celebrations. I was talking about the adult things that I wanted to get out of the way, so we had more time to spend together. So this was a load off, knowing that he was okay with me doing this all on the same day. So he sent me off with a hug and a kiss, and he stayed at my apartment and said that he might go visit with his parents. So the day went fine, and about the time that I was finishing up with Micah, I texted Adrian, and he even told me that I could invite Micah back and we could all go have dinner or something. I thought that it was convenient because she had asked me if I wanted to grab something to eat anyways, so we headed back to my apartment. Then, neither of us were expecting to have people scream surprise as I opened the door. This man had this whole party planned out, and I, none the wiser, thought that he was just being nice and having me do all this stuff. Anyways, the party was great. There were probably about 15 or 20 people there, including both of our parents and friends. And when we did the cake, Adrian was teasing me about something, and I ended up putting cake on his face. This started him trying to wipe it on me, while others around us were taking pictures and laughing too. It was legitimately a great time for me. But shortly after this though, while I was wiping my face off, Micah came over to me and softly asked if I invited Ricky or if my boyfriend was friends with him by chance. I was at first confused by this because she knew how creepy he was being, and even if I knew about this party, I sure as hell would not have invited him. She motioned towards the living room, and I rushed in there to see him helping himself to the food on my table. I had so many things circling in my head. The people here were all pretty close friends, including only 2 from the college that I had met. So the people that were here were invited either by text or a Facebook message. I had no idea how he found out about the party, and even more concerning, how he knew where I lived. I didn't want to cause a scene, and to be honest, I didn't know how he would react, so I just said his name. He looked up at me and said something along the lines of, "Oh, haha, there's the tease." I asked him what he was doing here, and then just bluntly said that he wasn't welcome here, and he started going off, saying some pretty nasty things about me. I was scared, I was angry, and I was embarrassed since our parents were there. Adrian had gone to the restroom to clean up, so he walked out while this was happening and tried asking what was going on, but I think he figured it out pretty quickly. He started approaching Ricky, telling him that he needed to leave now before we called the cops, and his face lit up. He really said, "Oh, is this the guy you've been cheating on me with?" Then, he tried making these crazy accusations of us. Not only were they completely false, but I could feel myself getting red as my parents and his parents were looking like they were getting uncomfortable. Adrian started getting a bit more aggressive towards him and pushing him towards the door, and my dad also started walking towards the door too. Ricky tried to give one last hurrah, saying he would fight Adrian for me, and then pulled out a knife. I was terrified at this point, and there were a few of us shouting, but thankfully, nothing else happened. My dad used to be a security guard, so he managed to do something to make him drop the knife, and Adrian helped knock him to the ground. They had him restrained pretty well, and I went to grab my cell phone to call the cops. The whole time, Ricky is still going on and on about things he has done to me and wants to do to me, to the point that Adrian ended up hitting him in the head pretty hard. It didn't knock him out though, and he just laughed. That felt like forever, but the police finally arrived and arrested him. And after they left, we tried to pull the party back together, which was pretty rough for me. I had locked myself in my bedroom for a bit because, I was pretty embarrassed, mostly by the things he was saying. They were all false, but the fact that he said all of that in front of people and in so much detail was horrible. He had to have thought all of that out, like fantasized it, which still grosses me out thinking about it. And I eventually came out after my mom and Adrian came and talked to me and also convinced me that everyone else was back to having fun. Overall, this made me file a restraining order. I told the school about it, and they seemed to reluctantly make changes so that I didn't have to see him anymore. I had a few online classes, and I'm sure that they changed things for him, because we were never on campus on the same day, it seemed. However, he did try to press charges on Adrian, but nothing happened with that, thankfully. Like, he dropped the charges or something, because he got papers saying that it was dropped or dismissed. I don't really remember. But yeah, that was probably one of the most memorable birthdays that I ever had, and I hope that I never see Ricky again. I'm using a throwaway account, so if my stalker is reading this, he doesn't get insights into my current life from the usual Reddit activity. Yeah, I'm that paranoid. It's a very long story, but I feel like I'm doing myself a disservice if I don't write things out from the beginning. I've wanted to write about this for a long time now. It's such a nuisance of a situation, and it seems like any time that I find a semblance of mental peace, this piece of shit comes out of the woodwork to make sure that I still remember he's out there. This guy, let's call him Marvin, was in my circle of friends for a bit in high school and my early college years, late 2000s and onwards. He dated a good friend of mine, Alice, and we'd hung out both with her and with other friends too. We would sometimes smoke weed together and etc., but he and I weren't very close at all. He had some odd sense of humor, but I was kinda oblivious to the darker aspects of his personality till he cheated on my friend at a party. Well, according to his close friends, and then he lied about it. I was protective of my friends, and while I never interfered in their relationships, when my friend asked my input about it, I told her she deserved better than to be lied to. To be clear, even his friend said this to her, but she continued seeing him as a friend with benefits. We even hung out together in groups, but she mentioned to me many times that he's manipulative. Besides the cheating incident, she told me other instances of him acting callously. Once, when he was walking with Alice and her best friend, who he didn't like because he thought she was ugly, they dropped off Alice, and instead of walking her friend home, he just ditched her without saying anything. It was dark out. My friend also told me that the first time that they had sex, well, she didn't recognize it as assault at that time. Looking back, she realized he has raped her. He was very forceful and hurtful, and she didn't realize that was wrong because she was infatuated with him. He had a tendency to make silly homoerotic jokes, and this wasn't uncommon with guys that I knew at that time. He had gay friends and didn't have an issue with them publicly. But I remember once that this gay kid had a crush on him and was sending flirtatious comments on MySpace. Instead of just telling him that he's not interested or not actually gay, he flips out on him. He calls him a slur and viciously insults him in a tirade on his MySpace comment. Things started to get a little messier around 2010 to 2011. One day, Marvin gets into a car accident with his mom. His mom had some minor injuries. Alice had a great relationship with her, so she visited them. I don't know the full context, but something about the way the interaction went triggered Alice to tell Marvin that she thinks he's a sociopath. Probably the worst thing she could have done, but alas, out of my control. He's a good-looking guy and very fit guy, and definitely had some obvious narcissistic traits, but I'd never really learned much about sociopaths beside watching Dexter. So when she told me and the other friends about what she deduced, it was both eye-opening and a little freaky. We briefly worked together at a retail store, and I saw him getting close to the younger brother of a friend of mine from school who worked with us. He was a chubby kid with low self-esteem, and he admired Marvin's fitness and confidence. Marvin started working out with him, and this kid would always talk about how awesome Marvin is. But instead of just minding my business, I felt compelled to interject, and I messaged him one day just telling him to be careful about letting Marvin get too close, as he can be a bit manipulative. This is among the biggest regrets of my life. Of course, he tells his idol what I said, and while we remained cordial, clearly he knew what went down. He eventually leaves the job and goes into hiding after working a scheme to steal big-ticket items with the help from several team members, including my friend's brother. Another time, Marvin and I were smoking weed at the house of an old friend of mine. My friend, let's call her Diana, was a very trusting person and an incredible host. I was high out of my mind, and Marvin was kinda being highly complimentary of my friend who hosted us. Again, my stupid, nosy protective instincts kick in, and I grin and comment something like, I know what you're doing. He was probably just earnestly making connections, and I assumed that he must have manipulative intent based on what his girlfriend said. Alice told me that he's mentioned how I'm too judgmental and opinionated. He also didn't like that he felt that I and our other mutual friends were trying to interfere with their relationship. To be clear, I wasn't trying to hook up with this girl. I genuinely just didn't want to see my friend hurt. But she continued seeing him as a friend with benefits long after people told her to be wary, and at that point, I wasn't spending energy to try and nudge her. At some point though, she did break things off for good with him. The timeline is a little messy here, but in between the above incidents, I got a text from Marvin saying that he took acid and came to the realization that he's a sociopath. He then tells me some sad story about his family and says if he can't make himself become empathetic and feel things deeply, he would just kill himself. Being naive and not wanting anyone to die, I tell him that there's plenty of people who just want surface-level connections, so he doesn't need to kill himself. He can just find other people like him. Looking back, I realize no one tells people they're a sociopath unless they're trying to scare them. And he probably told me this because he knew that Alice talked to me. He never thought much about her intellect, and he probably figured that I was the one who told her the theory that he's a sociopath. We fall out of touch after their full breakup, and with him hiding after the theft incident, and I deleted his number. At some point though, we connect on Facebook, and he basically tells me that he got addicted to coke while doing criminal business in Europe. He went to rehab and claims a psychiatrist diagnosed him as a psychopath. Of course, using the term more likely to be linked with violent behavior, and one that's not even a clinical diagnosis. My stomach sank. I didn't know how to react to this. I asked him how it made him feel to know for sure, and he said that it made him aware of his power. He then said that he respects me and would never hurt me, and I just blocked him not long after this. My last mutual contact with him was him texting me in 2012. His message was vague and provocative. He said, "I'm coming." I asked who this was, and he dodges the question to coax me to admit that I knew. I asked what he wants and that I don't appreciate feeling threatened. He told me that I'm so defensive and that he just wanted to say hi to me. And I told him that I think it's uncool that he's trying to mess with me because I have a weaker ego than him. He says something strange about how I should never talk down about myself or something like that. Well, I just blocked his number again. This was 2012, and since then, 2 or 3 times a year, I'll get an Instagram follow request from a new profile he's created. Sometimes, it's obviously him, and sometimes, it will be a weird spam-looking profile but following mutual or former friends. My heart rate goes up every time that this happens. Sometimes I don't block right away because I don't want to make it obvious how much this puts me on the edge. I usually keep my social media on private, but once I opened my Twitter so I could participate in some contest, and I kid you not, within 3 days, a faceless account only following a few accounts starts following me again. He's made a Spotify account and followed me, and Spotify doesn't let you block people, so instead I just had to restrict what I share. I've often thought about starting a podcast, but this whole ordeal has made me hesitant to ever want to raise my profile to a point of being found by him. A friend of ours committed suicide a few years ago, and I'm ashamed to say that I almost didn't go to the funeral in case he showed up. I get terrified when I get calls from strange numbers. I got worried that I'd bump into him when I believed that we were both in my hometown at the same time. I don't know what his goal is, and that's what bothers me the most. Is this his punishment for me for getting involved in his affairs over a decade ago? On the one hand, he's never made overt threats to me. He knew where I lived growing up, and I was there for many years after our last conversation. I spent many nights concerned when strange cars parked outside, but thankfully I never had an issue. On the other hand, I don't know what he's capable of, and if he's connected to dangerous people. He's moved back and forth between our hometown and other places several times, and apparently changed his name along the way. My therapist suggests that perhaps he envies my large circle of deep relationships, as he clearly has issues with his own identity. But it's disturbing for me that I'm still on his mind after a decade of not communicating. I keep praying that he finds someone else to fill his boredom, then making sure that I don't forget he's out there. My friends have told me that it's silly to worry about this, but it's hard when I'm having a good day and suddenly see an Instagram notification that sucks the oxygen out of the room. I've spent 10 years anxious and in fear because of his cruelty, and I honestly wish that he kept his word about what he'd do if he couldn't find a way to be a normal human being. Way back whenever I was a little boy, me and my family used to make the drive from our home to my grandparents' house up north, and then we would stay there for the end of the year into the beginning, and then we would head back south. Honestly, I don't remember how long it took to get from point A to point B, but I remember it being a long time, and of course, as a kid, it always felt like it took forever, and I would get increasingly impatient on the ride there. Because of that, my parents always tried to make stops when I would hit my peak. Obviously, I was very young, maybe 7 at the oldest, so it wasn't like I was older and throwing a tantrum. I was still a pretty young boy and really didn't like sitting still. There was one rest stop between home and my parents' house that I really liked stopping at because they had some really neat animal statues out front near a small playground area, and there was a McDonald's that was actually built in the parking lot area of that certain rest stop. When you're at that age, who doesn't love colorful animals and McDonald's, right? Unfortunately, my appreciation for the place very quickly went away when the incident that I'm writing about occurred, mostly because I was terrified that it would happen again, however unlikely that actually was. That year, we were driving up to my grandparents' house as we always did for the holidays, and in that year, my mom was actually pregnant with my sister, so we were stopping more than we usually did. We then got to the area where the rest stop that I mentioned above is, and I asked my dad if we were going to see the statues. At this point, it was starting to snow a bit, and my dad mentioned that he wouldn't mind stopping, but that we couldn't play on the playground because of the weather. I was a bit upset at this. I wanted to play out in the snow, but he was pretty steadfast about the fact that we would stop, take some pictures, get our snacks and whatnot, and then get back on the road. We pulled into the rest stop and the snow was starting to come down a bit more, and it was starting to stick to everything. There were also small patches of ice in various spots as well from when it was raining before the snow. We parked, all got out, and my dad started heading towards the statues, warning us of a slick spot on the walkway so we didn't slip. He wanted to quickly get his annual photograph of the family around the big brown bear statue and then get out of there. And as we were heading toward the statue, I got hit with the urge to go to the bathroom, like really, really bad. I told my dad that I had to go, and he asked me if I could wait, but it was a nuclear threat at that point. Like, if I didn't go right then and there, I was going to need new pants. This was one of those rest stops where the restrooms weren't in the building. They were on the outside, so he told me to go ahead and go, and that they would be waiting right there when I got out. I ran to the men's room and I did my business. When I got out, I noticed that there was an older man in the restroom at one of the urinals, but I ignored him and I walked past him to get to the sink so that I could wash my hands. It was while I was washing them that this man stepped away from the urinal to get behind me, which, looking back, I realized now that he didn't adjust his pants or flush, so I don't think he was really going. It was like he was just standing at the urinal to wait. I didn't notice it back then because I was honestly not paying attention. I was just trying to wash my hands and be done with it. I look in the mirror and he and I make eye contact, and I see that he is staring at me with a very happy grin on his face. I tried to look away, but the minute that I made eye contact, he moved to initiate conversation. He looked down at me and he said, "Hey, how are you enjoying this weather, huh?" I was enjoying it as I loved the snow and we didn't get a lot of it where I lived. So I smiled and I said that I liked the snow and that it was neat. The man laughed and said that he used to like the snow too until he got old. I made a comment about how I would always like the snow, and he once again just laughed. I finished washing my hands and I went over to get a paper towel, and this guy followed me over towards the door and just kept talking about the weather and asking about if I liked to play in the snow and such. It really felt like this was just some old guy that was making conversation with me about the snow, and I wasn't feeling scared of him, and being like 7 at that time, he kind of reminded me of my grandfather too. I wasn't feeling like I needed to run or be scared of him. But then, all hell seemed to break loose. I finished drying my hands and I went to exit the restroom. The man was behind me, so I held the door open to be polite. But as soon as I stepped away from the door, he literally swung his arm around me and then picked me up and started running toward the parking lot. I think he looked older than he really was, because if he was my grandpa's age, then I don't think he would have been able to grab me and run like he did. And as soon as I realized what was going on, I started screaming as loudly as I possibly could. My dad heard me. He saw what was happening and he started running towards us. But this guy had a lead and he was heading straight for a car that was in the parking lot. And it looked like he was going to get there before my dad would be able to catch up to him. And that's when fate took over and I was saved by a miraculous twist. This man that was carrying me was paying a lot of attention to getting to his car, and not a lot of attention to the ground in front of him. He ended up catching his foot on that ice patch that I mentioned before, and because I was kicking and shifting his weight, he slipped, and when he slipped, he went headfirst into his own car. Thankfully, I pretty much just fell to the ground, but this man smacked his head on the bumper of his vehicle, and he was out cold. It honestly felt like it played out like a comedy movie with how it happened, though nobody was laughing. My dad grabbed me and started shouting for someone to call 911, mostly because this guy looked like he was pretty messed up. The police and an ambulance showed up, and they took him away, and the officers took our statements. I have no idea if the man made it or if he was really messed up, but in my opinion, he kind of had it coming. I don't wish ill on anyone really, but this man tried to kidnap me. And well, like I said, fate took over. I don't like thinking about what would have happened if he hadn't fallen, but I think it's pretty obvious that it wouldn't have been good. I'm thankful that it didn't go that far, but I will say that this event really ruined that rest stop for me and made me afraid to do anything alone in public. Okay, so this happened to me earlier, and I don't think I'll be sleeping tonight. I'm currently staying in a remote part of the United Kingdom and having a break from working, which means more time to pursue my hobbies. One being photography. I had scoped out a creepy-looking tree formation in a nearby forest and set my camera and tripod up as the sun was coming down, for the extra creepy vibe. As I'm happily taking photos, I see a woman pass the entrance to the arched trees. This woman had parked her car next to mine when I arrived. She went past a couple of times, looking at me for prolonged periods with each time she passed. I assume that she wants to come up this path, but she sees that I'm taking photos, so she decides to walk elsewhere. Approximately 5 minutes go by though, and she appears again, this time walking towards me, dragging her left side slightly with a strange limp. She stops once and then stares at me for a few seconds, and then starts walking towards me again. I ask her if she's okay. I'm starting to put my camera away at this point and readying my tripod to use for self-defense if necessary, because the vibe that I'm getting about this is way off. And then she starts grunting at me, and then stops and stares again. It's at this point that this woman is close enough for me to realize that she's actually a man in a woman's clothing with a wig. An uncomfortable moment passes, and she starts grunting again. She walks towards the edge of the path, grabs a pile of leaves, and starts throwing them around. She grunts some more and then walks off aimlessly into the forest. I call my friend to tell her what has happened and ask that she stays on the phone in case this person comes back. I'll just take a couple more photos and then I'm out. For a good 10 minutes, I hear the crunching of leaves circling me in the forest, and I just convinced myself that it's the wildlife. And then, silence. I take the photos, and I haven't seen or heard the person for about 15 minutes now, so I assume that I'm safe. I leave the path and see the car has gone. Thank God. However, I quickly notice that there is a man walking towards me from the entrance. It's the same freaking guy. He has changed into men's attire, and as he walks past me, he shoots me a grin that sends shivers down my spine. I don't scare easily, but this guy just gave off all the wrong signals, causing this overwhelming feeling of dread to wash over me. I'm still on the phone at this point and holding my tripod over my shoulder just in case. I quickened my pace and I got back into the car. And as I did, I saw him come out of the lane that I had been down. He stopped and then looked around, then started walking towards my car with intent. I video for a while and then I haul the fuck out of there, driving past this car that he had moved down the road and thinking, what in the gray beard fuck just happened? Limping, leaf throwing, forest stalker. I hope we don't meet again. To set the stage for this story, we must go back to the far-off year of 1988. The location is the Cascade Mountains of Oregon. I was 10 years old, and with me was my mom, my dad, my best friend, and our golden retriever, Amber. We were very much an outdoor family and had many camping trips before this and since. But to this day, when I think about it, I still remember the terror that I felt that weekend so long ago. After a brief talk with my father recently, it kind of came back to the front of my mind. He also was able to fill in a few details that I had forgotten. This holiday was like many others. We packed up the station wagon with everything we would need for a hike into one of our favorite lakes to camp at. To make this trip even more exciting for me was the fact that it was my birthday weekend and I got to pick this lake. After we arrived at the trailhead and got our packs on, my dad got his sidearm out and strapped it on his belt. In Oregon, open carry was permitted in national forest, and my dad always had a gun on his hip while inside the woods, which always added a sense of security for us. We had a close call with a bear one time, in which it came handy to us. The lake was about a 4-mile moderate hike in through some thick forest, but the trail itself was well maintained and was never busy, so it was going to be a very pleasant hike in. We started off on our hike, and back in the 80s, it was not uncommon to have your dog off leash on the trails in the forest, so we just let Amber run and do her thing. She was a good dog, and she never ran off for too long or jumped on people. She did love people though, and speaking of people, we had not seen anyone else on the trail after about 2 miles in on the hike, which was actually nice, since it was just all of us talking, laughing and enjoying nature. My best friend and I started to hike ahead of everyone else because we were so energized and excited about finding the first and best tent spot once we got to the lake. Amber was bounding ahead of us and having a great time too. We were about 20 yards ahead of my parents when Amber stopped dead in her tracks. I thought maybe she saw a chipmunk or something, maybe a bird. But her hackles came up and she let out the lowest of growls. She never growls. So we stopped walking, and I thought maybe a bear or deer or something was just off the trail, and she saw or heard it. We immediately started walking backwards, and my parents caught up to us. My dad asked us what was going on, and I told him that Amber is up the trail and is growling at something. He tells us girls to stay back with my mom, and he walks ahead to where Amber was at on the trail. My dad gets up to her and looks around. I hear Amber whimper a bit while looking off the trail. My dad comforts her and then calls her back, and then he walks back to us. He says that it must have been an animal and he did not see anything right off the trail or ahead of us. He says to let him take the lead, and then we continue to hike. It didn't take long before it was forgotten though, and Amber and the rest of us are all having a good time again. We arrived at the lake, and much to my delight, there was no one else there camping. The water was clean and blue, and the shade from the trees made the whole scene just perfect. My friend and I found the best spot to set up our tent, and my parents followed suit. After we had camp set up, my folks went off to fish just down the hill, and my friend and I took off with Amber to walk around to the other side of the lake to catch salamanders. We only made it about 1/8 of a mile when Amber stopped and started to growl again. We stopped and looked around and heard brush rustling. And then, right in front of us, a man walked out of the trees. Amber stayed right by our side and started to bare her teeth. He was taller than my dad, so at least 6'4". He was very skinny, but had very broad shoulders. He was clean cut and was wearing black jeans and a white polo shirt with loafers. I mean, he did not look like he had hiked at all or was even dressed for the outdoors. He almost looked like he came out of church. We just stood there, trying to process the situation, when Amber began to bark. The guy just stood there, not moving. And then he smiled. Like the creepiest smile. It felt like someone who thought that was what a smile was supposed to look like. Amber kept barking, and this got my parents' attention, and they looked up to us and called us to come back. We complied, and we started to walk back towards them. My dad met us halfway and then told us to go back to the campsite, and he was going to talk to this guy. We got back to our camp, and my mom sat with us. I could hear my dad asking the guy if he needed help or was he a fellow camper who had just set up a camp away from the lake. My dad was being very polite and calm, but I could see that he was on guard and trying to feel out the situation. Now is the time to mention that my dad was an ex-army and can be very intimidating when needed. The conversation continues. The guy told my dad that he was just on a walk and he did not mean to intrude on us. The guy then says goodbye and then walks back into the woods. My dad walked back to the camp, sat down, and then told us that he thinks the guy may just be a yuppie camper and does not know much about the outdoors. But my dad said that he got a weird vibe off of him and would be keeping an eye out for him. Amber stayed by our side and was calm, yet she kept looking towards the direction that the guy went. A bit more time goes by, and we have a nice campfire going, and the sun was starting to set. We cooked some dinner and made s'mores afterwards. My friend and I decided to go to our tent and read some books and tell each other some scary stories. Amber followed us to the tent and laid right outside of the door. My parents walked down to the lake to sit and have a beer and just chill out. They were never more than 50 yards away. But not long after that my parents walked away, I hear Amber start to growl again. And then we hear footsteps coming from the woods behind our tent. My friend and I turn off our flashlight and go quiet to listen. The footsteps stopped at the edge of the woods, and we then hear heavy breathing and a grunting sound. Amber starts to bark, and we then hear the footsteps retreat to the woods. Amber whimpers a bit, and I then hear my parents walking back to the camp. I go out and tell them what happened, and my dad said that he heard Amber barking, and that is why they came back up. I asked my dad what we should do, what is going on, and if that strange guy was the one creeping around. He then tells me that we will see about moving camp in the morning since we still have 3 days left on the trip, and nothing has happened to warrant just leaving. But he also said that we will play it by ear, and just to be a little more vigilant, and if something changes, we will decide what to do next. He then tells us to try to get some sleep, and we all turn in for the night. The next morning, we get up, have breakfast, and after breakfast, we head down to the lake to fish. It was a beautiful day, and we were having so much fun that the events from the prior day were almost forgotten. We decided around lunchtime that we would go for a short hike to the waterfall that is up from the lake. We were gone for only about an hour, but when we came back, we found our tents open and our sleeping bags drug out on the ground. My dad tells us to hang back with Mom, and he goes to investigate. He comes back and says that nothing is missing, but it was not an animal that did this. He says we should break camp, hike back to the car, and then find another spot to camp for the next couple of days. I could tell that my dad was not wanting to frighten us, but I heard the urgency in his voice. I was very disappointed, but if it meant that we could enjoy the rest of the trip and not worry about some creep messing with us, then it was worth it. We broke camp and we started our hike back. Dad was in the lead and we were double timing it, and then we made it back to the car in record time. As we walk over to the car, we see that one of our tires was flat. Not a big deal, we always had a spare. But when my dad bent down to start taking the lugs off, we swore it was not just flat. Someone slashed the tire. Dad changed the tire in record time and we threw everything onto the car. But he then goes to turn the car on, but it wouldn't start. Dad swears. He gets out of the car and then pops the hood up. He then says, "Shit." It turns out someone took our spark plug wires. Old cars like that Chevy wagon did not have internal hood releases. You could just pop the hood from the outside. Dad slams the hood, says some very colorful words, and then kicks some rocks. We were stuck, and no one else was at the trailhead. We were stranded. My parents are calm under pressure, and after a few minutes of discussion, it was decided that Dad would start walking down the road until he could hitch a ride to town and then go to the auto parts store. Mom and the rest of us were going to wait with the car and look for someone to hopefully pull into the trail ahead and then help us. A few hours go by, and no one has come to the trailhead. It was getting hot, and we were hungry and tired. My mom makes us some lunch, and then we go sit under a tree to cool off. Amber is by our side and was calm. But then, we hear a voice. Amber leaps up and then starts to whimper. The creepy guy from yesterday comes down the trail and is asking my mom if we need help. My mom tells him that we're fine and that it's being settled and my dad will be back soon. This creep then tells her that his camp is closed and that he is parked on the old fire road that is near the lake and asks us if we would like to come back to his camp and then wait until my dad returns. My mom sternly tells him no, that we will just wait here and thank you anyway. But he does not like this. He tells my mom that it's not safe out here for a pretty lady and two young girls. My mom, like my dad, is no pushover and asserts herself again that we do not need any help and to please just leave us alone. The guy just stands there, smiles wide, and then just turns around and leaves. My mom is visibly shaken, and us girls were just a bit scared. My mom then comes over to us and tells us that we need to stay close, to not wander, and that we will be okay. My friend and I are really kind of freaked out, and we're just hoping that my dad will make it back soon. After about another 30 minutes, the creepy guy comes back, but this time though, he is not alone, and he has a slightly younger guy with him. The other guy is dressed as a yuppie camper and had a very stern look on his face. My mother stands her ground as they approach. Amber starts to low growl and her hackles go up. The two guys flank us, and one of them flashes a gun tucked into his belt. The older guy tells us that we need to go with them and that they were not asking. My mom backs up next to us and without taking her eyes off of them, reaches to her belt and pulls out her Bowie knife. My mom said that we will not be going and that they need to leave now. The two men did not even flinch at this and said that we will come with them or they will hurt us. At this moment though, Amber goes up from just growling to barking and then puts herself between us and them. This makes the guys stop. My mom yells that they need to leave now, and they start backing up, and at that moment, we hear a truck pulling into the trailhead parking lot. At the side of the truck, the guys start to walk away fast and then disappear into the tree line. The truck was a forest ranger, and he had my dad with him. My dad jumped out of the truck and then ran over to us, asking if we were okay. The ranger came over and asked who those men were and if we were okay too. My mom explained everything while my dad hugged us girls and told us that we will be okay. The ranger takes off to go looking for the men. My dad then tells us that he was about 5 miles from the town when the ranger picked him up and then took him the rest of the way to get the part for the car. He then drove him back to our car. But after hearing what happened, my dad was pissed and he wanted to find the guys who tried to kidnap us and that had been terrorizing us for the past 24 hours. The ranger came back and told us that he had almost caught up to them, but then they sped away in their truck with a camper in tow. They had been parked behind a small ridge behind the lake on an old logging road. He did not get a plate, but he radioed a description of the men and their truck and camper to the local sheriff's office. He also took our information and said that he would pass it on to them. He waited with us until Dad had fixed the car, and then we were able to leave. We decided not to continue camping, and instead drive a couple of hours to spend the last 2 days of the trip at the beach and just stay in a hotel. A few days later, a deputy called my dad and told him that they never did find the men. He said that it was most likely a crime of opportunity after seeing a woman with 2 girls in tow. He was sure that they had been watching us from off the trail and had messed with our camp to judge how my dad would react. When my dad seemed to be too big of a threat, they sabotaged our car, hoping to put us in a position where we were vulnerable. He said that they would follow up with us if they found out anything else, but according to my dad, nothing ever came of it. Years later, I tried to do some research on crimes in that area of Oregon during the 80s that might have involved something like what we experienced. All I could find was a few reports of campers being robbed and a few cars broken into. There was one case of a young lady and her dog going missing from an area near there, but it was never determined what happened to her, or even if it was something bad, or she just ran away. I can tell you that we did go back to that lake a few years later, and we had a very uneventful camping trip. It was nice to go back and find some joy in a spot that was special to me. I really hope those creepy guys never hurt anyone, and maybe were caught for other crimes. I will never know though. I just hope to never run into a situation like that again. I can say that having a dog along with us helped our situation. She was the hero and kept us alert. Amber went on to live until she was 12 years old and passed with her favorite people around her. Remember to stay safe, stay watchful, and it never hurts to have a sweet, brave dog with you. In 2020, I met this guy at a mall that I worked at. He owned one of the stores at the mall, and it was a tech store to repair phones. Anyways, I would see him often because the office was close to his store. To be specific, it was right across from each other. One day, he came up to me and asked for my name. We made some small talk, and then we exchanged numbers. we started seeing each other. One night, I was so tired from work that I didn't want to go to dinner with him anymore. I'm a single mom and I get burned out easily. I told him that I didn't want to go anymore, and he said, "No, get ready. I already made the reservations." I said flat out no because I was exhausted and I'm the type to refuse to be forced into doing anything, and being controlling is such a turn-off, so I was already getting ready to dump him. I said no firmly, and he responded by saying that he's on his way. I said, "Well, I'm not going, so waste your gas if you want to." I didn't think he would come, but of course, he came. He showed up to my apartment and was non-stop honking outside. He was calling and texting me non-stop, and I threatened to call the cops if he didn't stop. I called the cops for a noise complaint, and as soon as he heard the sirens, he then sped off. I remember waking up the next morning to 60 text messages and 100 missed calls saying, "I can't believe you stood me up. I love you. What is wrong with you? I just wanted to spend time with you." The list goes on, but it really made me see him in a different, weird, creepy light. Because how do you love me if we've only been dating for 2 months? We weren't in a relationship at all. Well, at least in my eyes we weren't. Yes, we did have sex already after the first 2 weeks of seeing each other. What scared me was I remembered that when we had sex, he said he was a virgin. I'm starting to believe he actually was because of how things are starting to escalate. After he told me that he was a virgin, I didn't have sex with him again. So out of the 2 months, we only had sex once. He's Muslim, and his parents are very strict and crazy that he would sneak out to see me all the time, even though he was 24 at that time. So after that night of him honking, I broke it off with him, and I called him a psycho. I told him that I don't ever want to see him again. Now, we are in 2023, and ever since 2022 to now, he goes through weird mental states where in certain months, he will blow up my phone, but he'll do it once out of like 6 months, basically out of the blue, and I just never respond to it. Until one day in October, he sent an apology saying that he's sorry and that he's moved on, and he knows that he was acting crazy, blah blah blah, and that he just wanted to be on good terms as friends. He asked me if he can take me to dinner and make up for what he's done. I thought he was being honest because I hadn't heard from him in months, so I said okay, and I went to dinner with him. It was the biggest mistake of my life because before we got the food, he literally got on his knees and begged for me to never leave him again and that he was in love with me. I've never been so scared and freaked out in my life. I ate in silence to keep my cool, and I stood silent because I didn't know what he was capable of anymore, and I didn't want him to snap. I said that I don't feel good and I wanted to go home, so he drove me home. Once I got out of the car, I was so relieved, and I promised to myself that I would never talk to him again. And I never spoke to him again. Ever since October of 2022, he has been texting my phone once or twice a week, asking to go to dinner, and I never responded because he makes me sick to my stomach. I moved houses, thank God, so he doesn't know where I live. But recently, he's been texting me to go to dinner again. The last text was December 30th, and prior was the week before, that it's just been very consistent. But recently, on Friday, January 6, 2023, 2 days ago, he took a picture of me while I was working and then sent me the picture. It scared the hell out of me because how could he know where I worked? I just switched to a different salon and he didn't know the salon prior where I worked at. At least, I don't think he knew that I've only been at the salon for 2 or 3 weeks. It makes no sense, and my heart dropped to my ass when I saw the picture. I responded and said, "You're stalking me. Leave me alone already." He said that he has a limo service and that he was just driving around when no way in hell he could have seen me through the window because my station was in the second station. He zoomed in to take the pic. I called the police and they basically victim blamed me. They said, "How do you not know the last name of the guy you dated or his home address?" They said that since I didn't know his last name or his address, I can't file a restraining order or an order of protection. Please, help. I know the laws are different in every state, but I'm in Chicago, Illinois, and I don't know what he's capable of. So, where to even begin? In my country, the government decided to push free professional classes to anyone who's either benefiting from welfare or just unemployed. I, a 30-year-old female, decided to enroll in one of those classes before moving to another state next year, just to have something more on my CV and to have an excuse to touch grass since I'm unemployed. And I specifically picked a social media marketing and management formation that started 3 months ago. Everything was great about it, and it seemed to me that all my classmates and professors were great people, and I even started to make some friends. I must point out though that no one in my class is underage, the youngest being 21 and the oldest being 56. After a couple weeks of classes, they introduced us to the main curriculum of the whole course that will involve a months-long group project among all the students. The project consists in inventing a brand from the ground up and then market it on social media as if it's a real thing about to launch on the market. I was super excited about this, and I couldn't wait to face this challenge. They picked the groups at random, and the RNG gods chose for me to be paired with a 56-year-old woman. We'll call her M, as she barely spoke to anyone up until that point. Thinking she was nothing but a nice lady, I tried to accommodate her for any preferences that she would have on the project, such as choosing what the topic would be about. But then, she immediately starts telling me half of her life story, just out of nowhere, and then focused particularly about a skin issue that she had that she claimed the doctors only made worse, and how she cured herself with herbs and essential oils. In hindsight, this was already the first red flag. Her rambling just left me scratching my head, and just to break the awkward silence, I said that we could pick that as a brand idea. Natural remedies, food supplements, and cosmetics brand that's not some MLM or a cult. And she immediately agreed and smiled like a little girl, which back then made me kinda happy. After, she then picked a name, the idea for the logo and the motto without asking me for an opinion, saying that it felt so important to her, and that since I have no experience with this niche, I should just learn from her. She insisted so much that I had to comply, and that's when hell started for me. She would call and message me on WhatsApp constantly, insisting to see me work in real time on the designs, the logos, and the mock-ups, because she needed to supervise my actions, her excuse being that I'm a little girl that hasn't known the world yet. She never liked any of my works and forced me to redo things over and over and over again. I'm on the spectrum, and I have a very hard time setting boundaries with people or dealing with the idea of displeasing someone. So I just kept pushing myself to stay strong and keep going because I couldn't deal with how this woman would have reacted to anything that she might have seen as insubordination, on top of the fact that I didn't want to fail the course. And from the beginning, all of our professors insisted that the group project was vital to the final score. It's in one of those calls, though, that she starts telling me some of the most unhinged shit that I have ever heard in my life. After seeing me drink a sip of an energy drink, she screamed at me to toss that garbage away, and then starts to explain to me the reason why. In her opinion, energy drinks, sodas, and junk food are infested with nano machines that infect the human body and then rewrites their DNA. She then explains that that's because the great powers are not aliens like most think, but androids and AI hive minds ready to enslave humanity through biomechanical control. She also keeps going on how great men in history were actually androids or giants. She did go on a great tangent about Nephilims and such. She also threw in the fact that she's sure that dinosaurs are nothing but a fairy tale and could have never existed. The first incident, and the biggest one, happened last month. On one weekend evening, where instead of slaving away for her, I went out with my mom to visit some friends and be back home the next morning. I forgot my phone at home, and I realized that too late. But since Em and I hadn't agreed to work that night, I thought nothing of it. Oh man, was I naive. My phone was blown up with messages and phone calls, all from Em, except a couple messages from another classmate of mine that told me that she had called him obsessively with demands of him showing up at my front door to make sure that I was okay, because he had mentioned before that we lived on the same block. And later that weekend, I get called into the school administration because Em apparently had called them too and told them that I had gone missing for 3 to 4 days. I tried in vain to keep it together, but I just bursted into tears in front of the secretaries, telling and showing them all this woman was putting me through, explaining my boundaries, setting issues, and they decided to immediately inform the professors and find a solution that would have allowed me to not have any more contacts with her. But before they could take any actions, me and Em are informed of one more student that was going to join our group. We'll call him T. There's not much to say about him. He's super nice, and he did help out the following week by not complying to Em's demands and unreasonable standards, insisting that I take time off to do my own things too. For some reason though, she never bitched about decisions made by T. In my last call with Em and T, Em goes on another unhinged rant. This one will be relevant later, and it's what makes this story so messed up on multiple levels. She claims she's being gang-stalked and sabotaged by big pharmacies because she had invented a miracle ointment that could reconstruct any sort of biological tissue. She said that she tested it on the hand of a friend of hers that had third-degree burns, claiming that she saw the nerves, the tendons, and the muscles and the skin grow back, saving her friend's hand. She then added that a prototype of said ointment that mostly consists of garlic and aloe cured her husband from cancer a few years back. She also added how after an accident over a decade ago, the doctors decided to sabotage her uterus during an emergency surgery to prevent her from having children. More of the big pharma sabotages involved several lawsuits that she was involved in. And she concludes that she's taking SMM classes with us because she wants to learn how to communicate with social media and the new generations. I'm personally afraid that she's gonna try to scam desperate people into buying her bullshit garlic and aloe miracle cure. The second incident happened the next day before class. A friend decided to sit next to me since that class of the day wasn't going to involve the group projects. We put our stuff on the desk, and since we were early, we decided to go into the next room to get some coffee. M comes in, and then we hear a commotion in the classroom. When we peek inside, we see her tossing my friend's stuff to another desk. My friend asked her what the hell she was doing, and M just coldly responded, "The seat next to her is mine." I nodded at my friend as if to say that it's okay, to try and defuse the situation before it escalated. 2 days later, we get informed that I was swapped from M's group to another one. I will say that finally, I'm working with a girl that I made friends with, and we're having a lot of good fun. So, well, I thought it was over. No more of M's weird shit, right? Right? Well, the calls and the messages from her never ended. Actually, she started obsessively calling the school and the professors as well to protest about the decision of removing me from her group. Her texts were filled with weird trivial questions about random topics or very personal questions, up to 50 to 60 texts per day. At this point, I stopped responding almost entirely to her, and I'm screenshotting everything that she was sending me. This leads us to the third and last incident, at least so far. That happened last week. I can't go too much into detail because it involves geopolitical beliefs, and I don't want a war in the comments. The short, clean version of events is, M, in class, asked the professor a question that involved a very important global matter. He replied, and then asked us about our opinion. 2 people spoke before I did, giving examples of people or brands getting cancelled for sharing political stances unwisely, and how a problematic or controversial history or presence on social media might impact negatively on one's chances of employment. It was only once back home that I realized that M had sent me several rage-filled texts claiming that I was incredibly rude to have answered to her instead of letting the professor answer, and that she was expecting my apologies. I wrote a long text to her explaining myself, told her that I would not apologize since I had done nothing wrong, and I finally blocked her number. She thankfully hasn't been able to find me on social media yet because I don't use my real name online. Since then, she's been missing all classes, which is actually nice because I really didn't want her to try and confront me in person. But it's what I've learned today from one of my classmates during break that left me horrified and pushed me to write this post. One of my classmates, we'll call her Y, told me that M and her had been exchanging texts from time to time, mostly because Y took pity on M, thinking, like I did at first, that she was just some weird old and lonely lady. In one batch of texts, she goes into detail about her husband that had passed away from cancer a few years back. Some of the texts read, "We fought tooth and nail. We didn't bend over to men nor God, but they took him away from me anyway. I was so close to keeping him with me. At least, I know he trusted and followed me until the end." These are verbatim, because after putting 2 and 2 together, me and Y, we figured that she's either, number 1, delusional and lying about everything, and number 2, she tried to cure her husband from cancer with her ointment instead of traditional medicine, effectively killing him. Also, we found out that she's already selling her services inside of an SPA belonging to a relative of hers, using the name she picked for our project. She has also been using my work for her personal social media pages involving her services, which explains why she was so obsessive about supervising my work. She was basically getting free commissions out of me. Today was my last day of class before the Christmas holidays. And after that, it's just gonna be 3 more months until classes are over. I don't know where this story will lead me to further, but honestly, I hope she never shows up to class ever again. I'm really hoping to not have to come back with more updates. Update. So, I don't even know where to begin. I will have to leave out some details because she went too far with one of my classmates, and all I can say is that her actions affected a minor, and M has been reported to the police by the person in question. But it seems that the police hasn't taken the situation seriously, despite being pretty damn serious. She apparently isn't new to this kind of behavior, since she has had multiple convictions in her life before, and some restraining orders against her. But in my country, those are barely ever enforced. As far as her actions against me, I have been successfully ignoring her, although I feel that she's trying her best to upset me in class, just to get a reaction out of me or something, like purposely sitting behind me and making tapping or humming in loud comments often, which was something she never did before. I think she might have caught on to the fact that I'm uncomfortable around overstimulating noises, and unfortunately, I'm forbidden from wearing my noise-canceling headphones in class. Ever since I blocked her, I've also been receiving multiple mute phone calls from unknown or unregistered phone numbers, and the same goes for T, that also had to complain to the school administration to have him change groups to stay away from M. In the meantime, she went on to harass almost everyone in class. One day, in between classes, I went out with a handful of classmates to get something to eat in a pub, and that's when we each told our stories of our encounters with her. One of them in particular disturbed me, which is the one that I don't feel comfortable talking about because, as mentioned before, it involves a minor. Another peculiar account is one where she emotionally blackmailed a guy in my class to stay with her at the bus stop for 2 hours, all the while she was telling him some crazy religious shit. Overall, she has been changing her backstory a lot depending on who she spoke to. One time, she had kids taken away from CPS. To others, she said that she can't have kids, like she did with me. And then, she keeps killing or resurrecting her husband in various stories. And when we were done exchanging experiences, we all felt very uncomfortable knowing that we all complained to the school administration for 2 months and no action has been taken whatsoever, except small things that didn't quite solve the issue. The course ends in 1 month, and back in December, I couldn't anticipate how far she would go. Now, I'm quite afraid of what she might push out of her system just to get some last bit of attention. I thought she had just latched onto me because she saw me as weak, but apparently, this person is actually just dangerous and unhinged towards everyone. I wish I could feel terrible for her because she's obviously suffering from some serious mental illness that surely involves some degree of hallucinations and surely huge delusions. Last May, a few of my friends and I decided to have a birthday celebration for one of our friends that was turning 19. Her birthday was on Friday the 13th, so she wanted to do a sort of Halloween theme with all of us in costumes and then go to a local bar. So, we got all dressed up, some of us in a little more sexier looking costume, and some of us in some dumb costumes. So there was a total of 5 of us, The birthday girl, Mandy, was a witch. Angel, dressed as an angel. I was a zombie. And Cassie and Leila were ketchup and mustard bottles. We all met at Mandy's house and started with a few shots. Cassie didn't really drink, so she was our designated driver that night. And after we had our liquid confidence, we headed out to the bar, no longer fearing what people would think of us being in fall costumes in the middle of May. When we got there, it was actually quite the opposite of what we expected. Some of the patrons took pictures and asked us what the occasion was, and even bought us some drinks, so we were genuinely having a good time there. However, at one point, there was a group of guys that came in, 3 of them. It was one of those moments where they opened the squeaking door, so we all looked and then continued dancing and laughing. As with everyone else that was there, they were staring at us off and on until they finally approached us. They made some cheesy comments about the angel costume and then asked us why we were dressed up, so we again explained that it was for a birthday. They wished her a happy birthday and then bought us all drinks as well. We thought that would be the end of it, but they seemed to linger around, just watching us. None of us were really giving them any attention. Cassie and Layla were dating, and I had a boyfriend, and Mandy and Angel were just doing their own thing and having fun. So, there definitely weren't any signals telling them that they were welcome to stay and hang out with us. However, it was a bar, and no one reserved anything, so they had every right to be over by us too. We were in a smaller section in the back by the dartboard and pool table. And after a while, we all noticed that they would lean in and say something and then look over at us and nod or point. I think we all anticipated what they may have wanted, and we really weren't interested in picking up a date, so we decided to leave and then find another bar. But as we were walking out, one of the guys hollered out asking where we were going, and I said home. We found another bar that wasn't too far from the first one, and we went in to continue our fun. However, those same 3 guys came strolling in not long after us. We all looked at each other, making sure that we weren't crazy, and tried to pretend like we didn't see them. This time, we sat at one of the back tables and decided to order something to eat so we weren't just running on alcohol. But it was only a matter of time that these guys would finally come over, and of course, one of them sat in a chair next to me, and one sat on the other side next to Angel, and one continued standing. They asked us how old we were, and we were hoping if we were honest that they would just leave us alone, knowing that we were still pretty young. But instead, they seemed pretty happy with this idea. They made comments on how good we all looked and offered to buy us more drinks while slipping in the comment about how we must still want some since we lied about going home. I then said something about wanting to get something to eat before going home, which is why we ended up at that bar. But ultimately, we all declined the drinks, now no longer feeling comfortable around them. We ordered a plate of nachos to share, but when it arrived, no one immediately touched them due to the awkwardness of the air. So the guy closest to me pulled them closer and started eating them. And as they were devouring our nachos, they started laughing and talking about themselves, and we didn't know what to do about it. We just sat there looking at each other while occasionally giggling when they said something and laughed. At one point, I had taken out my cell phone and I was texting my boyfriend to let him know what was happening with my left hand, which wasn't exactly easy for me to begin with. However, the guy must have noticed and was obviously mad about it. I could tell by the way he slammed his hand down on the table, and then he said, "Hey, no phones out on the table." and after looking at me angrily, he then started laughing, and so did the other two. To say that I was freaking out would be an understatement. I don't know what their plans were, but I was too afraid to get up and leave, but even more terrified of what might happen if I stayed there. Thankfully, Cassie stood up and started walking away when the guy again said in his booming voice, "Hey, where are you going?" And without flinching, without a stutter or a hint of fear, she said, "To the bathroom." And she kept walking. I only hoped that she had a plan and waited for her to return. It probably felt a lot longer than it actually was, but she finally came back and without acknowledging them, told us that we should go. We all nodded in agreement, but we were all waiting to see who the first person to stand up would be. And that's when Angel shot up real quick and walked towards Cassie. The guys then tried inviting us back to their place for more free drinks, as if they hadn't already terrified the hell out of us. We all declined and finally got the courage to stand up and started walking towards the front of the bar. And of course, they were following right behind us as if they were part of our party. That's when we noticed Cassie's whole plan coming together. At the front of the bar was her dad, in full police uniform, greeting us with open arms. He apologized for being late and then immediately followed up with, "Those guys with you?" We all looked back and noticed that they were just standing around, trying not to make eye contact with us. He then followed us outside, and we were all thanking Cassie for her quick thinking and for him showing up to save us. Her dad has always been such a gentle giant, but not that you could tell just by looking at him. So I felt relieved that those guys seemed to be pretty intimidated by him, or at least the uniform. He followed us back to Mandy's place and made sure no one else followed either. And thankfully, we never saw or heard from them again. We finished our night inside watching dumb horror movies on Netflix and eating all of our snack foods, so we didn't let it ruin our night. We're a lot more careful now when we go out to places like that, and I now have an emergency text set up so I can send it quickly. I, a 20-year-old female, was in a new city, trying to navigate back to my hotel. It was beginning to get dark outside, so I started getting anxious and I picked up my pace, even though I was on a main road and there was still lots of people around me. In my rush though, I turned down the wrong road. After a very short amount of time, I noticed that the road looked pretty empty and it was definitely darker further down. It gave me the creeps, which made me realize that I turned down the wrong road, so I turned around to go back to the main road. That's when I noticed that some guy was walking close behind me. I'm not exactly sure how to explain how close he was. Not so close that he was in my personal place, but he was close enough for me to freak out. He looked creepy too. He was wearing a black sweater with a hood pulled up, and his hands were kept in his hoodie's front pocket, and it looked like he might have been holding something too. I only got a glimpse of the front of him because right after I turned around, he quickly turned around too and then speed walked away from me, back onto the main road, and then vanished around a corner. I don't know if he was stalking me, but it was weird as hell. Why did he turn around right after I turned around? And why did he walk away like that? Did he suddenly realize that he also went down the wrong road? Hi everyone, I work for Gloria Jeans. It's a coffee place here in Australia that sounds a lot like Starbucks. That being said, I've never actually been to a Starbucks. Anyway, the chain is fairly popular around Australia. I've worked here for about 2 years now, and I started when I went to university studying women's studies. I'm still working at Gloria Jean's because the cost of living in Australia is so damn expensive, so I need it as a side job. Basically, I need this job to help me stay afloat. I was serving in the morning rush of people who were waiting with various degrees of patience for their morning coffee, when I noticed a woman that I hadn't seen before. I asked her for her order, and to be honest, I don't remember what it was or her name. It's hard to remember it all, you know. The morning rush was over, and she was still there. There was nothing weird about her, and she didn't give us any trouble like our Karen or Darren characters would. I asked her if she was okay, and she asked me how I was doing. I said I was fine, just the morning rush can be a little bit intense. She asked if she could ask me a few questions, and since it was quiet, and management likes it when we have good rapport with our customers, I agreed with her. She asked if I had a partner, and I said no, not at that moment. I swear, her face lit up. So far, nothing was super weird except that. I apologized to her, and I told her that I wasn't looking for anybody, but she didn't look fazed at all. Each day afterward, she showed up and wanted to speak with me. It was really getting annoying. She would wait there all day and follow me when I had my time off work. I told her that I was on a break and I needed space to eat and rest. She sat at the table across from me, staring and eating her food. She hadn't done anything violent, just being really weird, you know? I asked her to be left alone, and she sulked and got up and left. But she was back again the next day. I talked to my manager about it, and he didn't take it seriously. One day, I had to take my car into the repair shop to get it fixed, so I had to catch the bus instead. I hate taking public transport, but it was either that or an Uber, and I wanted to save up some cash. Anyway, she was on the same bus, and then she got off at my stop. I had to sneak through different apartment blocks to hide from her, so she wouldn't know where I lived. I told my manager what happened, and finally, he asked her to leave the store. I tried ignoring her. One day, I had to work late and I was walking out to where I parked my car. Two things were wrong. She was sitting on my car, and she was waiting for me. I said, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" And she said that she had been waiting for me and that she had missed me. I told her to leave me alone and I drove home. Well, this was where I made a big mistake. I didn't realize that she put an AirTag on my car and then found out my address. Over the next couple of months, I was sure someone was looking through my windows. One of my plants was also stolen. I'm not sure if it was her or not. And I noticed strange little bottles on my front step. It was incredibly strange. I didn't see her at my house until I realized that I forgot to take the bins out, so I did that. I came back inside, I closed and I locked the door. And then, I came back to see her sitting in my living room. I let out a scream when I saw her and the maniacal grin on her face. She told me that she had been waiting so long for this. So I ran to my phone and I called the cops while she tried to take the phone from me, screaming at the top of her lungs that she loved me and that I was hers. I was backed up into the kitchen when she grabbed one of the knives, threatening me with it, and I punched her to get her away from me. That crazy bitch started slicing into her own arms. It was the most insane thing that I have ever seen in my life. My neighbors heard the screaming, and the police and the ambulance came to take her away. She had lost a lot of blood, and surprisingly, the cops got her to drop the knife. I don't know what I would have done if they were forced to kill her in my home. She was arrested, and I think she was sent to a mental health facility. I do hope she's okay, but I'm just happy to be done with it. So I have a story about a guy that I met on the internet that ended up being, well, I think creep is probably an understatement, but it's the best word that I can think of to define him. I'm sure that some people out there have more appropriate choice adjectives for him, but creep works for me. Anyways, this was a good number of years ago. I was pretty active on social media platforms that doesn't exist anymore. I had garnered a decent following by posting stupid pop culture memes and references. Pretty shallow, I know, but it was fun, and I was like 16 at that time, and I liked the friendships that I was making, mostly because I didn't have many friends in real life. Most of the people that hung around my page were pretty decent, honestly, and I rarely had to block anyone or report anyone. One day, I got a message from someone that had followed me, saying that they enjoyed my page and that they thought that I was a pretty cool person. Obviously, they hadn't met me, and I didn't put much in ways of personal information out on the page. But again, I was young, and that kind of validation was something that I wanted. They seemed pretty normal at first, just telling me that they liked my content and about how much they liked the show or that band. It was a pretty normal conversation for the most part, and then they followed up with a pretty common ASL, which for those that don't know means age, sex, and location, asking for information about me. I told them that I was 16 and female, but then said that I didn't really want to give out my location. The other person said they were 19, male, and that they lived in the same state that I actually lived in. Obviously, he didn't know that, but I was a bit irked to see that he did live in the same state. He didn't push me at all to tell him where I lived, so although I was a bit, I said irked earlier, but I don't know if that's the word, I still tried to talk to him because he didn't know that I lived in the same state as him. We talked every once in a while, just chatting about whatever, mostly him telling me about the movies and things that he liked. But then, out of seemingly nowhere, he started hounding me and asking me for more information on who I was and telling me that he loved me. I told him that he was being a creep, and if he didn't stop, I was going to have to block him. Then, he threw out, Go ahead and block me, Caitlin, if it will make you feel better about yourself." I was sufficiently freaked out because I'd never told him my name, and there was no indication that my name was Caitlin on my page. So, I immediately blocked him. The fact that he knew my name told me that he had somehow gotten information on me, and I wasn't going to risk him being a creep even more than he had already. But, of course, if that was the end of it, this would be a rather boring story. And this was certainly not the end of it. I thought that he was going to go away after being blocked, but he was just getting started with me apparently. The next day, I got a direct message from an account that had literally no information associated with it. To the best of my knowledge, this site required information like a name and such, but the name was blank, the picture was plain white, and the description on the account was, "Not done with you yet." I knew right away who it was going to be, and I wasn't surprised when I saw that the message was, "I have something for you." I stupidly said, "What do you want?" And he responded with an incredibly inappropriate image. I won't describe it, but one can guess what it was. I blocked his account too, but it didn't matter. Every other day, he was messaging me with gory images, naked pictures of himself, and other various disgusting images. It hit a point where I ended up logging off my account entirely and just basically forgetting it existed. For about 2 weeks, this was sufficient enough to stop him from being able to harass me. Until I checked my email one day and saw a message from an email address that was just random characters. And sure enough, when I clicked that message, I knew it was him. The message was a picture of me from the prior year's school yearbook. It had my first and last name, my home address, my school address, and another very disgusting photo of a part of his body. This was where I knew I had to end this. I needed to get someone else involved. I ended up bringing it up to my mom. I was a bit slow with explaining it. But after a while, I basically just put it out there that this guy now knew where I lived, went to school, and had my full name in my picture. I showed her the email, and she told me that we needed to tell my dad, and that he said that we needed to take it to the police. Thankfully, the police did take it very seriously because this was a fairly credible threat, and he was sending adult content to a minor. We ended up making the report, and my parents basically told me that I wasn't allowed to use the computer anymore, and they informed my school of the situation too. That way, if someone was found around the school, or if anyone came up for me, they would know that it could be this guy. Even worse, that's exactly what happened and how this all ended. It was about 2 weeks later, and there was an announcement over the intercom that the school was going on lockdown and that all students needed to remain in the classrooms. We were all a bit curious and scared. This was the early 2000s, so it wasn't a common thing to have to go through these kinds of things. After several hours, they announced that the lockdown was over, and then my teacher got a call and then they asked me to come to the office. When I got there, my parents were there, and I had to sit with them, the administration, and also the police to discuss my situation. Apparently, this guy had come into my school and told the front office that he was my uncle, Ronald, which was my uncle's name, and he was an emergency contact for me, and that he was there to come get me out of class for the day because I had a doctor's appointment. Thankfully, the front desk knew my uncle and had his picture on file on the computer, and this guy was not him. Plus, they knew that there was a potential threat with this rando, and they asked him to wait in the lobby while they called me down. They then called the school resource officer and immediately cuffed this guy. A fun fact about this creep, he was in his mid-40s, not like 19 like he said, and he didn't actually live in the state. He was from Texas. I know I didn't mention where I live, but it was nowhere near Texas. Which meant that he already knew where I lived when he asked, and that's why he said that he lived in my state. I have no idea what this guy's intentions were, though I can kind of make some incredibly disturbing assumptions. But I'm glad that I ended up talking to my parents about it. I was banned from the computer for something like 2 years at my house, and I was fine with that. It was nice having the validation of strangers, but it clearly came at the cost of my own safety and security, and that was absolutely not worth it. In the end, he went down for a number of things, including for the content he had on his hard drive, and I don't think he's going to be getting out of prison, like, ever. I'm thankful for that, because I never want to meet him, ever, again. So me, an 18-year-old female, and my boyfriend Jordan went to Walmart for some quarantine shopping. You know, stuff to keep ourselves entertained, some basic health supplies, and most importantly, aromatherapy materials for me. Something important to this shopping trip is that I have extremely high anxiety and a bit of a paranoia disorder from abuse that I suffered as a child. This is important to note for two reasons. One, it's the reason that I went to the candle section in the first place, as I use aromatherapy to help with my anxiety. And two, with my paranoia, I often downplay dangerous situations in my head because I make myself think that I'm overreacting when I'm not. Now, on with the story. As Jordan and I were walking through Walmart, I thought I noticed a guy trailing us. I thought nothing of it and chopped it up to me being paranoid and decided not to tell Jordan, which I would later regret. Despite my internal decision that I was just being paranoid, I decided to test my theory and told Jordan that I wanted to go look at the stickers. We went into the sticker aisle and the guy walked past us, looking at us as he did. After the guy was out of sight, I broke down crying, but I didn't want to alarm Jordan, so I told him that the virus was just really stressing me out. Jordan calmed me down and we went on our way to the candles. As I was looking for my different scents that I would need to help myself get through the quarantine, Jordan decided to go look at some hardware nearby for some projects that he was going to work on during his quarantine too. We didn't quarantine together. I thought nothing of it, and I decided that I would just stay by the candles until he got back because I can be a bit of a wanderer and I didn't want to cause more stress than necessary. But not more than 10 seconds after Jordan walked away, I felt a pair of eyes on me. Something in my gut told me that it was the same guy from before, but I was too scared to turn around and check for myself. I stood there frozen in panic for about 30 seconds when I hear footsteps approaching from directly behind me. They come towards me, stop for a moment, and I then hear them walking away. And then they turn around and I hear them approaching me once more and then stopping a few feet behind me. This entire time, I can't see who is behind me because I'm just paralyzed with fear. But after about 2 minutes, Jordan finally comes back up and gently wraps one arm around my waist, giving me a knowing look. We decided that we were done with shopping, even though we didn't have everything that we needed. We checked out and then went home. Later, Jordan told me that he had noticed the guy following us earlier, and he watched the guy standing about 5 to 6 feet behind me as I was looking at the candles, just staring at me. The guy then walked closer to me, noticed Jordan looking at him, and changed course to look like he was going to a different aisle. Then when he thought that Jordan had left, he walked even closer to me, standing about 4 feet behind me, again staring. That's when Jordan decided that this guy was up to something and then came back by me. I am so thankful that I had Jordan there with me because who knows what could have happened if he wasn't there. This is a story that pops back up in my mind from time to time. I've told it to a few people, but I definitely feel like it deserves its place in here. It's for sure one of the scariest moments that I have ever had as a child. Back when I was around 10 years old, my mom finally decided that it was time for her to start taking her driver's license. When she began taking lessons, she was struggling a lot. For that reason, my dad decided that he wanted to do some practice with her besides the official driving lessons with her instructor, just to make sure that she would pass the upcoming test first try. My little brother and I were attending swimming lessons at this nearby university at that time. Behind a forested area near the university lays this huge student parking area surrounded by trees which turned out to be basically empty every weekend. My dad saw the opportunity to take my mom here to drive around for a bit and practice, and brought my little brother and I with them since we were too young to stay home alone. So we brought a football with us. When we arrived to the parking lot later on in the evening, my parents began their practice. My little brother and I quickly got bored though, so we asked if we could go over to this little grass field on the side of the parking lot to play some football. My parents let us, since they'd always be able to keep their eyes on us while driving around. And after playing for some time, my parents ended up driving around in the other end of the parking lot. They were approximately 300 to 400 meters away from my brother and I. But suddenly, this white Toyota pulls into the parking lot. We were playing almost right at the exit or entrance. The car turns around and then stops on my right side with a vehicle facing the exit. The driver rolls down his windows and presents himself as Thomas. He looked friendly, he was good looking, and he was also young. I guess maybe around 30. Well, this is where things started to get weird. On the passenger seat was a woman covering her face with a newspaper. All I could see was long blonde hair, and on the back seat was a baby sat in a baby chair. Thomas immediately states that he is from the police and that we have to get in the car immediately as he has to talk to us. My brother actually took 2 steps towards the vehicle, but I stuck my arm in front of his chest as I was sensing that something was really off about this. The woman was still covering her face at this point, not saying a word. Thomas then raised his voice and then told us once again to get in the car or else he'd had to come out and get us. My brother and I froze out of fear. Suddenly, the woman put the newspaper down, showed her face and told us in the most calm motherly voice to just listen to the man, okay? The woman looked young and pretty, like a person who wouldn't hurt a fly. But at this moment, I began screaming as loud as I could. What we hadn't seen at that point was that my dad was already running as fast as he could towards us. He was coming from behind the vehicle, so we didn't see it. My parents didn't have time to drive to us since the road down the parking lot was twisted all the way. When my dad heard my scream, he started yelling as loud as he could, saying, "Hey, who the fuck are you? Get the fuck away from my children!" And as soon as Thomas heard my dad and realized that my brother and I weren't alone, he threw his car into gear and took off as fast as he could. He most definitely looked like a person who shat himself when he saw my dad. My dad was furious and told my brother and I to hurry back to the car. He didn't even think about calling the police at that point. He just wanted to beat up that guy himself. That resulted in us driving around for the next hour, trying to find him before my dad cooled down and decided that he should probably just call the police. We never found out who these people were. But this episode taught me to never judge a book by its cover. People can be the most friendly-looking people in the world and still wish evil upon you or the ones that you love. I'm not sure what these people would have done to us, but I am sure about one thing though. They definitely weren't from the police. A couple of years ago, my boyfriend planned a surprise birthday party for me, and I was sufficiently surprised by it. It was also where this story of mine took place. Well, to go back a little bit first, my boyfriend and I have been together since high school. After we graduated, we started attending different colleges, and he was a few hours away, so he was staying in the dorms. I was attending a local community college, so I found an apartment within my budget with the plans of my boyfriend moving in when he was done. College was fine for the most part. It seemed like the normal school stuff. I met some new friends, had some from high school attending there too. The schoolwork and the teachers were fine as well. But there was one guy that I could never really get away from though. That was Ricky. Ricky was in the same program as me, so I saw him a lot. One of the classes had a project that we had to work on in groups, and I was paired with Ricky and another girl named Micah. Micah was pretty cool though. She was typically more reserved, but she was kind and very smart. I was happy to be on her team, really. Then Ricky, he seemed like he was trying to show off since he was teamed up with two girls. He would talk about things he's done, like stunts or past jobs, that all seemed to end the same way. He would say that the atmosphere changed, or he didn't really like the new management, so he would quit. I could tell Micah couldn't care less and just wanted to talk more about the project, and I was a little more willing to cut him off, which is what I did. I would steer the conversation back towards our work. This is probably where my view of Ricky really started to shift. While working on the project, he started rambling about something, and Micah spoke up and said, "Can you please stop talking about yourself for one session?" I kind of chuckled and made a comment about making the quiet girl tell him off. I guess he realized he was outnumbered, so he just got up and left the room. We continued working and got the most done we had compared to the last sessions. Ricky then ended up catching me in the parking lot later after that class and stopped to talk to me. I wasn't rude or anything. I just treated him like I would anyone else. He asked me a few questions about the project, and then when the conversation seemed to die down, I started saying something about needing to go when he interjected and said, You want to go make out in my car?" With the most serious look on his face. Not knowing how else to react, I just started laughing, and his face didn't change. So I stopped laughing and asked if he was serious, but he didn't respond, so I just said no thanks and that I had a boyfriend. And then he laughed and said, "Oh, okay, cool," before waving and walking off to get in his car. I just stood there, confused for a quick second, and I then went and got in my car and immediately called my boyfriend to tell him what had happened. The whole time laughing about the awkwardness of that moment. My boyfriend laughed too and thought that it was weird, but then asked if he had ever done that before or tried flirting with me or someone else, and I told him not that I was aware of. He said the guy just seemed awkward, but to be careful because you never know, and I agreed with him. So the next class was pretty weird. I tried not making eye contact with him while we worked, but I could tell the whole time that he was just staring at me with a stupid grin on his face. It was obvious Micah noticed this too, probably made it more obvious when in the middle of working, he again said, "You sure you don't want to make out?" Micah looked just as embarrassed as myself, and I again told him no. The session ended pretty soon after that. However, this did not deter Ricky. Anytime that I saw him, he would ask that, whether it was in the parking lot, in the school, even if he was around other people. I told my boyfriend each time who started to become more concerned and suggested that I tell someone at school, which I did. However, all they said was that they would have a talk with him, and that's it. So, he stopped being so verbal about his advances, but instead, he decided that he would wink, make some kissy faces at me, or make other suggestive hand motions at me. And now, I was really starting to get creeped out. Thankfully, The teacher was actually understanding and said Micah and I could continue working without him since we were doing all of the work anyways. And the teacher even gave us permission to work in the teacher's area if we needed a place to get away from him. But it seemed like the less that I saw him, the more aggressive he would become. I saw him one time in the parking lot and tried to guilt trip me about the project. I told him that he needed to talk to the teacher about it as it wasn't our choice, and he made another suggestive remark. I told him he was disgusting and being really creepy, and I quickly left as he stood in the parking lot with that same stupid grin. The last event I mentioned happened the week before my birthday, and between that and Ricky making me feel gross, I decided to cut classes the following week. I got most of my assignments from my teachers ahead of time, which was really nice. That way, I didn't have to be behind, and I told Micah so we could schedule time outside of class to meet up. My boyfriend was going to be doing the same and driving up to stay with me for the week, so I was pretty excited, and I didn't want anything to ruin our week. My boyfriend, Adrian, showed up within the next day or two, and we had a nice day together. Adrian said he wanted to take me somewhere specifically for my birthday, so he suggested that I get my oil changed. I had a better car, so we usually drove mine when he came up. He also encouraged me to go meet up with Micah that day in case I didn't feel up to it after my birthday celebrations. I was talking about the adult things that I wanted to get out of the way, so we had more time to spend together. So this was a load off, knowing that he was okay with me doing this all on the same day. So he sent me off with a hug and a kiss, and he stayed at my apartment and said that he might go visit with his parents. So the day went fine, and about the time that I was finishing up with Micah, I texted Adrian, and he even told me that I could invite Micah back and we could all go have dinner or something. I thought that it was convenient because she had asked me if I wanted to grab something to eat anyways, so we headed back to my apartment. Then, neither of us were expecting to have people scream surprise as I opened the door. This man had this whole party planned out, and I, none the wiser, thought that he was just being nice and having me do all this stuff. Anyways, the party was great. There were probably about 15 or 20 people there, including both of our parents and friends. And when we did the cake, Adrian was teasing me about something, and I ended up putting cake on his face. This started him trying to wipe it on me, while others around us were taking pictures and laughing too. It was legitimately a great time for me. But shortly after this though, while I was wiping my face off, Micah came over to me and softly asked if I invited Ricky or if my boyfriend was friends with him by chance. I was at first confused by this because she knew how creepy he was being, and even if I knew about this party, I sure as hell would not have invited him. She motioned towards the living room, and I rushed in there to see him helping himself to the food on my table. I had so many things circling in my head. The people here were all pretty close friends, including only 2 from the college that I had met. So the people that were here were invited either by text or a Facebook message. I had no idea how he found out about the party, and even more concerning, how he knew where I lived. I didn't want to cause a scene, and to be honest, I didn't know how he would react, so I just said his name. He looked up at me and said something along the lines of, "Oh, haha, there's the tease." I asked him what he was doing here, and then just bluntly said that he wasn't welcome here, and he started going off, saying some pretty nasty things about me. I was scared, I was angry, and I was embarrassed since our parents were there. Adrian had gone to the restroom to clean up, so he walked out while this was happening and tried asking what was going on, but I think he figured it out pretty quickly. He started approaching Ricky, telling him that he needed to leave now before we called the cops, and his face lit up. He really said, "Oh, is this the guy you've been cheating on me with?" Then, he tried making these crazy accusations of us. Not only were they completely false, but I could feel myself getting red as my parents and his parents were looking like they were getting uncomfortable. Adrian started getting a bit more aggressive towards him and pushing him towards the door, and my dad also started walking towards the door too. Ricky tried to give one last hurrah, saying he would fight Adrian for me, and then pulled out a knife. I was terrified at this point, and there were a few of us shouting, but thankfully, nothing else happened. My dad used to be a security guard, so he managed to do something to make him drop the knife, and Adrian helped knock him to the ground. They had him restrained pretty well, and I went to grab my cell phone to call the cops. The whole time, Ricky is still going on and on about things he has done to me and wants to do to me, to the point that Adrian ended up hitting him in the head pretty hard. It didn't knock him out though, and he just laughed. That felt like forever, but the police finally arrived and arrested him. And after they left, we tried to pull the party back together, which was pretty rough for me. I had locked myself in my bedroom for a bit because, I was pretty embarrassed, mostly by the things he was saying. They were all false, but the fact that he said all of that in front of people and in so much detail was horrible. He had to have thought all of that out, like fantasized it, which still grosses me out thinking about it. And I eventually came out after my mom and Adrian came and talked to me and also convinced me that everyone else was back to having fun. Overall, this made me file a restraining order. I told the school about it, and they seemed to reluctantly make changes so that I didn't have to see him anymore. I had a few online classes, and I'm sure that they changed things for him because we were never on campus on the same day, it seemed. However, he did try to press charges on Adrian, but nothing happened with that, thankfully. Like, he dropped the charges or something because he got papers saying that it was dropped or dismissed. I don't really remember. But that was probably one of the most memorable birthdays that I ever had, and I hope that I never see Ricky again. I'm using a throwaway account, so if my stalker is reading this, he doesn't get insights into my current life from the usual Reddit activity. I'm that paranoid. It's a very long story, but I feel like I'm doing myself a disservice if I don't write things out from the beginning. I've wanted to write about this for a long time now. It's such a nuisance of a situation, and it seems like any time that I find a semblance of mental peace, this piece of shit comes out of the woodwork to make sure that I still remember he's out there. This guy, let's call him Marvin, was in my circle of friends for a bit in high school and my early college years, late 2000s and onwards. He dated a good friend of mine, Alice, and we'd hung out both with her and with other friends too. We would sometimes smoke weed together and etc., but he and I weren't very close at all. He had some odd sense of humor, but I was kinda oblivious to the darker aspects of his personality till he cheated on my friend at a party. Well, according to his close friends, and then he lied about it. I was protective of my friends, and while I never interfered in their relationships, when my friend asked my input about it, I told her she deserved better than to be lied to. To be clear, even his friend said this to her, but she continued seeing him as a friend with benefits. We even hung out together in groups, but she mentioned to me many times that he's manipulative. Besides the cheating incident, she told me other instances of him acting callously. Once, when he was walking with Alice and her best friend, who he didn't like because he thought she was ugly. They dropped off Alice, and instead of walking her friend home, he just ditched her without saying anything. It was dark out. My friend also told me that the first time that they had sex, while she didn't recognize it as assault at that time, looking back, she realized he has raped her. He was very forceful and hurtful, and she didn't realize that was wrong because she was infatuated with him. He had a tendency to make silly homoerotic jokes, and this wasn't uncommon with guys that I knew at that time. He had gay friends and didn't have an issue with them publicly. But I remember once that this gay kid had a crush on him and was sending flirtatious comments on MySpace. Instead of just telling him that he's not interested or not actually gay, he flips out on him. He calls him a slur and viciously insults him in a tirade on his MySpace comment. Things started to get a little messier around 2010 to 2011. One day, Marvin gets into a car accident with his mom. His mom had some minor injuries. Alice had a great relationship with her, so she visited them. I don't know the full context, but something about the way the interaction went triggered Alice to tell Marvin that she thinks he's a sociopath. Probably the worst thing she could have done, but alas, out of my control. He's a good-looking guy and very fit guy, and definitely had some obvious narcissistic traits, but I'd never really learned much about sociopaths beside watching Dexter. So when she told me and the other friends about what she deduced, it was both eye-opening and a little freaky. We briefly worked together at a retail store, and I saw him getting close to the younger brother of a friend of mine from school who worked with us. He was a chubby kid with low self-esteem, and he admired Marvin's fitness and confidence. Marvin started working out with him, and this kid would always talk about how awesome Marvin is. But instead of just minding my business, I felt compelled to interject, and I messaged him one day just telling him to be careful about letting Marvin get too close, as he can be a bit manipulative. This is among the biggest regrets of my life. Of course, he tells his idol what I said, and while we remained cordial, clearly he knew what went down. He eventually leaves the job and goes into hiding after working a scheme to steal big-ticket items with the help from several team members, including my friend's brother. Another time, Marvin and I were smoking weed at the house of an old friend of mine. My friend, let's call her Diana, was a very trusting person and an incredible host. I was high out of my mind, and Marvin was kinda being highly complimentary of my friend who hosted us. Again, my stupid, nosy protective instincts kick in, and I grin and comment something like, I know what you're doing. He was probably just earnestly making connections, and I assumed that he must have manipulative intent based on what his girlfriend said. Alice told me that he's mentioned how I'm too judgmental and opinionated. He also didn't like that he felt that I and our other mutual friends were trying to interfere with their relationship. To be clear, I wasn't trying to hook up with this girl. I genuinely just didn't want to see my friend hurt. But she continued seeing him as a friend with benefits long after people told her to be wary, and at that point, I wasn't spending energy to try and nudge her. At some point though, she did break things off for good with him. The timeline is a little messy here, but in between the above incidents, I got a text from Marvin saying that he took acid and came to the realization that he's a sociopath. He then tells me some sad story about his family and says if he can't make himself become empathetic and feel things deeply, he would just kill himself. Being naive and not wanting anyone to die, I tell him that there's plenty of people who just want surface level connections, so he doesn't need to kill himself. He can just find other people like him. Looking back, I realize no one tells people they're a sociopath unless they're trying to scare them. And he probably told me this because he knew that Alice talked to me. He never thought much about her intellect, and he probably figured that I was the one who told her the theory that he's a sociopath. We fall out of touch after their full breakup, and with him hiding after the theft incident, and I deleted his number. At some point though, we connect on Facebook, and he basically tells me that he got addicted to coke while doing criminal business in Europe. He went to rehab and claims a psychiatrist diagnosed him as a psychopath. Of course, using the term more likely to be linked with violent behavior, and one that's not even a clinical diagnosis. My stomach sank. I didn't know how to react to this. I asked him how it made him feel to know for sure, and he said that it made him aware of his power. He then said that he respects me and would never hurt me, and I just blocked him not long after this. My last mutual contact with him was him texting me in 2012. His message was vague and provocative. He said, "I'm coming." I asked who this was, and he dodges the question to coax me to admit that I knew. I asked what he wants and that I don't appreciate feeling threatened. He told me that I'm so defensive and that he just wanted to say hi to me. And I told him that I think it's uncool that he's trying to mess with me because I have a weaker ego than him. He says something strange about how I should never talk down about myself or something like that. Well, I just blocked his number again. This was 2012, and since then, 2 or 3 times a year, I'll get an Instagram follow request from a new profile he's created. Sometimes, it's obviously him, and sometimes, it will be a weird spam-looking profile, but following mutual or former friends. My heart rate goes up every time that this happens. Sometimes I don't block right away because I don't want to make it obvious how much this puts me on the edge. I usually keep my social media on private, but once, I opened my Twitter so I could participate in some contest, and I kid you not, within 3 days, a faceless account only following a few accounts starts following me again. He's made a Spotify account and followed me, and Spotify doesn't let you block people, so instead, I just had to restrict what I share. I've often thought about starting a podcast, but this whole ordeal has made me hesitant to ever want to raise my profile to a point of being found by him. A friend of ours committed suicide a few years ago, and I'm ashamed to say that I almost didn't go to the funeral in case he showed up. I get terrified when I get calls from strange numbers. I got worried that I'd bump into him when I believed that we were both in my hometown at the same time. I don't know what his goal is, and that's what bothers me the most. Is this his punishment for me for getting involved in his affairs over a decade ago? On the one hand, he's never made overt threats to me. He knew where I lived growing up, and I was there for many years after our last conversation. I spent many nights concerned when strange cars parked outside, but thankfully I never had an issue. On the other hand, I don't know what he's capable of, and if he's connected to dangerous people. He's moved back and forth between our hometown and other places several times, and apparently changed his name along the way. My therapist suggests that perhaps he envies my large circle of deep relationships, as he clearly has issues with his own identity. But it's disturbing for me that I'm still on his mind after a decade of not communicating. I keep praying that he finds someone else to fill his boredom, then making sure that I don't forget he's out there. My friends have told me that it's silly to worry about this, but it's hard when I'm having a good day and suddenly see an Instagram notification that sucks the oxygen out of the room. I've spent 10 years anxious and in fear because of his cruelty, and I honestly wish that he kept his word about what he'd do if he couldn't find a way to be a normal human being. A 21-year-old female was visiting my cousin in a neighboring city. She lives in a middle-of-nowhere suburb with a high crime rate. Her specific area is more secluded and safer, but you have to ride the bus through the shady part first just to get there. I rode the bus to the center of the city, and then I got on another bus towards the suburb. When I got on, I paid my fare, and I quietly asked the ticket guy to announce my stop. He said that it would be a long way. I huddled in a seat towards the tail of the bus, and I waited for the bus to depart, keeping a close watch over my possessions. As the stops came and went, the bus became packed and a lady sat next to me at some point. Sitting across from me on the front of the bus was a man that looked to be in his late 20s, chatting with a group of his friends. And he kept staring at me. When the lady next to me got off the bus, he rushed to get up, walking towards me, presumably to sit next to me. But thankfully, another passenger was faster and then took the seat, so he went back to his friends. I remained composed, but my gut was telling me that something was very off about this. In that moment, the ticket guy, who was handing out tickets to the new passengers, loudly tells me that my stop is in 2 stops. I see the creep look at the ticket guy, then at me, and then exchange a look with his friends. We had reached the middle of the nowhere part of the suburb, where the stops were literally in the middle of nowhere, with a few sparse buildings and absolutely no people on the street. And it had started to get dark. At this point, I was aware that I needed to think fast, and think fast I did. The bus came to a stop and the doors opened, and I waited until the last moment. I got up and I made my way towards the doors at the end of the bus. The guy jolted up from his seat and hurried his way to the other door, which was in the middle of the bus and closest to him. He walked out right before the doors closed, but I remained inside. When he realized that I didn't get off, he started following the bus. I still wasn't safe because he knew that my stop was next. So I then talked to the ticket guy and the driver, and God bless their hearts, they kept watch over me. They let me ride the bus to the end of the line and back, and my cousin's family waited for me at the bus stop on the way back. At the time of this story, I was 14. As well as being younger, I had developed crippling anxiety and depression, and all I'll say is that I was, and still am, very vigilant about my surroundings. On this day, I had planned to stay the night at a friend's house. I had never stayed at her place before, it was always mine. And for you to understand the story, I need to explain the layout of this house. It was located on a sloped hill, and when you drove down a steep road, the first part of the house that you would see was big and expansive. It looked like an old mansion. If you continued driving down, you would be met with 2 semi-separated buildings. Both were small and rundown. And when I say small, I mean one of them was just a bedroom, and the other was a bedroom and a small bathroom and kitchen. There were no doors inside, just a piece of cloth to separate the bathroom entrance from the kitchen. My friend's room was the bedroom, and her mom lived in the other section which was the bathroom and the kitchen. The landlord of the property lived in the main house, which is the big mansion. It was located in the middle of the woods, and when I say that, I don't mean it lightly. I mean, all you could see was expansive Australian forest. Australian rainforests are incredibly dense, and if you tried to walk through, you would most likely receive some type of bite, whether that be a spider, an ant, a leech, and etc. I'll cut to the first thing that happened. Me and my friend had walked into her mom's flat. I don't remember why, I forgot why. I think we were either hungry or I was asking how to get reception, cause there was none. And then we called out for her mom. She was in the bathroom, and as we walked past the small window, I heard a, "Yeah?" coming from outside. I turned to my friend, and then she looked at me the same way I was. We were so confused. If her mom was in the bathroom that was right in front of us, why did we hear a male voice coming from right outside? We brushed this off as to not scare ourselves, and then we continued having fun in my friend's room. For a little more context, the landlord used half of her room as storage and blocked off the back section of the room with a tall shelf and a divider. There was a huge glass sliding door at the front of her room, and in the blocked off back section, there was another door. You couldn't get to that door unless you squeezed through a section outside. Now, I'm skipping forward a little to nighttime. Me and my friend had to go to the bathroom, so we slinked out of her room and then walked to her mom's flat. Her mom was fast asleep, so we used the bathroom as quietly as possible and then we exited. As we were making the small walk back to my friend's room, we saw something out in the woods. A pair of eyes, looking directly at us from behind a tree. We panicked and froze. I pulled out my phone and I took a photo before we sprinted back into her room, locking the glass door behind us and drawing the curtains. It's not a reach to say that we were already freaking out. We looked at the photo, and sure enough, when I brightened the image, there was what looked to be a man staring at us from the dark woods. We were extremely scared, but I called my mom, who was about an hour away, and she just dismissed us. Sure, after that we were still scared, but it was a little comforting. After a while, we relaxed and chalked it up to our imagination playing tricks on us. We pulled out my laptop and then we put on a movie. I don't remember which movie, but it was some cheesy rom-com. Maybe 20 to 30 minutes into the movie, we froze and paused it. Footsteps. Footsteps crunching on the dry leaves right outside her room. We listened in horror as the footsteps moved through the tight alley that led to the back door. We both moved slowly, standing on the bed to look over the room divider. And our eyes were locked on the back door. And after a moment of complete silence, it turned. The doorknob wiggled slowly before it became faster. The door couldn't be opened as it was jammed against objects that were in storage. And then it stopped. No more noise. But we were crying and we were holding each other in our arms, trying to stay as quiet as possible. Then the footsteps slowly crunched off the leaves in the opposite direction, back to the front of her room. We both didn't hesitate now, and I reached for my phone and we called the police. And after trying to explain the situation to the operator on the other end, she told us that a unit was being dispatched and that we should stay where we were. Then, as we were still crying and hyperventilating, we heard a phone ringing. It sounded like an old landline phone, one with a harsh and loud beeping. It was coming from the landlord's mansion. We waited silently, listening to the drawn-out ringing of his phone. And after what felt like at least 2 minutes, it stopped. and then we heard his voice as he talked to the operator. At this time, we both noticed another thing. Fingerprints on our window. These windows were slated glass that you can open up with a lever. Whoever left these prints reached up, cupped their hand around to the top of the glass, and then dragged their fingers on the dust. It wasn't there before. Soon, the landlord walked to her mother's unit and told her that the police called him. He seemed extremely upset and told her that he made sure that they didn't send a unit. Her mother came to her room and we explained the situation. And both the landlord and her mother didn't seem to be bothered by the fact that a man just tried to enter our room. I couldn't stay the night, and neither could my friend. We were too scared to spend another minute there, and I called my mom and she came to get us at about 11 p.m. to 12. We dropped my friend back the next day, and when we got there, her mother told us something that I don't think I can pass up as a coincidence. The night it happened, it was raining, and there was strong wind around, but nothing strong enough to do this. Next to her mother's unit, she had a pole that held beads and fairy lights. And during the night, right after me and her were picked up, it had been knocked down. Keep in mind that this pole was literally embedded into the cement and then tied to the other items with zip ties. There was no way that could have been the wind. That pole was sturdy. I still am unsure of an explanation to all of this. It may have been her landlord, but I'm not too sure. It could have been also her ex-stepfather who was pretty insane. But either way, to the man or whoever this was who tried to break into our room, please, let's never meet again. My female friend came to visit me for a long weekend, and I, a 22-year-old female, won't be letting her stay ever again. Backstory: we were friends for 3 months before we both moved to separate states and then continued our friendship virtually until now. It has been a healthy friendship with open communication. We have had our disagreements, but mostly always talked it out and then moved on. They mostly revolved around her believing that I don't open up enough, and for me, she does things that are inconsiderate at times, like being jealous of my long-term friends to their faces, and have an odd attitude problem at times. She can also be a bit obsessive and get upset when I don't text her for more than a day. She has got loads of my photos saved to her phone and remembers every little thing about me and has a list of my interests. I have seen it as endearing. Well, until now. The trip, day 1. The first day of the trip was great. She was bubbly and she brought me a gift with a sweet note of appreciation. We went clubbing, but then we headed to bed separately for the night. This is where things got weird. Remember, we slept separately. Well, I woke up and she was in my bed, but not in my bed. She was sitting upright on top of the blankets next to me, with her feet straight out and her back against my headboard while looking forward. I was startled and I said, "Oh," instinctively. She just looked at me. She never said she was waiting for me to wake up or maybe she was uncomfortable on the couch. Nothing. Then she left my room, and I have no clue how long she was sitting there. Day 2 to 3. In the morning, we walked the city where she was engaged and was wanting to hold my hand while we were out and about. By midday, her attitude has shifted completely, and she was near mute. She isn't conversing with me, she isn't enjoying any activities, or even smiling anymore, at the bar, the arcade, or even at home watching movies. You know how those driving games take a silly little photo for your profile pic on the leaderboard? You know how those driving games take a silly little photo for your profile pic on the leaderboard? Well, I was blowing a kissy face in mine, and I glanced at hers and even snapped a pic without her noticing. Her head was tilted forward looking up at the camera. She was blank-faced, and you can mostly see the whites of her eyes. It was like the film poster of a horror film. Anyways, for the rest of the trip, she continued to not smile. She was cold to every service worker. She responded with one-word answers otherwise. She complained about anything and everything. I asked, "Are you okay?" A couple of times, and she would just reply, "I'm fine. I'm fine," avoiding eye contact every time, and the car rides were silent and the dinners were silent. Day 4, the final day. I drove her to the airport at 3 a.m. and I asked if she enjoyed her visit, and she said, "It was okay, it was fine." I told her that I enjoyed having her, and then she boarded her flight and left. I cannot figure out what caused this 180-degree shift. I paid for everything, and I took her to all sorts of events that she wanted to go to, and I even took a day off to take her to more. I felt myself overcompensating because I felt insecure of being a terrible host or something. I've had several friends stay with me and express to me that they enjoyed themselves so much that they never wanted to leave. I don't believe that I did anything so wrong to ruin this trip. And when she arrived home, she did not contact me, but she posted photos and videos of me and captioned, "Mine," on her social media. I haven't brought this conversation to her yet. All of my family and friends believe that I narrowly avoided a Selena/Yolanda Lifetime film situation and that I was potentially with someone very unstable. So, what do you think? I'm a 23-year-old female staying with my friend who is also 23 and female for a couple of weeks in the town that I grew up in. She works at a restaurant, and without giving away too many details about the location, it's a plaza with a river nearby, a movie theater, restaurants, and boutiques. We entered through the parking garage, which has 3 stories, both elevators and stairs in it, and this will be important later. She had a 6-hour shift that day, so I decided to do some shopping, listen to music, and walking around before eating at the restaurant that my friend works at. I was sitting at the bar on the corner alone, just listening to music. A bigger man approached me. He had a security guard beanie on that was incredibly dirty and tattered up. He was muttering, and his eyes were barely open. And what I got from his muttering was, "Are you, I like your, is anyone sitting?" But keep in mind that it was incredibly muttered. I'm just guessing what he was trying to say. All of this was said while he was switching back and forth between looking into my eyes and then staring at my chest. I told him multiple times that I couldn't understand what he said. After a bit of back and forth, I put the headphones back around my neck and then he left me alone. I told my friend about what happened immediately. I tried to shake it off, hoping that it was an isolated incident. But if this is where the story ended, I wouldn't be writing this, unfortunately. About an hour later or so, I see someone approach the bar to my left out of the corner of my eye. I felt their eyes on me. I didn't look, but somehow I knew that it was him. My heart started beating really fast, and I texted my friend and I told her that I felt really sketched out. I wanted to believe that I was misreading things and I was just letting anxiety get the best of me, but I couldn't shake the feeling. 30 minutes or so later, she gets off, and as we walked towards the parking garage stairs to get to our car, I saw him sitting on a bench, waiting for me. The benches aren't super close to the elevators. They're closer to the restaurant if anything. And the second that I spotted him, my blood ran cold. He saw us walking towards the stairs to the parking garage and then started running towards us. I was face to face with him by the time that we got to the top of the stairs. We booked it back to the restaurant and then used the employee elevator to get to her car. We also had an employee escort us to the car as well. The employee told us that there are a lot of cases of homeless people who walk around the restaurants, so I presume that he was homeless and just walking in and out of the restaurants until he saw me. I'm incredibly thankful that I trusted my gut and that I saw him. I don't know what would have happened to us if I didn't see him at first, but I don't want to find out. So to this stranger, let's not meet. I was a 17-year-old female, and I was out doing some Christmas shopping after school. So it was dark by the time that I decided to stop by one of my favorite sushi places, which is near a grocery store and other shops all close to my home. The sushi place is right next to a boba shop, and I peek in to try to see if a friend of mine was working, so I could say hi. But I didn't see them, so I just turned around and I see this guy standing there trying to get my attention. "Miss, excuse me." I just stare at him for a second, unsure if I should really be talking to this stranger, before he asks if I have any spare cash for him to buy a drink. I tell him, "Oh, I don't have cash on me, sorry." And he says that it's okay, and I walk into the sushi place. While I wait for my food, I wonder if I should have just offered to buy him a drink, because I'm the type of person who loves to help people, and I just feel bad ignoring those in need. I get my food, and I'm literally about to exit the store when the guy from earlier walks in, and he stops by the door. He's asking the cashier if he knows how he could get help because he thinks his car got stolen and that he was from a neighboring city. I pause, because again, I felt bad for not helping him earlier and I was curious. I buy him a drink this time, even offered to buy food. I showed him the menu and he glanced at it, then asked for fried rice, which wasn't on the menu, but I was like, okay, and I just bought him the drink. He then tells me thanks and asks if I know anything about his car, then randomly asks me if I know where a cold stone is. At this point, I'm thinking, if I were either homeless or got my car stolen, Cold Stone is the last place I'd want to be. But I explained to him that it's not within walking distance, and he's like, "Oh," and asked me if I would be able to show him the way and maybe give him a ride there. He pulls out cash from his hoodie pocket saying, "I could pay you back, $10 for the ride and the drink." And now I'm thinking, you had money and you let me buy you a drink? Why the hell would I give you a ride? I need to leave. So I say no, and that the drink was my treat, and that I hope his situation gets figured out. I leave the sushi place and he exits too and starts walking behind or beside me. I get scared and I decide not to walk back to my car. Instead, I speed walk into a Rite Aid. I turn into an aisle and I see that he's still following me. He says, "Miss? Lady, excuse me." I finally turned around and asked if he needs anything else. "You were gonna give me a ride?" "No, I can't." And he answers, "Oh, okay, sorry." And he then walks away. I pace around at the back corner of the store for a while, terrified if he's still in the store or waiting for me outside. And by the way, my phone had died, so I left it in my car. In the store, I see a dad with his daughter. Looked like a middle schooler, and then I go up to them. I finally start crying, and I say that there was a man talking to me, and if they could please walk me back to my car. The dad asks where I parked, and then he agrees, and a few minutes later we leave. I'm still in tears, poorly explaining my situation, and I point out my car as we approach. The dad says, "Okay, we'll wait here until you leave. Make sure to check your back seat." I do, and I even check my trunk because I'm so paranoid. I thank them over and over before driving off, and I just sobbed the whole way home because I don't know what exactly was going on with that man or why he wanted to go to my car. I get more scared thinking of the fact that I'm a 5-foot girl who probably couldn't defend herself well if it came down to it. Maybe it was a misunderstanding, but what business did a grown man have asking a teenage girl for a ride? I was genuinely terrified. Yes, I shouldn't have been out so late, and I should have had my phone on me, and I should have ignored that guy. Sorry for being a girl who just wanted sushi at night and to help someone who looked like they needed it. It's hard to trust people, clearly, but I am happy to be safe at home now. Although, I will definitely feel uncomfortable shopping there or eating sushi again, which is unfortunate because I frequently do both. So for context, I moved into my new house about a year or two ago. I had lived in the area for a year before, but we were evicted due to the owners of our old house wanting to move in. I'm a young female and still living with my family, which makes the story even more weird and pedo-y. When you look out my window, you see my fence and then a house. They are up on a small hill, so the fence does not block anything. The first encounter that I had with this man was late at night. I was with some friends, while all of our parents were out at a party. I will say that me and my friends are old enough to be left at home. We were also responsible. We were just relaxing in my room with no light or music on. We had turned the TV off when we were alone. But then, we heard my dog start barking for a good 10 minutes. We passed this off because she barks at absolutely everything. I'm talking birds on the power line, a bug on the front porch, anything that moves pretty much. But then, we started hearing weirder noises like crunching, circling the perimeter of my room, and then scratching on the walls. I kid you not, the moment we started getting scared, the loudest bangs that I have ever heard start pounding on my glass sliding door. Me and the 3 others run out of my room to go look at what in the world could be making this much noise. We were greeted by an aggressive dog, and this dog was up on the glass pounding on the door. My dog was scared. She usually doesn't do this, but she backed away behind me into my room with all of her fur up. But then we see it. A man, dressed in all black, standing at the door. We were all standing perfectly still, but I guess my friend's flight response went off, and just as he jumped to lock the door, the man reached for it too. My friend yelled, "What are you doing here, and who are you?" And he responded with a simple, "I don't know," and walked off with his dog who was on a leash. When our parents got back, we told them about him, and they asked us why we didn't call them. And truthfully, I know we should have, but I didn't want to ruin my mom's birthday party, and I have learned from this. 2 days later, my mom confronted our neighbor who was mowing the lawn, and he said that it was in fact him and that his dog had a run into our gate, and he got the dog back. He said he meant to come and talk to her earlier about it, but didn't. I thought it was a normal story, until I thought back to that night. The gate that his dog supposedly ran through had a tough glass that was shut on that night. We have it there so our dog can't get out, and so nothing can come in. But you can open it by hand, meaning that this man opened the gate and then let himself and his dog in. My theory is that he heard the music stop and didn't see lights from his house, so he decided that he was going to come and, I don't know, maybe rob us. The noises we heard must have been him, scaling the perimeter of my room for 10 minutes before attempting to enter. We filed a police report and nothing happened for a few months, until one night I was in bed, almost asleep, but still getting comfy. I sat up to rearrange my pillows and I turned around so I could properly make it comfy, when I saw a face outside my window staring back at me. Whoever it was wearing a black face covering, and I texted my mom and I froze. I heard moving and then my mom came and checked. Nothing there. This wasn't just my imagination, as my neighbor's lights are visible from the crack in my curtain, but the face was covering majority of the light. Ever since then, I have noticed them watching, and whenever I catch them looking, they get up from their balcony and leave, and I'll catch them in the same spot watching only 5 minutes later. So, dear neighbor who watches me relentlessly, let's never, ever meet again. My sister and I have always loved to get together and go thrifting or yard sale shopping. It wasn't just shopping and getting new stuff for us, but we love finding old treasures that once held many memories for others. We love finding antiques and other items and learning more about the said items. We loved hearing from the previous owners when possible, and we honestly thought about starting a vlog with our finds in those stories. But this story isn't about one of those stories, unfortunately. This is a story of something we experienced on one of our shopping trips. This took place in 2019 in about mid-May. I remember because her daughter was in her last week of school when this happened, and we talked about how she would be with us after that week if we went. I adored my niece, so I was absolutely okay with this too, and I was excited to spend more time with her. I drove to her place, and we took her car and started around her area and then slowly branched out. We were probably about an hour into our trip when we came across a community yard sale. If you aren't aware, community or neighborhood sales are when a lot of people within the same neighborhood have a yard sale on the same days. It's a lot of fun and convenient for people like us who like to hit up a lot of different houses in one run. We could park our car on one side of the road, take our little wagon, and then walk around the block before making our way back to our car. We actually had gone through most of the neighborhood and then scored some good finds, but we were starting to get tired. We lived in the Midwest and it had been very humid, so we started taking the car to each home so we had less walking to do. We then pulled up to the next home with high hopes because of what we could see from my car. They had a lot of books, paintings, and toys, and we personally like obscure paintings to keep for ourselves. We found our share of valuable books and even items left behind in those books, such as pictures, some postcards, and newspaper clippings. And lastly, the toys. We've found a lot of ones that were never opened, as well as ones that were, but in great condition. We sold many on eBay for a lot more than we bought it for, and priced many more that we've kept. As we got out and then walked around, we made our way to the toys since there were so many. The owners must have had a little girl because there were a lot of girl-oriented toys. There was a dollhouse, a tub full of old Barbies, a kitchenette, and a play makeup set and other similar items. But then my sister gasped as she made eye contact with one item. It was part of a set for these toys that we collected as a child. As some of you may be familiar with them, they were called pound puppies. The set we saw was the old fan that folded out and collapsed flat to be a play area for the little pups. You could also store some of them in it. I remember us both wanting to get this as a kid, but we never did. No hate on our parents. There were a lot of us kids, and knowing how expensive toys are now, I get it. But now we were reliving our childhood. She still had all of her pound puppies, as she had many on a shelf, and even more in a container in her basement. She could never part with them, and she was hoping to share them with her daughter. We were looking it over and discussing it when a man approached us and asked if we were familiar with the item. My sister, Ellie, turned her excitement to him and then started telling him all about how this fan was always on our Christmas or birthday list. He explained that our assumption was pretty much right. The toy belonged to his wife, who then tried to give it to her daughter, but she hardly played with it, so she just wanted to get rid of it at this point. The tag said $10, so this was definitely coming home with us. As Ellie was fishing out the bells from her fanny pack, I grabbed our latest find and then I walked it to the car. Ellie was still talking to the guy when I walked back, and as I got there, he mentioned to us that she had a whole collection of the little puppies in their spare bedroom, but they didn't have the time or space to bring it down yet. He asked us if we were interested and we could check it out too. From the look on Ellie's face, I knew we were probably going to go home with more. We agreed, and we followed him into the house as he motioned to a woman. I assumed his wife and that he was going to show us the rest of the collection. We entered a home that was obviously well taken care of. It had a very nice rustic look to it, and you could also tell a kid and a dog lived there, based on the toy chest in the corner of the living room and the dog bed next to the TV. We walked through the living room and took a right up a set of stairs and then into a bedroom. That was definitely one of those catch-all rooms. There was a bed that was fully made, but then there were a few boxes and tubs stored in the corner. The closet doors were open and only had a few items that were wrapped in plastic sitting in them. The man then pushed the clothes to the side and pulled out a plastic container that probably stood about 3 feet tall. It had drawers and doors that opened in all different sides with labels on them. He brought it to about the center of the room and then gestured to it that we could look it over and pick what we wanted, if not the whole thing. Both of us were super excited about this, and we started opening the little containers to see what all was there. It was really exciting. We found a lot of items that brought back memories, and others that we had never seen before. But then all the serotonin seemed to drain from my body as I started getting that weird feeling, like something was wrong. I looked over at Ellie to see if she was okay, and she was still talking and smiling as she sorted through the various toys and stuffed animals. But then, I noticed the guy that escorted us in here was now standing behind my sister, who was bending over slightly to look into these little cubbies. But the problem I had with this was that the guy had his head cocked to the side, clearly staring at her with his hand down his pants. What the hell did we just walk into? I felt so stupid at that point in time. We willingly followed this man into his home. I guess between knowing he had a kid and a wife and us being too excited, we accepted that as being completely normal. I'm sure neither of us suspected anything at first, so being the big sister, I had to do something. I figured I shouldn't try to act too alarmed because it was pretty obvious what he was doing, and the fact that he was standing between us and the doorway was a little bit problematic. I stood up. I walked around to stand behind Ellie, and I tried nudging her arm to get her to stand up, but she would just look over quick and then back down to the items. So I pulled my phone out, typed out a message, and then I showed it to Ellie, acting like I was looking up an item. I watched as the smile on her face slowly faded. She finally understood. She quickly stood up and we started walking out of the room just saying, "Okay, we're good." You could hear the guy walking up behind us, and he started talking about how we didn't look at everything and was adamant asking us if we were sure or if there was anything else that we were looking for. I said no, and then I followed behind Ellie down the stairs. This guy shoved past us and was standing in the front of the door, preventing us from opening it. My sister asked him what the hell he was doing, and sensing the desperation in his voice, he asked us if there was anything else in the house that we were interested in. I really felt like he was grasping at any reason to keep us in the house, which made me worry even more. My sister said there wasn't, and we just wanted the few things that we were holding. Then the desperation really started showing. This man really asked if we were willing to have a quickie and we could have the whole container for free. Before I could react, Ellie lost it and she screamed at him, "What the hell is wrong with you?" She mentioned his wife being right out front and then threatened to call the cops. I was already pulling out my phone at this point, but the guy backed away from the door with his hands up, and his only response was, Okay, but don't mention this to my wife, please." Ellie shoved past him, and we both dashed out the door. As we ran down the front stairs, Ellie shouted to the woman that her husband was a creep, and then we ran to our car. I watched from the passenger seat as he stood by the door, and the wife was standing at the bottom of the steps with her arms out to her side. Her body language was pretty telling as to what was going on. And that was the last time that we saw or heard from that guy or that house. We left and immediately started recapping what all just happened to us. We thought about whether we should call the cops or not, but figured that they wouldn't be able to do much since he didn't touch us and we were able to get away and we were in his house. Not to mention, we were in their home. We just shook off the creepy vibes we had. We grabbed some Starbucks and just chilled for a bit. We were definitely done for the day, and we both agreed that it was pretty stupid of us to go in there and agreed that we wouldn't let that happen again. If anyone wants to show us something like that, they would have to bring it out to us. But at least, We did get a few of the little puppy stuffies at no cost. We just took it as payment for the trauma he caused. Well, this happened to me just this morning, and I don't know if this is a big deal, but here we go. I walk to the bus stop every morning to go to work at around 6 a.m., and today was a particularly dark morning. It was freezing, and it had been raining. My street is the last one in the neighborhood, and behind my street is just the woods. There's no house or street. And for the 7 months that I've been working, there's no one in my street that go out for work at the same time as me. Only one guy in the next street over that sometimes goes out in a hurry. So today I was walking. I just had crossed my street. But then all of a sudden, I hear a noise not too far from me. And when I turn back, there's like an older guy trying to walk silently behind me. And take note, I'm a 23-year-old female. He doesn't look like he's going to work. There's no backpack with him, and not even an umbrella, as it was raining at that time. Apparently, he got out of my own street, like he was waiting for me to get out of the house. He was walking slow, but when I started to walk faster, I looked behind me, and he was walking faster too. So I kinda run a little until I get to the bus stop where some guys always wait for the bus with me. I was terrified with my little taser that I always carry in my backpack. I waited to see the creep showing up in front of the bus stop, but he never did. I guess he gave up when I ran. If he was going somewhere, he would just pass the bus stop, because there's no other way to go out. And the worst part is, there's an old creep in my neighborhood that was in jail for being a serial rapist in like the 90s, and he served his sentence, and today he is a free man. But like last month, he was asking my mom to take care of our garden, and he kept creeping around the house when my dad's out for work. I don't know if it was him today because it was very dark, but he's the first one that I can think of. Background: I'm a 24-year-old female, and I live with my roommate, a 23-year-old female, in an apartment in the suburbs of Atlanta. As you may know, Atlanta is super dangerous and crime-riddled right now. So, we have a Ring People camera. It's really perfect for apartments, and we also have a digital lock on our door for safety. Now, on to the story. About 3 months ago, the sweet family from across the hall moved out, and we got a new neighbor. His name is David, and let's just say, he's interesting. When we first saw him moving in, we were a bit taken aback by the sheer amount of stuff that he was trying to fit in his one-bedroom apartment. All of it was anime merch and Star Wars memorabilia. Definitely gives me hoarder vibes, but that's not my business. When the moving trucks left and a few days had passed, my roommate and I knocked on his door to give him a welcome to the neighborhood gift basket with some baked goods, some dog treats and poop bags for his dog, and seasonal candles. Apparently, this was not the correct thing to do. After that day, David got creepy. It started out innocent though. He would come to the door whenever he heard me or my roommate coming or going to have a quick chat, or he would come over regularly to ask for salt or sugar or even toilet paper. Sometimes, he would ask us if we could come over and watch his dog. But within the past 2 weeks, things have really escalated. 2 weekends ago, we were out pretty late partying at the bars near the Brave Stadium. We ended up getting home at around 3 a.m., only to find David sitting at the top of the stairs waiting for us. He acted all upset, asked us where we had been, and requested that we tell him if we are planning to be out past midnight. I laughed in his face and he called me a mindless Stacy. I'm still not sure what that means though. He also asked for access to our Ring camera so he could make sure that we are safe. We laughed at him again, and then we went into our apartment. Well, here's the scary part. We checked the Ring the next morning, and he sat outside his apartment staring at our door for the rest of the night. When we saw that, we contacted the complex to let him know that he was acting crazy. They told us to contact the police, and so we did. The police told us to contact them if he made any threats, but since we lived in a shared space, they really couldn't do anything until he entered our apartment or threatened us. I assume the complex said something to him because he left us alone for the next 5 days or so. But this week, he is out of control. He is constantly sitting outside of our apartment, and my roommate has started leaving for work an hour earlier so that she doesn't have to cross paths with him. I cannot leave the apartment during the day because he is constantly waiting outside for me. He has asked me out and left love letters on our door, on our cars, and in our mailbox. And I told him once that I wasn't interested, and he told me that he would kill himself if I didn't go on a date with him. Of course, I don't have that in writing so the police won't do shit. He has also put up a Ring doorbell of his own so he can track all of our movements, and will leave really creepy sexual notes when we're gone, so we find them when we come back. What do we do? Update. Thank you all for your advice. For now, my brother is spending the night on my couch for the next few nights until we can have a sit-down meeting with my landlord. We have collected all of the evidence and Ring footage so we can show how much this has progressed. I'm sure the landlord and the police think we're being dramatic little girls or whatever, so we're not going to take no for an answer. Either he leaves or we break our lease and get our full security deposit back. We're also going to file for a temporary restraining order at the very minimum because some of the commenters said that would be faster than going through the police. Again, thank you so much for all of your advice. I'll update you if any crazy shit goes down. Update number 2. Here are some updates. Number 1. We met with our landlord last week. Unfortunately, they aren't willing to work with us as much as we expected. They will not remove him from his unit, and since we didn't want to spend a ton of money to move, we asked if we could move units within the complex. The landlord offered us a 1-bedroom unit on the terrace level, so my roommate and I would have to share a room in what is basically the basement of our building. Not really ideal. Number 2, we spoke to the police and they said that the notes and letters were not enough to get someone on stalking or harassment, especially since he lives literally 3 feet away from us. They did keep the Ring videos and said that they would contact us sometime this week after they reviewed all of the footage. And number 3, we have both moved in with my parents for the time being. Shout out to them for being incredible parents. It really sucks spending $2,000 plus monthly on a place that you can't live. We are actively looking for other apartments, but money is tight since we would have to buy out the current lease and then pay to start a new one, which is also not ideal. So, not the update that we were hoping for, but we are both safe now, and that's what's important. I take a walk every morning as part of my waking up routine. This morning, towards the beginning of my walk, I pass a man who asked me something. He is slightly too close to me, but not enough to make me feel uncomfortable. Just enough that I don't want to slow down or have a listen to what he has to say. I have my earphones in as well, and I don't take them out, but hear enough that he had asked for the time. Without breaking my stride, I glance at my watch, say 7:30, and then I keep walking. If he said anything else, I didn't hear it. About 20 minutes or half an hour later, well, far away from the first time that I came across this guy, that same guy walks up from behind, again, too close to me to ask for the time. I tell him at this point to get away from me and to stop following me, and that I already gave him the time. That escalates things immediately because he shoots back with, "Why? Is it because I'm black?" I respond, "No, it's because he approached me about a mile away with the same question." He says he lives in the neighborhood, so I say fine, but to please stop following me. He denies following me and then calls me "ching chong bitch" and then yells for me to go back to China as I cross the street to put more distance between us. This guy follows me across the street and keeps following me as I cross back over. At this point, I'm yelling for him to get away from me and to stop following me, and he's repeating the same lines about being black and hurling racial slurs at me. I'm getting worried that while there are people out at 8 a.m., either walking their kids to school or maybe going to work, no one is going to step up because of the bystander effect. After I cross the street for a second time, he gets right in my face, yelling about how he's not following me. I have my back against an apartment complex, and I'm getting worried that things are going to get physical. When a tall woman with pink hair walks up. I don't remember what she said, but I at some point confirmed to her that he wasn't leaving me alone. She's about the same height as this guy and starts to yell for him to stop following me. He is now being badgered by her, and he's also yelling back the same denials about not following me, and that he's from the same neighborhood and accusing me that this is all because he's black. Thanks to my lady savior, I was able to break away. A couple that was exiting their apartment who witnessed all of this asked if I am alright, which I say yes without stopping. I walk half a neighborhood block down to duck through an alley. And as I'm walking down the alley, checking the entire time to make sure that the guy is not following me, I see the woman with the pink hair has disengaged and is walking off. I am so glad that it didn't escalate for her, and I feel bad for not being able to thank her for her help. I take a circuitous route home, looking behind my shoulders every once in a while.
This all happened about a week before my son's 7th birthday. I, 38 male, hadn't gotten him a gift yet. So after work, I asked his mother to pick him up from school and drive myself to Walmart to browse the toy section for something he would want. While trying to decide between a Nerf gun and an Iron Man action figure, I heard a woman's voice behind me. "Browsing for yourself or a little one?" I turned around to see a woman my age, in an employee vest with a smile, clearly amused by her own joke. "Well, clearly it's for me, but on an unrelated note, any ideas for a birthday gift for a 7-year-old boy?" I retort. The woman chuckled a bit before pointing at the Nerf gun. "This one sells well." Taking her word for it, I put the gun in my cart before thanking her and pushing off. However, she stops me. "Is there anything else I can do to help you today?" she said, stepping into my line of sight again. "No, thank you," I say. "I really just came for the toy, but thank you again." and with that, I pushed my cart past her. As I made my way to the checkout, I saw a good deal on cherries and decided to swing over to the groceries to see what else I might want to get while I was here. A few minutes later, as I was knocking on some watermelons, I heard the same voice from before. "I thought you were only here for a Nerf gun." I turn around to see the woman again. "Yeah, but I decided to do some grocery shopping while I was here." I knew I didn't need to explain myself to her, but in order to be polite, I decided to reply to her small talk, but keep this short because I was getting a weird feeling about this lady. She continued to follow me around during my shopping, which I decided to cut short given the situation. I then went to the self-checkout since the line was shorter. Usually I don't mind waiting in line for a cashier, but today I wanted to be done a lot sooner than normal. I scanned my items and swiped my points card before paying and then left, the woman standing at the exit doors literally watching me as I left. I thought that was the end of it, until later that afternoon I got a phone call. "Hello?" I answered, only to be greeted by the same cheery voice I'd heard at Walmart. "Hello, is this my name?" I was shocked. "How did you get this number?" I asked.
"Well," she started, "I usually don't do this, but I really like talking to you, so after I saw you had a membership card, I looked it up and found your phone number in our database,"
she said, sounding almost proud of herself. "What the hell? What's wrong with you? Isn't that illegal?" I was outraged. This was an invasion of my personal information.
"Oh, come on, it's not that big of a deal. Like I said, I just really liked talking to you. And now that I've called, you can save my number, okay?"
Flabbergasted by her nonchalantness over the situation, I blurted out, "No. No, not at all. I'm married, and I don't want anything to do with you. This is not okay." The phone line went silent for a long time before she hung up. She never called again, nor did I see her ever again at the Walmart. But I did report her, so that may be the reason why. But still, I hope I never see that overly friendly Walmart employee again.
This happened to me and two of my friends back when we were in high school. It was nearing the end of the school year, which meant not only were our last finals right around the corner, but so was prom. We were seniors and I unfortunately missed going my junior year due to a family emergency, so I was not going to let anyone or anything stop me or ruin my night. My friends, Marissa, Heidi, and I all went out and picked our dresses together, and not only coordinated colors with our dates, but also with each other. We all met up at my place to get ready when our dates met us at a local park to take pictures and hang out shortly before the dance started. And while we were there, Heidi pulled out her purse and showed us that her mom had bought a few shooters. In case anyone doesn't know what this is, it's just those mini bottles of liquor, and she was supposed to keep them at home. Her mom let her drink occasionally, but only when she was at home and within her sight. She passed one out to all of us, and we quickly took the shots and got rid of the evidence. And afterwards, we headed to the school. The prom itself was a blast with your normal teenage fun. We danced, took pictures, made my ex mad, all stupid fun. It was probably close to the end of the dance, so I think that it was just a combination of people being worn out and teenage angst that some people started getting a bit more rowdy. Some girls started shouting at Marissa, so we all joined in to try and just get her to leave with us so we didn't get into any trouble. Thankfully, she went pretty easily when Heidi bribed her with more shots. She said that we could all go back to her place and have some more drinks and just hang out, so that was our plan. The three of us girls piled into my car, and the guys said that they would meet us there in their car after they went home to change. We left the school probably feeling a bit too invincible. Again, we were stupid teenagers doing some pretty stupid stuff. Physically, I felt fine though. I know I shouldn't have, but we had only had the one shot before the dance and nothing since, so I wasn't even buzzed. We all got in the car with me driving, and then Marissa was in the passenger seat and Heidi in the back. We expected a nice ride as close friends celebrating our high school years. But that wouldn't be the case. I stopped at a four-way intersection at the same time as a car that was coming from the opposite direction. I flashed my lights at them so they could go, but they continued to sit there. After flashing my lights again and no movement, I just decided to go ahead and then turn left. They didn't have a turn signal on, so I assumed that they were going straight, which is why I tried to let them go first. But after I turned, I then noticed that the car had turned behind me too. I was more focused on my friends and driving, however, so I made a sort of a mental note and just continued talking and singing. It didn't last long though, as I noticed that the car was following pretty close, so I pointed it out to my friends. Marissa, being the aggressive type, told me to tap my brakes to get them to back off, and normally I would, but for some reason, I kept telling myself that I shouldn't. Now, it was pretty dark at this point, so I couldn't make out much of the car other than the front of it that looked dark, like maybe black or dark blue or gray maybe. But we quickly learned why they may have been tailgating me when the lights kicked on. Again, between it being dark and not really paying much attention, I didn't notice there were lights on top of the car. In a slight panic, I pulled over and told the girls to just keep quiet. I turned off the music and immediately went to reach for my purse that was on the back passenger side. I had already rolled down my window by the time that the cop approached my side of the car and immediately shined his bright flashlight right into my front seat. I turned around quickly to look at them and greet them, but they then put the flashlight right in my face. I squinted and I put my hand up in a force of habit when there is something bright in your face. But the cop immediately got aggressive and yelled at me to put my hand down. It startled me, but I did as he said and I tried to apologize and mention the light. He then pointed it towards the back at Heidi and then kind of laughed and claimed that he was just messing with us. I looked over at Marissa real quick and saw the what the fuck look on her face. I quickly looked back at the cop and he asked if we were leaving the ball and laughed again, and I told him that we were actually heading home from our prom. At this point, he was still shining his flashlight around in my car, so I couldn't quite see his face. I could see a slight outline and I could see his teeth, so I could at least tell that he was smiling. He made some kind of back in my day comment and I don't remember it exactly, then laughed again. We all just sat there awkwardly. And I really wanted to ask why he pulled us over, but I didn't have it in me. And since he seemed to be in a good mood, maybe he would just forget it and let us go. I wasn't speeding, and I used my signal when I turned, and none of us were hanging out the windows and screaming either. As he cleared his throat, he leaned down to have his head closer to my window and then asked, "Have you ladies been drinking?" Okay, now I know how some people may respond to this, but I was an 18-year-old girl at that time. I was underage, and we definitely had something to drink. It was literally one shot each of us, and it was several hours earlier. So I felt fine. But between the night so far, being pulled over, and the adrenaline and anxiety was high, and I was beginning to freak out again. However, my response was immediately no. He leaned in closer, and his voice became a bit more stern, and he said, "Now, don't lie to me. I'm not stupid. I can smell the alcohol in this car." I began having an internal meltdown, worried that I was going to go to jail and my parents would find out. But I immediately started pleading. I fessed up and I told him that I just had one shooter and that it was earlier that night and we were going straight home, so there wouldn't be any more, and I apologized. Marissa tried telling me to shut up, but once I started, I just couldn't turn it off. After a few minutes of my pathetic pleas, the cop stopped me and told me that while he appreciated me telling the truth, he was going to have to arrest all of us and have the car towed. Heidi then began begging with me to let us go with the ticket, and Marissa was more seeming to argue with us. Then, he did that ear-piercing whistle, making us all stop and look back at him. He then leaned down, putting his arms on my window and said, "I'd hate to ruin your girl's night, so maybe we can work something out." I was expecting him to just give me a ticket, which still would have sucked, but at least I was much more willing to tell my parents about that. However, he had something else in mind. He mentioned an empty building with a pretty empty area. It was where an old mall had closed, and he asked us to follow him there and just have some fun for a bit. Forget the ticket or going to jail. I was even more terrified at this point. Was this cop really suggesting what I thought he was suggesting? I was frozen at this point, not knowing how to react. What would happen if I told him no? Would he then arrest me? But of course, Marissa, being her normal aggressive self, took over. She leaned down pretty far to look at the sky and pretty much challenged him and questioned him. Some of the berating from her included, "You know we're minors, right? We just told you that we're coming from prom. I'm recording this, so why don't you explain in detail what exactly you wanted to do with us? Why did you even pull us over? Don't you have to give us a breath test before you can do anything? Ash, don't get out of the car. Don't do anything unless he makes you take a test. What's your name anyways? I want your name and your badge number." The cop got pretty quiet at that point and then tried laughing again and said that we were pretty smart girls. He tried to play it off about testing us or something, and then he said that we were free to go, but told us to just be careful and go straight home. He never told us his name or badge number, and we waited for him to get back into his car. And when he didn't drive off, I decided to go. Part of me was worried that he might follow, but I just wanted to get home at this point. The guys obviously beat us to Heidi's, and we told them what happened. They thought that it was really suspicious too, but other than them, we never told anyone about the interaction. I myself was too worried that my parents would be mad at me or something. So fast forward a few months after we graduated. There was something on the news about someone impersonating a cop, and when they pulled over women, they would make suggestive comments and threaten them with erroneous charges unless they agreed to his demands. One lady dared to challenge him, much like Marissa did, but he actually grabbed her by the arm, leaving marks, and tried to open her door. They said she was able to drive away and she immediately went to a police station to report it. But when she explained everything, the officer she talked to wasn't convinced that it was a real officer. They then started getting more reports, and they all aligned. Someone also was able to see the vehicle, and it was all dark with no markings, like it was an unmarked cop car. But the problem with that is that in the state that I live in, those are prohibited, which led them to believe even more that it wasn't real. Unfortunately, he must have realized that they were onto him because the report stopped and they never caught the guy. I told Marissa and Heidi about this, and Marissa was confident that it was probably the same guy. The scheme, the location, what we experienced, they all matched. So I'm pretty confident that it was the same guy too. The situation alone freaked me out, but when I saw that, I was even more terrified that this was real. This happened to many women, but then I wondered how many more it happened to that didn't report it, and even worse, how many poor women fell for it and followed through. I'm an adult now and much smarter, so when I do have an interaction with someone in law enforcement, I make sure to note as many details as possible and also get their name. You just can never be too careful, no matter who the person may appear to be. My friend and I, both 21 and female, went to Applebee's for a few $1 margaritas, and then we went off to a park where she said that she knew a spot. We go 20 minutes away to this park. We go down this path that takes us around 10 minutes to this bay area. We find a nice log and then we sit there and watch the sunset. As we were relaxing on the log, a family strolls by with their dog to hang out on the other side of the shore. A few minutes go by and a couple comes through and sets up, and they eat a big pineapple with a knife. The sun sets, but it's still light out, and we didn't think about the walk back. Eventually, we go to head back, and it's dark. The wooden area we have to walk through is getting really dark. We start walking, and she gets her phone camera out. It's pitch black at this point. We start talking about how creepy it was. But then, I felt an uneasy feeling. That feeling you get, afraid that something is behind you. Well, we're walking along, and we go across the bridge up a little hill, and all of a sudden, we hear loud fat footsteps on the bridge. I see light from what appeared to be from his phone, going back and forth as if he was sprinting. We panicked. We start running and I'm thinking, no way this guy is chasing us. His footsteps kinda sounded like he was on a bike. I thought that we'll go up the steep hill on our left. No way this guy is following us and no way he'd go up the hill on his bike. Well, turned out, there was no bike. We stopped running as we didn't hear anything. She flashes her light behind us, and there's a silhouette of a man jogging towards us. His body posture seemed to be that he got tired from running. Well, we kept running and stopping to see if he was still chasing us. And then again, we hear footsteps running towards us. We keep looking back while running to make sure that he's not right on us. At this point, my friend screamed, "Hey!" in a panicked voice, and then he screamed back, "Hey!" Then after that said, "What are you scared of?" We keep running and she's on the phone with the police. We finally hit a paved road, nowhere near her car, when I took us up the hill. That was the wrong path we originally took. We knocked on a house, the lights are out, but no one answers. We start down the road to their neighbor, and I look back, and again, I see a silhouette of a man walking behind the first person's house. he got up to the fence and creeped back into the darkness. That second neighbor helped us. His wife got us some water and the police came to take us to our car. This was the most traumatic experience that I have ever had. The intentions of the man felt sinister, and the way he was yelling at us felt so uncanny. I hate this feeling I have. I have so many questions that won't be answered, but I can't get this one question out of my head. What if he caught up to us? I'd like to share about my experience that happened 6 years ago. During one beautiful summer day, I decided to take my dog to the park. I have a small dachshund, and I'm also a 20-year-old female at that time, with blonde hair and fairly skinny. The park I decided to stop at, I've been to before multiple times with my boyfriend and my dog, so I felt confident going there alone. The park is also right next to a big busy street and has a lot of families with kids on the playground. The trail of the park circles a big oval around a small lake of water. So, the street is on one side of the oval, and on the other, there's trees and woods. Anyways, I park up on the left side of the park, and I get out of the car, leaving my phone in the car. Again, I didn't think twice as I wasn't planning on spending much time there. I start walking, and halfway through, I notice a white male with a short buzz cut and an orange t-shirt start looking back at me. I was behind him a long ways back, but I decided to keep my distance. I was following him at about 100 feet in front of me, until he decided to keep stopping along the way. He would stop and then look at the trees and the water, so I decided to stop walking along the trail and I walked down to the water. I would look at him from the corner of my eye and notice him staring at me. I started to make myself aware. I look back and he walks away and then just goes along the trail. I go back on the trail and follow from a distance, but then he keeps looking back at me again. We walk like this for another 500 feet, and he then stops and takes a seat on a bench. I noticed that specific bench was almost hidden in the trees near the wooded area and had a trail behind it. Well, I decided not to walk past him, so I turned around and I continued the other way back. As I'm walking and almost halfway through the trail back to the car, I noticed that he is following me. At this point, I started sprinting, and so did he. He was quickly catching up to me, and at this point I am so scared that I didn't have my phone on me. I am surrounded by families and people, and I knew that I would be seen, but still, why is he sprinting behind me? My car is so close, so I began running with my dog, and I look back and he is running behind me. I quickly run up the hill and I get into my car, and he didn't stop running till I sat inside and closed the doors. I'm looking at him. He stops running, he's in the parking lot, and he walks away to his car. I put my car in drive and I pull up behind him, blocking him for 30 seconds or so to show that I see him and that I know. My car is fully tinted, so I wanted to scare him back at this point. I didn't know if I should wait at the park and then call the police or see what his next move will be. But I decided to leave because I was scared and shaken, and without my phone or any proof, I felt stupid. That was the scariest thing that has ever happened to me. So, don't ever leave your phone in the car. Hey everyone, I wanted to share something that me and a few friends experienced in high school. I think I was a bit of a weirdo in high school, but I wasn't alone. I had plenty of friends that accepted my weirdness, and we're probably just as equally goofballs. We were the ones using paper clips and safety pins as earrings, drawing creepy stuff, and other probably edgy things. I cringe at the thought of my teenage years now. Anyways, while we may have been odd, we still wanted to enjoy the events of our school, such as fundraisers, parades, and even prom. A couple of my friends and I all agreed to go to prom together, and one of my friends even tried to hook me up with this girl that I have been interested in. He had asked her if she was available. Actually, he told her that I was asking, and she said yes. So our first date would be prom, I guess. I actually gave a little more care as to how I looked, and even got a matching tie to her corsage. I picked her up from her place, and we met our friends at the community center where they were having the dance. My date was stunning, and it was hard to believe that she was with me. She said that I looked good, and even some of the teachers that were there told me that I cleaned up well and joked that they wished they saw me more like that. I wasn't the best student, but I wasn't a troublemaker either. We were all having a great night between dancing and flirting, eating some of the food that they had, and just the basic high school thing with each other. At one point while we were talking, I noticed a guy who kind of seemed out of place. Even the teachers and adults were dressed nice, and this guy was just in jeans and a suit jacket. I watched as he walked along the wall, looking around, almost like he was trying to find someone. But it was the way that he held himself and looked around that had me on edge. There was an eerie intensity to his gaze at everyone that made me feel like he had no good intentions. Now, while he looked very off-putting, no one else looked at him or was watching him, so I was starting to think that maybe it was just me. I tried to brush it off as just being prom jitters, and that maybe I was just on edge due to the circumstances. So at that time, I just let it go. I continued dancing and talking with my friends, and at one point, we found a table, and about 6 of us were sitting at it. My date had her legs up in my lap, complaining that they were hurting as she had been wearing heels the whole night. And while talking, I spotted the suit jacket guy again, and also noticed that he was walking towards us. I looked back at my friends, trying to find a time to ask if they recognized him. But then he stood next to my date's chair, and then greeted us before I had the chance. He asked us if we were enjoying ourselves, and we all said yeah. He brought up a few things, like the music and one of the drink stations, and we conversed for a few. As the conversation died down, the guy then asked us what we were doing after the dance, which I thought was an odd question. One of my friends mentioned probably just chilling somewhere, and the guy asked us if we wanted to go smoke somewhere. I know everyone at the table, including myself, did, but it was really weird to have an adult offer this to us. We all kind of side-eyed one another, and I spoke up first and said like, "Nah man, we're good, but thanks though." And no one else said anything. He then pushed it, again offering. He said that it wasn't a setup or anything, and specifically pointed at me and said, "I know you like grass, boy. Don't lie." And then started laughing. This accusation did not make me feel more comfortable about him either. In fact, the way he looked at me and pointed at me made me think it was more like intimidation, like he had something on me. So without looking away from him or smiling like I did the first time, I just said, "No one's lying, man. We're just not interested." I was hoping he might get the hint that I wanted him to leave us alone, but he didn't. He then focused on my date. He complimented on her looks, and she seemed a little standoffish, but was being polite to the guy. until he started making more explicit comments to my date and also the other girls. My date had put her legs down and seemed to push her back more towards me, as if she was nervous that this guy was close to her. Nobody was saying anything, and being that I was already nervous and suspicious of this guy, I was now annoyed that he wasn't getting the hint. So I stood up, called him a few names, and I told him to leave. I also very loudly made a comment about him hitting on teens and stood there hoping that he would finally get the hint or that maybe another adult would come over. The guy again laughed as he stood up and said that if we changed our minds, to meet him at a certain park. I watched as he walked away, but also noticed our gym teacher start to walk over to us. He asked us who that guy was, and I basically asked him the same thing. I thought he was another staff member or part of the faculty chaperoning the dance, since he was obviously an adult. The gym teacher then hollered for the creep and started walking towards him when he took off. Our gym teacher then ran after him too, and we were left wondering who that guy was. We all tried to loosen up again, hoping that wouldn't completely sour our night, but we then had another teacher approach us, saying that we needed to follow them because they had more questions about what just happened. After we explained it all to them, they told us that they were handling it and to go back to the dance and enjoy our time. Thankfully, we were able to have a good rest of the night, but when we separated afterwards, I was still left wondering about this guy. Who was he, and how did he end up at the prom without any of the other teachers or even other students feeling like he didn't belong? I spotted him pretty quickly, and I knew something wasn't right. I was kicking myself for not reporting him sooner, but I didn't know all the people that work for the school or the district, so I just assumed that it was me being paranoid. That was until the following week when I was called into the principal's office where I saw one of my other friends from that night and a police officer. The principal said that the officer wanted to know more about the incident and asked for a description of the man. After explaining this, the officer showed us a picture of the guy. It was an obvious mugshot, and it was the same guy. They thanked us for our explanation and then sent us off back to class. That day, my mom picked me up from school and asked about the cop at the school and what all he said. I had told her about the incident at prom, so she was already aware, but she said that she also got an email that the school sent out to everyone about this guy. It mentioned that they had a suspicious and unidentified person in the area that was also reported by students, and they reacted quickly by calling authorities. And later that night, a cop had stopped behind a car that was parked near our school with all their lights off and questioned them. Our gym teacher saw the guy leaving in a car and gave them the details as well. The car and the guy matched the description, so they detained him. They sent the email letting them know that he was still in custody after being identified by witnesses, and that if they had any other questions, they could call the school or the officer handling the case. It was a relief to know that that guy wasn't out walking around, but it also creeped me out just that much more, knowing that he was still nearby, like he was waiting. I wanted to include this, but of course, I can't confirm the validity of it as it was all from word of mouth. One of my friends said that their parents called the officer and they told them that they searched for his car and they found rope, duct tape, a knife, condoms, and weed. The weed at least matches up to the story that he was feeding us that night, if that information was true. Then, what the hell was his plan? It put shivers down my spine thinking what could have happened if any of us went with him that night. For the most part, it was a fantastic night, but it was also very memorable for us. From then on, I promised myself that if anything ever seemed off, Especially when it comes to another person, I would tell someone immediately. I'm glad no one went with him that night, but it's always in the back of my mind of what could have happened. My freshman year of college was one of the funnest years of my life. And some of my fondest memories are from that year. But it was also the scariest and strangest year to date. This is thanks to one story in particular that takes place over the entire school year. There are actually a couple more that I might post some other time. I'm 31 years old now, and I still sometimes wonder how this really happened, and I didn't end up as a shut-in nut job, and it still freaks me out to this day. I've only talked about it once or twice since it happened 13 years ago, and I'm changing the names of people and places. August 2001. Like most freshmen, I live in the dorms at a state party school. I opted out of the good school that I got into. I guess I had a little steam to blow off after graduating from a military/college prep boarding school. Plus, after a sports injury I got, I didn't exactly have any specific plan for life that went past Saturday night, if you know what I mean. A good buddy from military school, we'll call him Bill, went to the same college as me and lived a few floors below in the same dorm. So, of course, we were getting the party started before my parents' exhaust fumes had even evaporated from the parking lot. For the most part, the first month or so of college was pretty much like that, normal. I went to most of my classes, I partied just about every night, I chased girls around, and that was enough for the moment. But things began to change one night sometime in mid-September, and college for me would never be normal again. My dorm phone rings in the middle of the night. Hello, on the other end, and I can only really describe the voice as the kind you picture when you think about a computer talking, kinda like the early model of car GPS. For the story, I'll call myself Gary. Hi Gary, how are you today? Not fully awake, I'm just so confused at this point. Who is this? And he repeats, Hi Gary, how are you today? It becomes clear that I'm being fucked with, so I hang up and chuckle. I thought, fucking Bill, nice one. And then I pass back out. I end up forgetting about the call for a few days, and I never mentioned to Bill or anyone else. About a week later, I get another call around the same time of night. Hi Gary, I'm watching you. Nice, very cliche, so I said, Seriously, Bill? How are you not knee-deep in Everclear or a Tri-Delt at this hour? Enough already. Cade, my roommate, is going to start getting pissed, you know? And then I hang up. I casually confront my oh-so-clever amigo at breakfast the next morning, purposely not trying to bite too hard to give him a payoff that might incentivize continued calls. But I also wasn't 100% that it was actually him and not another one of my douchebag friends. He gives a genuinely confused response. Well, whatever. So, a couple of days after the second call, I come home and I see that I had multiple messages on my answering machine. What the hell? I barely knew the thing even worked. It's the computer voice guy. Message 1. My machine cuts off first 1 to 2 seconds of the message, which tells me it's a bot set to play a message upon answer. It says, "Hi, Gary. I'm watching you." Message 2. "I thought I asked you to answer my calls, Gary." Message 3. "Where might Gary be on a Tuesday night?" Okay, so one of my friends is clearly an asshole or bored enough to really push for a reaction here. The next day, I play the messages for Cade, who was around during the calls, which were apparently earlier in the night when he was still awake. He'd been a close buddy since we were in junior high, but we'd sort of taken separate paths after high school. So, anyway, he's aware that I'm a wild child and thinks nothing of the first couple of messages. But by the third, he's a little spooked. I then walk down to a couple of other buddies' rooms and casually but immediately bring up the subject. Nada. Over the next couple of days, I press all close and semi-close friends, but I get 0 answers and 0 suspects. The calls started coming more frequently over the next couple of months, starting at once a week, then to once every 2 to 3 days, up to every single day by Christmas break. I don't say anything to my family at that point, although I really should have. What started out as a decent beginning of college turned into not showing up for any classes, tests, nothing. Grades reflect, and I am too busy answering for a 0.67 GPA to talk about some dumb prank that would likely be dismissed as a pathetic attempt at grades explanation. And so it goes. Uneventful break, and then back to school determined to become a new man. I gotta get my shit together with these grades, so I'm gonna tell Bill that I'm going to have to chill out and focus on school. The first night back, I get my first spring semester call from the computer voice guy. It says, "How is your family in Cyprus?" Which is my hometown suburb. Okay, now this is freaking bullshit, man. What kind of douche lords am I hanging out with that even have the discipline to drag out a prank this long? I get the answer to that question a few days later, and the answer is none of them. The calls become threatening and downright dark. One said, "I'm very interested, Gary, in being close to you." Yeah, with that kind of weird sentence structure like that. "I have tools I can bring. It is going to be all over soon." One day, I bring Bill and all my other buddies up to hear the messages. I never deleted a single one for some reason. I guess when things happen over longer periods of time, you don't really feel the cumulative impact until laying out the complete package of evidence. The guys are in shock. I guess that I should mention that some of these calls got really specific in making sure to note specific details about my parents' address as well as the violence that they are planning on doing to me. "Cut open your esophagus, Gary, with a butter knife." And all sorts of other crap that is sort of blurred together through the hundreds upon hundreds of calls that I got over the school year. A chick friend of mine that I really liked in high school goes to a different school hundreds of miles away. Let's call her Layla. We've reconnected thanks to the good old AIM, and we talk from time to time on the phone. Computer voice guy had mentioned a couple of times, "your friend," and made threats about this unspecified person from time to time. But your friend turned into your friend Layla. Layla and I are the only 2 people ever named in these calls, but it did get me wondering if this was a new lead to the source. and Layla is clueless when I call her about it. I know that background was long to read, but you'll understand why I had to explain the situation when I tell you about what happens next. One night, we were all partying and drinking at some hotel. A different buddy of mine, Carl, has a nice big truck and we'd all go everywhere in. But he had passed out drunk at the hotel after pounding an entire bottle of whatever the hell it was. I'm not really drinking tonight, and I want to get back to my own bed. So I snatched Carl's keys to drive back to campus, thinking that I'll drive back in the morning to get everyone. This was one of the few times that I've even driven that year, so I wasn't tip-top on my directions. I make an early turn, and I'm somehow down a road that I have never seen before. I realized this pretty quick, but I figured that I've got the general direction of campus peg, so I can just continue the wrong road until hitting the familiar highway that I knew that I'd eventually have to hit that is close to campus. I'm finding myself in open fields, paved road and everything, but aside from the road, there was absolutely nothing, and it was completely black. It was around 3 a.m. at this time. There's this really strange four-way stop that I come upon. Strange because I'm probably the fourth person in a year to drive on that road. Anyway, I just trudge along and eventually get to the familiar highway, and I'm home free. A few days later, Computer Voice Guy interrupts his usual depraved threatening to mention that specific four-way, the day and the time that I was on it, which, like I said, was around 3 a.m. and there wasn't a soul in sight. So yeah, I now realize that Computer Voice Guy is obviously tracking my movement somehow. Note that I later joined the military and I worked in the intelligence community and worked special operations and tracked bad guys all around the world. But to this day, I still can't figure out how this dude knew that I was in the middle of those fields on that date in the middle of the night. And I never mentioned it to anyone. At around March, this apparent rendezvous became Computer Voice Guy's focal point, and he made sure to let me know the day way close. The calls were coming in no fewer than 10 or 15 every single day. Seriously, the ringer was now off out of courtesy to Cade, and I turned down the volume of the answering machine as his phone calls recorded. But I finally get the message that I've been waiting for. Keep in mind, I've now become somewhat famous at this university by now because of Computer Voice Guy. People were constantly knocking on my door wanting to hear the messages, friend of a friend of whomever that I know. It was all people wanted to hear about at parties. Blah, blah, blah. For a split second, it was cool because I'm pretty sure that I ended up getting laid a couple of times indirectly from introductions conceived through the interest in the guy with the stalker. Don't judge me. Moving right along, the day, time, location are set. Computer Voice Guy says, "We will meet in front of Coleman Hall at midnight, Wednesday, 27 April, and we will take our friendship to the next level." I know what you're thinking, and yeah, throughout the year, I had considered the possibility that I was dealing with a female. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and I was definitely that kind of dude when I was 18 to 19 years old. The kind that could attract clinginess and anger. But I started to rule out female for various reasons that only a fellow ENFJ would understand. I can build profiles with a very high ratio of accuracy to available information. This creep just didn't feel like a female to me. It didn't even feel like a peer. I was convinced that I was dealing with a mid-30s white male computer nerd that I'd come into contact with at some point in my life. Doesn't really matter because what I ended up finding out on Wednesday, 27th of April, which by the way was Layla's birthday, I found out that I was wrong. Of course, everyone wants to be part of this juicy story, and there's a pretty ridiculous amount of testosterone floating around the dorm on game day. This was a real-life creepster and a legit horror story unfolding before their very eyes. And groupthink will subvert caution if properly motivated. These guys are ready to defend me with their lives, just ask them. So while these monkeys are getting all hopped up on Mountain Dew, I stay home that afternoon wondering what the hell I was going to do at midnight. Of course, I was going to go. But dude, yeah, I've always been an athlete in good shape. Wrestling, football, baseball teams, yada yada, but I'm still a 19-year-old white male, good parents, and grew up middle-upper class white suburbia and had a good life. In other words, I can definitely hold my own in a street fight. But this, whatever this is, doesn't feel like anything like a street fight or any other kind of fight that I'd been in. This is a disturbed, violent, angry, possibly grown-ass psychopath that has decided to dedicate almost a full year now of his life to targeting and terrorizing me. So yeah, I'm a little frigging nervous. My home team crowd steadily built up throughout the afternoon and evening, with probably close to 70 or 80 guys grouped up at our dorm's common area. We were connected to the female dorm at the first floor. We were smoking cigarettes and talking about beating the shit out of people and getting fucked up and all the other generic cliche that you can imagine. And once the party hour approaches though, over half of the guys splinter off into other various propositions that probably included more traditional fun like beer bongs and sorority girls. So, I'm left with about a 15 to 20 member platoon. I decided earlier that I was not going to allow these knuckleheads to shadow me, but I could definitely use them in case of an emergency. I didn't want to risk him spooking out of the meat, so I let them know that they will need to stay inside the doors of the common area while I walk out to the meeting spot. Coleman Hall was adjacent to our connected girls' dorm, and about 300 paces outside door to get to Coleman. Well, the witching hour came, so I leave the crew to begin the longest couple hundred or so paces of my life. My boys can see me through the glass doors, but wouldn't really be able to see much once I get to Coleman Hall door. About 100 paces out from my spot, I observe two things at the same time. One, some kind of small quick movement in front of the patio walkway that goes all the way around the building. And two, the movement was in a spot along the walkway where the only normally uber bright bulb is out. I'm not exactly sure how I was able to see him, but I suddenly realize that someone is crouched behind one of the cookie cutter bushes outside of the patio perimeter against one of the building pillars. In dark clothes and a hoodie, he is a few feet off from the path where I'm supposed to meet him and positioned to where I really should not have been able to see him, given the pillar blocking any shadow plus the burnt out light, which I later found out smashed. In fact, I could have easily walked all the way to the door without ever have noticed someone down there. Nope. I sort of jump mid-step as this happens, and I see him rise up a little thinking that I might have seen him. I see him rise up and take a step toward me, and fight or flight hits. I've learned that my particular fight or flight chooses fight in more mild situations, and flight during intense situations. But for shit your pants situations, it's scarier to run away with your back to whatever scary shit that I'm dealing with. So I fight. And before I realize what I'm doing, I'm in a dead sprint toward this motherfucker, who, I'm guessing, sees what I can't yet, which is my platoon busting through the glass doors in hot pursuit. The creepster nopes the fuck out of there, running on the patio alongside Coleman Hall toward the parking lot. I can tell that this isn't the mid-30s computer nerd that I predicted. Creepster is above average height, above average broad, and built athletically. That's all that I could tell, really. I'm not even sure if he was white, because he was at least tan, if not Hispanic, Middle Eastern, and etc. I'm really booking it as he turns on a dime at the edge of the building. I realize that I'm moving fast enough to catch him, but everyone else is really far behind. I also realize that I'm moving so fast that I won't be protected as I turn a hard right at the corner of the building. If he stops there, I'm toast. And as I turn the corner, I see the van sitting alone in the parking lot in front of me. It's running, and brake lights flicker on then off, park into drive, and begins inching forward toward the exit. Homesize is of course heading for the van, which for some reason sent this whole new level of fear into me. This is it. This is really happening, and I'm going to get freaking murdered tonight. But I can't stop. Something keeps me moving forward. I guess that I'd come this far, dealt with this crazy bullshit for almost a full year now, completely unable to do anything other than try to ignore it. I'm not exactly going places academically at this point, and my life doesn't quite have all that much purpose to it yet. If I am going to get schwacked, I will at least know, and this crap will at least be over. Plus, I still have a chance to catch this madman before he gets away. If I could just get close enough to dive tackle, I would still be on my own to deal with the creepster, his driver. And now I realize that there's a third one that was manning the sliding side door. Awesome. Just awesome. I don't care how badass you think you are when you're a 19-year-old jock. Your chances of taking down 3 grown men that are already violent criminals and prepared to victimize are about 1 in a not gonna fucking happen, buddy. My turn is wide and slow due to being full-on sprint, and I lose ground. I'm probably 20 yards from the lot when he does a flying leap into the side of the van. There couldn't have been any rows of seats for a leap like that. And creepster number 3 slams sliding doors shut as the van peels out of the parking lot, bangs a right, and then is gone in an instant. The relief of not being kidnapped, bound, and gagged in that van with 3 psychos who almost likely had some pretty horrific plans for me is now just as strong as the dread of the fact that this is still not over with. I am speechless, and so is my platoon as they catch up a minute later. A few of them caught up enough to witness the parking lot scene, but no one was talking. Testosterone has now been replaced with genuine and earnest concern. They all just stood there with me, catching their breath and making sure that I was all right. One guy asked if anyone got a plate number. Not even I did. There was not enough light. We finally start walking back, and I'm reliving the scene as we retrace our steps. As we get closer to the original meeting spot, I see something that scares me more than anything else in the entire equation has up to this point. On the opposite side of the pillar, where Creepy McCreeperson was crouching, there's a video camera sitting on a stand pointed right at the spot that I would have been standing at when I should have not been able to notice him. And it's still recording. I always saw Marilyn walking 3 huge dogs in the park. She was a little 5-foot woman walking these giant Bernese mountain dogs and handling it with ease. I was in love, even though I didn't know a single thing about her. I worked up the courage to talk to her. She was nice but hesitant. She seemed like an exceptionally wary person. I was patient, and I earned her trust. I slowly discovered that she was everything that I had built her up to be in my head, and then some. We dated for months, without her ever inviting me to her place. She always said she lived at the edge of town and hated it. But it was odd and unnerving. I spent a lot of my time wondering what the issue was. Was she married? Or a hoarder? We were 6 months in, and I had too many drinks when I confronted her on never inviting me over. I wasn't taking no for an answer. She had to bring me over, or I was breaking up with her. Marilyn brought me home, and she wasn't married, she wasn't a hoarder. She did live on the other edge of town in a little house filled with her giant dogs. Nothing was out of the ordinary. Well, things didn't stay that way. Marilyn's dogs behaved strangely. They would start barking or growling at random spots and corners of the house, as if there was an intruder. This also got worse in the middle of the night. The dogs constantly got up at around 3 a.m., barking and going crazy and sniffing all around the room while we slept. I think I knew what scent they were picking up on. It was a male scent. Musty cigarettes, sweat, and the sting of men's deodorant trying to cover it all up. It was so strong, and I was getting ready to confront Marilyn on it. Did she have a man who was staying there when I wasn't there? The power of the smell was undeniable, as was a strong presence of someone else in the house. I asked Marilyn about it. She was very matter of fact. She was haunted by a male spirit. It always lingered. She didn't think it was dangerous, but it was scary. And it wasn't the house. It was her. It had been with her for a couple of years now in different locations. She asked if it was a deal breaker. No, I was all in. I loved her. I could deal with ghosts. I could deal with feeling like I was always being watched. And I could deal with never feeling alone. I wasn't prepared to deal with what the actual reality was, though. We spent some time at Marilyn's place. Those supernatural oddities always lingered. She explained that she got the 3 giant dogs to protect her from whatever it was. Everything had become kind of a second nature to me, until one day, when we walked into the house and Marilyn peeped right back out the living room blinds. I keep seeing the same middle-aged woman wherever I go, Marilyn whispered. I had no idea at that time that that sentence was the opening line to a horror movie that the two of us were about to live. She's plain, always wearing a hat, sunglasses, super small, and always driving a white car, a Honda. Marilyn went on. I knew the car. I had seen it several times in the past few months. I also could picture a woman, hat, sunglasses, and small. She always seemed to be around like an extra in a movie about my life. It was my time to admit something to Marilyn. I had a stalker, and apparently, she was back. I dated a girl named Savannah for nearly a year in my early 20s. She came off as just sweet at first, obsessed with me in the right way, but then it became the wrong way. I'll spare too much detail, but at one point, I found out that she was secretly recording almost everything that we did in her apartment, and she collected random things of mine, like loose hairs, keeping socks and underwear, even nail clippings. She also seemed to be developing an inability to be away from me for any period of time. She was showing up at my office every day, making me go to long lunches. A couple of times, I was just running errands and I thought that she was following me in her car. It was too much. We had only been together for a few months. I broke it off. Savannah didn't take it well. She kept calling and then texting me nonstop. She kept showing up at my office, my house, and she wouldn't take no for an answer. I eventually threatened a restraining order and pressing charges. She was in medical school and wanted to become a doctor. She knew that that kind of thing could really affect her career, so she finally relented. I remained connected to Savannah on social media. It appeared she moved to another state and got a boyfriend and eventually married, and I mostly forgot about her. She was definitely the middle-aged woman who was following us though. Her build, the way she moved, it was all her. I just had never thought that it was possible. She was also clearly trying to make herself look older and more plain than she really was. A distant friend of mine that I hadn't talked to in years was still connected to her through his girlfriend. I hit him up to see if he knew what the deal was. My friend provided anything but comforting information about Savannah. She hadn't moved out of state, she wasn't married, she didn't have any kids, and as far as he knew, she still lived in the area with her parents. She had dropped out of med school and was a recluse. He also didn't think that she had social media. So I did some investigating. The social media accounts of Savannah's that I was still connected to were flimsy. Barely any friends or followers or content. I did some research of people that I knew that she was actually related to, and it looked like the man in her life was actually her sister's husbands and the kids, her niece and her nephew. She may have been maintaining them just to throw me off. It also started to click with me that I had seen that white car a lot even before I was with Marilyn. I had also seen a plain middle-aged woman with long black hair that I now thought looked like a wig, always wearing a ton of clothes even in the summer. I just never thought to think anything of it. I was sure Savannah had probably been stalking me all along. It probably never stopped. She was just turning up the heat since she saw me getting serious with Marilyn, feeling her grip slip away. I was going to follow through with a restraining order this time and pursue pushing Savannah away for the full extent of the law. The only problem was, I had to prove that it was her and she was doing it. Restraining orders are a lot harder to set up than you might think. I was always on the lookout for Savannah with my hand in my pocket, ready to whip out my phone to take a photo or a video. But it was like she knew, and I never saw her or her white car again. The only problem was the haunting and the agitation of Marilyn's dogs in her house got more and more intense. It seemed to be all hours of the day now and more jarring. The dogs getting full-on angry, and the presence in her house slamming and locking doors. It got so intense that we started setting up cameras around the house to try and capture something. It didn't work until one of them fell behind the couch and accidentally got aimed in the backyard for a day and night. The first video alert hit me during the day while I was at work. A neighborhood kid walked through the yard. Well, nothing sinister. It was so harmless that I didn't even remember to move the camera when I got home. The next time I woke up to a ring notification in the middle of the night, I checked the camera and I saw the neighborhood kid again, in the backyard again, but this time moving towards the back door. I was no longer just writing this off as an innocent neighborhood teenage boys will be boys moment. I shot out of bed, ran out of the bedroom, and I took to the living room flanked by all 3 dogs. I was startled by what waited for me inside the living room, not outside. A tall, young man faced the doorway, the image of his broad back, cloaked in a t-shirt flashing before my eyes for a second before he was gone. The dogs weren't bothered by the flash of a presence of the man. They ran right for the door and kept erupting with barking. And then I checked the Ring app. I saw the kid walking out to the backyard and disappearing into the darkness. I breathed a sigh of relief and I tried to calm the dogs down. Then I heard Marilyn scream from the bedroom. I rushed to the bedroom and I found Marilyn standing next to the bed and looking over at the window in horror. It was the middle of summer and we were fighting the heat sleeping with the windows open. I could visibly see the screen had been cut and the blinds in front of the window were swaying on a windless night. Someone tried to grab me," Marilyn whispered to me, staring at the darkness of the window. A thought came over at that moment, just before I started to comfort Marilyn. I wasn't so sure it was a neighborhood boy who terrorized us that night. The size, the movements on the Ring camera, it all added up to Savannah, but dressed as a teenage boy. I took the footage to the police and tried to get that restraining order on Savannah, and they said that it couldn't be proved that it was her in the videos. It was a failure, but it didn't matter because it all stopped. The appearances of Savannah and the haunting. Marilyn and I and the dogs were finally able to rest easy. We settled into life at her house, and we made it a year with everything going perfectly, and we fell full into love. I proposed, she said yes, and I moved into her place, and we slept with her giant dogs every night, safe and happy. The haunting started to pick up again. It was intense. We would be lying in bed and hear someone walking out in the hallway, or we would be in the bathroom and suddenly see a man standing behind us in the mirror. I had to learn to live with it though. I loved her, and it was just what it was. I just hoped that it would get better. Something else unfortunate started to happen after the haunting got bad for a while though. Savannah was back. It took a while to see it because she was changing vehicles so much and changing her looks. She had gained a ton of weight and wore shoes which made her look taller. We went back to the process of trying to capture her in photos and videos, but again, she seemed to know when we were onto her and then disappeared. And there was another calm for a few weeks. It didn't feel the way the one did before though. It felt more like the eye of a storm. And it came at night again. A haunting. Marilyn and I were asleep in the middle of the night. All of the lights and electronics in our bedroom flashed on, and we woke right up. I saw the split-second image of a silhouette of a man by the bedroom door. It was such second nature to me at this point that I didn't even bat an eye. It was different this time though. The image of the man lingered, and I finally really got a good look at him. He was young, probably around 20, dark hair, dark features, tall, thin, and a little rugged. I heard Marilyn whimper, and I looked over to her. She was crying as she looked at the young man. Then, my attention was drawn to the door as it opened slowly. I held my breath, and I saw a shadow step just inside the room. I saw the sight of a gun emerge from around the corner, and I froze like a deer in the headlights. Whoever was aiming that gun at Marilyn and I had a wide open shot. I could sense they were about to pull the trigger, so I closed my eyes. In that little moment of darkness, I heard a scuffle break out. I opened my eyes, and I saw the male figure wrestling in the doorway with whoever had the gun, and the male figure was winning, forcing them out of the room. I don't know what came over me, but I rushed in that direction, leaving Marilyn and the dog still frozen behind me. I was out in the hallway and watching the person with the gun get chased out of the house. I followed them into the living room where I saw a window broken out. For another time, I was able to recognize who was terrorizing us. I could see her small, frail frame trying to fight off this powerful spirit of a young man. There was no denying it. It was Savannah with a gun. I saw Savannah on the ground, trying to fight off the spirit and struggling. For a second, I kind of felt sorry for her, down there on the ground, tiny and hurt and insane. I doubt stalking us and getting pummeled by a ghost was what she had always wanted in life. She was simply sick. Those thoughts were running through my head when I watched Savannah slip away from the spirit and rush out the window. I had a feeling that I was never going to actually see her again this time. But I also had a feeling about that with the spirit of the young man as well. I looked at his back as I heard Savannah run away into the night out the broken window. The spirit of the young man turned to me for a brief second, and I saw a sense of relief on his face for a moment. I felt someone approach me from behind. I was startled at first and turned around to see Marilyn and the dogs walking into the living room. The spirit of the young man finally turned around, and I watched him meet Marilyn's gaze. The two of them held eyes for a very long time. Everyone silent. Tears gushed out of Marilyn's eyes now. I watched the spirit of the young man nod to her. I watched and heard Marilyn start to break down. And I looked over again, and the spirit of the young man was gone. Then, I went to comfort Marilyn. I had connected some dots before Marilyn even started mapping them out to me. The spirit which had been hovering around us and haunting us was of her older brother, Casey. Casey died in a snowboarding accident years before, shattering Marilyn's young life. Her brother had been her hero and protector, and he was gone suddenly when she was in her vulnerable teenage years. Casey had always told Marilyn that he would always be there for her. She thought he was actually ramping up his presence and haunting when he knew that Savannah was hovering and coming for us. Casey pushing himself back into our world to protect her. The whole thing actually made Marilyn feel good. It gave her some sort of comfort and resolution with Casey. What happened with Savannah was not comforting. We had a ton of video evidence of her, and the police were finally okay with moving forward with several charges. One problem was, the police couldn't find Savannah. She had moved out of her parents' house weeks before, and no one had any contact with her. Marilyn and I weren't as scared as we could have been though. We had a feeling someone would protect us. So about 6 months ago, I was at a dentist visit and I started chatting with a guy in the waiting room. He seemed really nice and was super cute, so we kept talking for a while afterwards. We exchanged numbers and I agreed to make plans later. But then, he sent me 30 pictures of himself immediately after we left, and I thought that was odd. Well, that was red flag number 1. Flash forward, we make plans to have dinner a couple of days later. He picks me up from my house and I know, that was not a smart idea. The dinner and conversation is good, but then he tells me an odd story. Red flag number 2. He said that last year he got in a shootout with his ex-girlfriend's brother. I asked him why they started shooting, and he said that he had no idea. I asked a few more questions about what happened, and he swore that he drove to her house to drop off things after they broke up, and her brother just started shooting at him, so he returned fire. So after that weird story, he says that he has 2 tickets to see a soul singer that we both enjoy for the following night. I agreed to go. He takes me back home, and I give him a quick kiss. I tried to pull away and he tries to kiss me again, so I give him a kiss on the cheek and then I pull away. He leans in for another kiss, but I say goodnight and then I go inside. Well, red flag number 3. After he got home, he texts me and asks, "I thought you really liked me. Why didn't I get a longer kiss?" I told him that I like to take things slow and a quick kiss is all I wanted for a first date. And he then proceeds to send me more pictures of himself. So, the next day he comes and picks me up for the concert. It's amazing, and I really enjoyed the show. I let him know beforehand that I had a flight to catch at 4 a.m. the next morning, so I wouldn't be able to hang out afterwards. Red flag number 4. While he's taking me back to my place, he asked if I want to get a hotel room with him for the night. I reminded him about my flight, and he then proceeds to ask me if I want to get freaky in the car. I couldn't believe that a grown man asked me that, so I said no. I was actually attracted to him and I could see us hooking up, but I had already told him that I didn't have a lot of time. Then, the final straw is he asked if he can come inside. What about "I don't have time tonight"? Did he not understand? At that point, I knew that I didn't want to see this guy again because I hate saying no more than once, especially to sex. I say goodnight and then I go inside. About 10 minutes later, I leave out again to grab something from the store and I pick something up for a neighbor. While I'm driving, I hear my FaceTime going off but I don't answer. And once I get in the store, I see that he has called me 10 times in a 5-minute span. I call him back thinking that I left something in his car. He said, "Where did you go?" "To the store? Why?" "I thought you were busy and needed to pack or something." "Well, I needed just a few things. Can I help you with something?" "It's not nice to lie, you know. You said you were too busy to go to the hotel, but now you're at a store?" "Well, I don't owe you an explanation of where I need to go. I'll text you later." I hang up, get what I need, and then I head back to my house. When I get back home, I notice that he is still parked out front. It's been about 45 minutes since he dropped me off, by the way. I ask him if everything is okay, and he shouts from his car window, "Where did you go?" "I told you I went to the store. Have a good night." I wave goodbye and walk my stuff inside. I'm pretty creeped out at this point, but I figured that he would leave. I go back out to go to my elderly neighbor, and I go back outside and he's gone. Or so I thought. I drive to my neighbor's around the corner and drop her stuff off. When I got back in my car, I hear a car racing at full speed ahead behind me. He followed me there. He pulls right beside me and then rolls his window down and shouts, "What are you doing?" "Why did you follow me?" I said. "Because I know this whole area. What house did you come out of?" "Well, that's none of your business. Please, don't follow me." "If you don't tell me what house you were in and what you were doing, I'm going to call the DEA and the police and have them surround this whole block." "What are you even talking about? Our date ended over an hour ago. You should have left." He drives away super fast, and at this point, I realize that this guy is nuts. I call my brother and I ask him to stay on the phone with me until I get back home. When I get back to my house, he is parked out front again. My brother tells me to drive to the nearest police station. So I started driving and the guy starts following me again. As I pull into the station, he realizes where I went and then finally drives away. I explained to an officer what happened, and he offered to escort me home. When we get back to my house, guess what? Mr. Crazy Pants is parked out front again. He sees the officer behind me, and then he drives away again. The officer offered to stay for a couple more hours. I didn't block Mr. Crazy right away because I wanted to be aware if he says anything else scary. So I would have that for the police report. About an hour later, the officer knocked on my door and made me aware that the guy was trying to sit at the corner and was probably trying to park outside my house again. The officer pulled him over and told him to leave. And thankfully, the officer also escorted him out of my neighborhood. After that, he then texts me. "I see you're sneaky. I threatened to call the police on you because you were being a sneaky liar, and you called them on me? Real disrespectful. I should have called them on you first." "I didn't call the police. I went to the station because you were following me," I said. And then he said, "I was following you for my safety. You lied about where you were going. You know what I've been through." I asked him, "Well, if you weren't feeling safe, why didn't you just go home?" And then he answered, "Why didn't you tell me you were going?" At this point, I stopped responding and I turned my phone off. And the next morning, I checked my phone and he has sent me over 50 texts with memes about trust and respect. I get ready for my flight, and my uncle comes to pick me up to file a police report, and after that I block him. For the next week, I had my uncle or another male friend escort me to my house. I never saw him again, but he did text me from a texting app saying that he loved me and wanted to start over. I blocked him again, and I haven't heard from him since. The most valuable lesson that I learned was to trust my instincts. I knew something was off about him, so I should have never agreed on a second date. Also, never ever let someone that you just met know where you live or your address, especially if it's a first date. I always follow that rule, but I just let my guard down this time, against my better judgment, and I could have been harmed. So, to the guy who threatened to call the police on me for not having sex with him, let's not meet again. This happened years ago when I was around age 19 or 20 and I worked retail part-time at the mall. I was the closing shift that night and left around 10:30 p.m. to head home. I often took the inside streets versus the freeway, which included a small stretch of back road that was usually pretty empty, especially during that time of the night. This particular night though, I noticed a car about 10 minutes into my 30-minute drive going the same way as me, but I didn't think much of it. As we are approaching the stretch of back road that's usually deserted at that time, the driver behind me starts flashing their high beams and slowing down / speeding up while tailgating me. I remember feeling panicked that they might hit my car. Eventually, the car pulls up beside me, and now I can see a middle-aged man who is pointing towards the back of my car and then motioning for me to roll my window down. I roll my window down about halfway, and he says something about how my tire looks like it's flattening and I'm going to damage the rim if I don't pull over soon. I tell him that I don't know how to change a tire, but I'm not too far from home, so I should be fine. But he's pretty insistent about how it will only take a few minutes, and he is happy to help. I know something is off because my car seems to be driving fine, so I politely say that I'm fine but thanks anyways, and then I roll up my window. He drives next to me for what feels like forever, but it couldn't have been more than another minute or so. At this point, something feels so off that I'm afraid to even physically look in his direction. I focus on the road the best that I can, and eventually, he slows down and moves behind me again. After a few minutes, we reach a more populated, well-lit part of town, and I see him make a U-turn. I get home, and I take a look, and my tire is perfectly fine. I have no idea if he followed me from the mall or what that man's intentions were, but I think it's safe to say that they weren't anything good. I even had my dad check all my tires the next morning, and the tire pressure on them was in the normal range. I still think of this night from time to time, and it makes me nauseous to think about how different things might be today if I had decided to pull over that night. Back in 2021, I used to deliver for Uber Eats on my e-scooter when I needed some extra cash. I preferred working late nights from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. The tips were better, and I didn't have to worry about as many people. On this particular night in August at about 1 a.m., a delivery took me to an apartment complex by a university close to the edge of my city. I loved doing deliveries by this university. There was a nice bike trail that I would ride on for a while after dropping off orders. The customers get their Taco Bell, and then I turn around, excited for my little ride. Near the intersection that leads to the university and the trail, there's a weird circular median, not a roundabout, and a little strip mall to my left. As I'm coasting down to the intersection, a black Dodge Charger quickly turns out in front of me and then circles around the median, turning back into the strip mall to park, facing the trail in the other side of the road. I immediately noticed three things. 1. There were no plates, front or back. And 2. The windows were incredibly tinted. It was night, but still, I could see absolutely nothing. And number 3, his headlights weren't on. I just got an insanely weird feeling. It didn't have any hallmarks of an undercover cop car. Something was just wrong about it. I get up to the little intersection, hop onto the sidewalk to press the crosswalk button, and get across quicker. And I see a dude on a bike on the other side of the intersection, obviously staring at the car. The bike dude is also in front of the beginning of the trail, so I decided to ask him about the car as I crossed the intersection. I have never seen a man that looked so spent. He was skinny and just looked exhausted. He didn't seem like he was on anything despite how rail thin he was. As I approached the dude on the bike, the person in the car turns the fucking headlights on, illuminating us across the street. I was honestly kind of freaking out at this point, and I just wanted any kind of context or information. He told me that the man in that car had been following him for weeks now, and that he didn't know what to do. I suggested calling the police, and he immediately shot it down. He said that he'd tried, and they wouldn't help him. I asked why they didn't, and he implied that the guy in the car was affiliated with the police. I asked if there was anything that I could do to help, and he just told me to leave. He said that there was nothing that I could do for him, and it was best to not involve myself. His tone was dead serious. No longer in the mood for a trail ride, I take his advice and I get the fuck out of there. As I begin riding off, the car cuts the headlights back off and turns back out across the circular median. This time, coming to a stop in the road leading from the apartment complex instead of making a full circle. The bike dude was still just standing there. Neither bike dude nor the guy in the car were there when I first approached to make the delivery. It was genuinely the most freaky and weird thing that I have ever seen. I still don't know what to make of it, because the car was 100% fucking with the guy, But for weeks, like he said? And for what purpose? I've also been around people in psychosis before, and if he was mentally ill or tweaking, he was doing a damn good job at hiding it. I honestly wish that I'd ask him more questions, but I felt a pit in my stomach from the time that I saw the car until it was finally out of my sight. I could have also been overblowing it, but I felt like prey, Maybe someone else has some insight. I have a story that actually happened back when I was in middle school, and it was probably one of the freakiest things that I've ever experienced. Thankfully, this didn't happen to me, but it did happen to a friend of mine. For a bit of backstory, I went to a public school that was in a fairly shady part of the state that I lived in, and at an early age, I learned that people could be absolute creeps. I mean, when I was 18, I was actually stabbed at a gas station because I took the last blue Monster energy drink that was on the shelf. What's worse is that the guy that stabbed me then took my Monster drink and then poured it all on my face before he took off and left me for dead. Maybe I could send you that story in more detail someday, but that's not what the story is about. That said, I think it gives you a good idea of what my town is like. My school, on the other hand, was actually a pretty nice building, and most of the staff and students were respectful. That said, there was one teacher that was an absolute creep. He was a computer and technology teacher, and he was seriously an absolute skis. I won't use his real name because I don't want people to track the story down and then get my friend's name. So we're just going to call him Mr. Peters. Like I said, Mr. Peters was a computer and technology class instructor, which was basically just us learning how to use Windows XP, Office programs, and learning how to type without looking at the keyboard. I don't know if he was the only person in town that knew how to teach the class, because it seemed like he was able to get away with more than any other teacher that I'd ever known. He would make incredibly inappropriate comments to pretty much every single girl in class. He would gossip with the guys and ask them personal and sexual questions, and he would always try to guilt us into giving him a hug. It was creepy. Like, super creepy. And thinking back to it right now seriously makes me feel a bit sick to my stomach. He had been reported a few times before, and he was put on probation. But he would keep his bullshit up and nothing would seemingly ever happen. Unfortunately, my best friend, Ashley, was one of the girls that he had taken a particular liking to. Ashley was a rather pretty redhead, and she looked older than she was, if that makes sense, She would always mention to me that he said something to her, or made a snide sexual comment to her, or that he would put his hand on the small of her back when he hugged her. Basically, she would tell me each and every time that he would do something, and it seemed like it was just getting worse each day. I think that's enough background or explanation for who this guy was and the whole situation as it was with Ashley. Now, as I said, it seemed like it was escalating a lot with each day, and she was telling me more and more that this guy was doing and saying to her. I kept telling her that she needed to tell her parents, to tell the principal, hell, tell the police about what was going on. But she was nervous about doing so. At that time, that was frustrating, but I do get it now though. I think she thought that it was her fault or that they would think less of her for the whole thing. The day that things hit their worst was actually October 11th, which was Ashley's birthday. And I remember that because she and I walked to school, and she was super excited because that weekend, she and I were supposed to go to the mall and then to the movies, and then I was supposed to spend the weekend at her house. It was planned out as an awesome weekend. And then, that morning, we got to school and we were waiting outside for the first bell to ring when Mr. Peters walked out onto the courtyard area where Ashley and I were standing. I told her not to look up, and I mentioned that we should walk away so he didn't see us. I said so half-jokingly, but she said it was fine and that he would probably ignore us if we didn't make eye contact. And fortunately, she was incorrect when she said that, because neither of us looked at him, but a moment or two later, I hear him say, "Good morning, Ashley," in an excited tone. She huffed and then turned toward him and said good morning back in a fairly stale tone. I could tell that she was really not happy with the fact that he was out here and talking to us. He then starts in and tells her happy birthday and starts asking if she has any plans. She tells him that she didn't have any plans and just said thanks, and again, completely wanting to disregard that he was even talking to her. After trying to make some small talk for a few more moments, he then tells her that he needs her to come with him before class because he has a present for her. With how much of a creep he was, my mind immediately went into the gutter, and my nonverbals probably showed it. I told her that we needed to get in because the bell was about to ring, but he was insistent that it would only be for a few moments and that she wouldn't be late for the first hour. She told me to go ahead and that she would be right behind me. I was hesitant to walk away, but he was an authority figure and we were just kids, and I feel like she was confident that it was just going to be a quick thing. I very much wish that she was right, or that I had gone with her, or that we had just walked away and gone to class, because what unfolded after this was horrible. I walked away and she went with him, and I went ahead and went in, and when the first bell rang, I went to my first hour class. Somewhere around 10 minutes into class, an announcement came over the loudspeaker to inform the teachers that the school was on lockdown and that no students were to enter or leave their rooms until they gave the go-ahead. This was really strange, as the school had literally never had a problem or had to go into any security protocols before. So to have the school go straight into a lockdown was really weird. The school was locked down for several hours, and at the end of it, we were actually all released to our parents. It took a while for me to get any information, but I kind of started putting 2 and 2 together on my own. Creepy teacher asked Ashley to come with him for a birthday present. The school got put on a lockdown soon after, and the school released us to our parents in the middle of the morning. I had a bad feeling about what had happened. And that bad feeling proved to be right. I eventually did get a fairly detailed description of what happened from a few different people, one of them actually being Ashley herself. When I left, and the 2 of them went to go get the present, he mentioned that it was actually in his car, so she would have to follow him out to the parking lot. She did, and as you would probably imagine, when they got to the car and he opened the back door, he overpowered her and then shoved her into the back seat and then shut the door on her. He then jumped in the driver's seat and then seriously took off. Thankfully, one of the other staff members had seen what happened, and they immediately called the police and informed the school security, which is what set the school into lockdown. Ashley told me that she had tried to get out, but the child safety locks were on and she couldn't open the doors, which, if I may say, is an incredibly terrifying situation to be in. She said that Mr. Peters drove off the school lot and then started heading toward the highway, and for the most part, all she could remember was crying and screaming at him to let her go. She said that he completely ignored her and that he seemed to be super focused on driving. and after a few minutes of driving, she actually asked him where he was going to take her, and he just said, "I don't know yet." So he really hadn't planned this out. As soon as they got onto the highway, there was a cop car waiting for them on the shoulder, and they started to pursue him. This led one of the only high-speed chases in my city, and actually crossed over a couple counties. Obviously, this wasn't an ideal situation. They couldn't do much to pit him because there was a 15-year-old girl in the car, but they had to do something to stop him. And after chasing him for around 20 to 30 minutes, one of the officers attempted to get in front of him to stop him, and Mr. Peters actually lost control of the vehicle, sending it off into the ravine on the side of the interstate, and then flipping the car several times. When police got to the vehicle, Mr. Peters was dead from the impact, and Ashley was barely making any sounds in the backseat. Obviously, she made it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to tell me about what happened, but she didn't make it out unscathed though. Ignoring the obvious mental trauma, her left leg ended up pinned into the door, and she ended up losing it. Thankfully, that was her only physical injury. I didn't ask the details about Mr. Peters, but she mentioned to me that it was obvious that he was dead when the car crashed. All of this came to be because of one creep deciding that he wanted to kidnap a young girl. Because of his actions, he's dead, and she's permanently disabled, and she will always have this horrifying memory of what he did and what could have happened. Thankfully, she was able to move forward with her life, but I will always have this feeling that if I would have done more that morning, all of this may have been avoided. For context, I am from a small town that houses 3 different elementary schools and only one middle school and high school. They were connected by the gymnasium and a tunnel between the 2 buildings. I had lived there my entire life, and I went to a different school than most other people that is mentioned in the story. Back when I was in middle school, I had a litany of bullies who loved making every moment of my day a living hell. They did pretty much everything that you could think of, ranging from pranks in the middle of class to downright physical assault. But all of them were nothing compared to this one girl that I met at the beginning of 7th grade, whom we're going to call Sadie. Sadie was a stereotypical mean girl in every sense of the word, loved fashion, had a gaggle of friends willing to do her bidding, and every guy was into her or wanted her. She was the kid with the highest amounts of detentions. She argued a lot with the teachers, and the principal pretty much did nothing about her actions, and made a habit of having fun with some specific kids, which included me. I was a plus-size kid, a scaredy cat, gullible, and a bit of a pushover, but I did try to do well in school and kept to myself. But that didn't do much. As soon as Sadie took notice of me, she took it upon herself to make sure that every time we even saw each other, that she would make me miserable. At the beginning, it wasn't anything much. She started rumors about me, talked shit about me online. I didn't have social media yet, so I didn't find that out until later. And in school, she threw things at me that ranged from her garbage to one of her textbooks. It wasn't terrible at first. Sadie was annoying, sure, but I had workarounds, so I just ignored her. But when other kids saw that I wasn't going to fight back, they joined in and took things way too far. Almost daily, I have been chased in halls, ganged up on in the bathrooms, had my food stolen, gotten blamed by the teachers for their dumb actions in class, and many other things. These kids had me on edge and feeling practically worthless for the entire school year, to the point of me considering just running away to avoid the hell of going back to school. Why didn't I tell the school, you may ask? Well, I tried dozens of times. Teachers, guidance counselors, even the principal. But they didn't care. The school was honestly not the best, and they were pretty much negligent to everything that didn't involve funds, sports events, and the GPA for the year. So, they gave no heed to me when I tried to tell them what was going on with Sadie and also her lackeys. These are some of their real responses from incidents that happened. When I had gotten my backpack thrown down the stairs and the calculator inside that I brought from home got broken, they said, "Well, it's your property, it's your problem." When Sadie had written a fat joke alongside a slur on my locker door in permanent marker, they said, "You have no evidence it was her." When Sadie's boy toy and his friends cornered me outside the changing rooms for gym to ask me for something, they said, "Well, they were probably just kidding around." All of them spearheaded by Sadie, who was practically in charge that year, and nothing she did was getting her into trouble. Well, summer could not come fast enough that year. By the time 7th grade was over, they let those kids get away with so much that I honestly gave up on trying to get outside help at that point. As I got some personal help that summer, I decided that things would be different by the time that I had to go back to school for the following year, that I wasn't going to be Sadie's personal punching bag anymore. When 8th grade started up, I was ready. I learned MMA self-defense and defended myself vocally. I wasn't so quiet anymore, and I fought back. And it worked. None of the old bullies from last year even looked my way again, except for Sadie, who still tried to pull her usual stunts. But the longer I showed her that I didn't care, the more it pissed her off. Honestly, it felt like ample revenge to all of the shit that she put me through last year. Sadie, however, would not let it go for the life of her. I didn't know it then, but this whole act of hers would end up taking a bad turn. One day, I was walking to the gym, with Sadie following close behind me. She did not share a gym class with me, but she did like following me around in between classes and trying to get a rise out of me. This day, however, was not great for me. I don't exactly remember why now, but I was stressed out and I kept getting pissed over whatever went wrong that day. Sadie following behind me, trying out different insults and comments about me, sent me over the edge. So in a quick motion, I stopped walking. I spun around, pushed Sadie backwards, and then I spit towards her, with it landing on her leg. I told her to just fuck off and leave me alone. I didn't know what I was really expecting her reaction to be, but it sure as hell wasn't what she did. Sadie just stood there, frozen, staring at me. I expected her to be coughing up blood from range, or her screaming or anything at all, but she just stood there, as if a deer in headlights. I didn't think about it at that time, as I left for a gym not long after, and I eventually forgot about it. After school, I was walking across the school building to head for the parking lot next to the high school building, which was where I had to catch the bus. Everything felt normal, until I saw Sadie not far behind me. I didn't think anything weird of it, so I just ignored it and kept walking. Until I noticed that she was taking the same path that I was to the buses. This wouldn't be odd if she actually rode the buses at all. Sadie walked to and from school every single day. If not that, someone would come pick her up. But the carpool lot was in the opposite direction of the buses. I took a different path than my normal route, around the back of the school. I looked back to check and, yep, Sadie was taking the exact same path I was, and she stopped walking every time that I looked back at her. I began picking up the pace a bit, and from behind, I could hear her running to catch up. And by the time that I was nearing the bus lot, she was somewhere around 10 feet right behind me, still jogging to follow me. I definitely did not want her to learn which bus was mine, nor did I want her to follow me home, so I decided to fake her out. I jumped onto a different bus, much to the dismay of the driver, and Sadie ran in after me. After she got in the front of the bus driver to yell at her about something, I then ran off and raced to my actual bus, which was all the way on the other end where this particular bus was. I then got in, and the bus drove away just as Sadie got off to see where I went. The next day, I didn't see Sadie anywhere at school, not in any of the classes, not at lunch, not even after school either. I asked, but nobody knew where she went. This went on for the rest of the week. The bus incident took place on a Monday, and the disappearing act happened on Tuesday. So by Thursday, I began to relax about the whole thing. I still didn't understand what Sadie was doing with the whole bus incident, but as long as she was gone, things felt okay. Until Friday afternoon came along. Like the last few days, Sadie wasn't there, so I was pretty relaxed for most of it. When the end of the school day came, I was about to walk out the front doors to the building when something stopped me. I had a horrible feeling in my stomach telling me not to go outside. I had no idea where that came from, but I thought that it was just my leftover anxiety playing tricks on me. So I headed out anyway, not still twisting. The middle school and high school were all a part of one connecting path system, which means we all had hallways and walkways connecting both the main middle school and the main high school buildings, with one long sidewalk path out front. The parking lot where I had to walk to my bus was on the opposite end of this long sidewalk, which ran in front of both the middle school and in front of the high school. This can make for a pretty long walk, and the doors leading into the high school, often flooded with students, make for some interesting obstacles. This would all come into play when this happened. I just walked down the outside stairs to the sidewalk when I saw someone run around a corner from the building. I looked over, and it was Sadie. She was looking as pissed as a rabid dog, full sprinting right towards me. I bolted, running faster than I ever had in my whole life, running off nothing but pure adrenaline and fear. But Sadie was catching up quickly behind me, and all I could do was run and pray for help. I dodged between crowds of kids and just tried that to lose her somewhere in the masses, not caring at all if I bumped into people, only afraid that Sadie was still behind me. By the time that I reached the buses, I didn't see her anywhere, so I stopped and I nearly collapsed to catch my breath. I felt relief for only a second until she popped out of nowhere from the side of the crowd and then lunged at me. Sadie grabbed me by the hair and backpack, swinging me around in a circle as I tried to get her off of me. She kept pulling and jerking so much that I felt my hair being ripped at some points, but she kept going. I screamed for help, kicking and punching blindly in Sadie's direction, but either nobody wanted to get involved or were too scared to break us up because there was nobody who came forward. Sadie let go of my hair to reach for something behind her, and what happened next was only a miracle. My older brother was walking out of the high school drinking a soda when he saw the scene and ran to help. He was the only one who knew about Sadie and recognized her when he had gotten to school in the mornings. He threw his soda at Sadie's head, which startled her enough to let me go and drop whatever she was holding. I grabbed my brother, and we took off for the bus, making it just before it drove off. And after we found a seat, I looked back outside. What I saw still gives me chills. Sadie was on the ground, arms pinned by a teacher, and right on the ground next to her was an open hunting knife. I knew without a doubt that it was hers because the sound that I heard when she dropped it earlier. Next Monday, I got called down to the office where my brother was also waiting. We got pulled into the counselor's office where there were 2 police officers waiting. Apparently, after we ran, a high school teacher saw Sadie picking up the weapon and apprehended her, while another person called the police, and they got Sadie into interrogation, and now they needed to hear what happened from me. I practically broke down right then and there, and I told them everything. What Sadie did to me last year, what I almost did because of her torment, the bus incident the week prior, and what happened on the sidewalk. My brother put his arm around me while I just sat there, nearly sobbing my words out. The police and the counselor just sat there writing down what I said, but they looked on sympathetically. One of the officers asked me if I would like to tell my parents so that they could press charges. At this point, I just wanted everything to end about this horrible situation and be done with it. So I just told them to do whatever they wanted, and I just wanted this to stop. The counselor could tell that I was already upset enough, so he sent me back to class. Me and my brother then made a promise to never speak of this again. Sadie ended up getting into juvie for the rest of the school year, all the way until halfway through the second semester of freshman year of high school. The school also had some changes to it too. Police officers were now on duty during school hours in the middle and high schools. We had stricter policies with bullying, and kids could now stay with teachers before, during, and after school if they needed to. I never saw Sadie again after that, not even in passing. I later learned from one of her old friends that after senior year, she dropped out to get her GED because the incident on her police record meant college was impossible. It's been over 9 years since that day on the sidewalk. I will admit, this is honestly not as bad as what other kids probably had to go through. But I still feel the trauma from that time in middle school, and especially from what Sadie did to me. After middle school, I had developed depression, severe social anxiety, and PTSD from the bullies. I can't fully blame the situation for everything, as maybe if I pushed a bit harder with the teachers and the principal, maybe this wouldn't have happened in the first place. But eventually, things did end up getting better. I just wish I could go back to my 13-year-old self that had to endure all of that to say that everything was going to be okay. I am doing better now, and I am looking into therapy. I am in university right now, and I cannot be prouder of how far I've come. So, to the psychopath of a bully that tormented me all those years ago and almost stabbed me, let's not meet again. Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate it. I would also like to give some extra love to my Patreon members, my channel members, and also my tippers. Thank you so much. If you would like to extend a little bit more support for the channel, don't forget to leave a like and a comment down below. If you would like to become a Patreon member, a channel member, a tipper, or even to buy merch, check out the links in the description below. Again, thank you. And I hope you stay scared, because your fear feeds me.